Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had the power of dragon and had harem. Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Hero of the Green, MidoRyuu by GiovanniPolder. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. We hear soft snoring and a slight bump in the light green covers. The person was sleeping peacefully. As the sun peeked inside the room, lighting the room up, it showed a single bed, a nightstand with a simple alarm clock. On the floor, a set of shorts lay crumpled on the floor, right next to a set of small socks. The person kept sleeping until a loud dreadful sound started ringing. The alarm right next to the bed started going off. Without a hand popping out the cover, the person sleeping used their quirk to drop a small pink ball right on the snooze button. The covers were thrown off, and it showed a young, green-haired woman, eyes slightly closed as she was still tired. She looked over at the alarm, showing it was only 5 a.m. She yawned as she got up, went out of her bedroom into a slightly bigger room, a singular couch. A small box TV and table were placed. She walked right into the kitchen. Again very empty. She opened the fridge, showing it had very little food. She grabbed a plate with sandwiches. She had pre-made this the night before. Eating her breakfast quickly, she started getting ready for work. It was the same thing she did 6 days a week. It was a horrible job, but thankfully she got enough money to take care of herself and save up. It also was one of the only jobs that didn't ask too much about quirks, which was her trouble, as she got dressed in her neat skirt and dress shirt with a blazer. Come on Inko, you got this. Just say the same thing you said before, like you always do. Just a simple weak, telekinetic quirk, that is it. Inko told herself around the corner of her job. She walked in, a big smile on her face like always. Hello everyone. She greeted, everyone else giving their own version of a greeting as Inko took her seat behind the front desk. Hey MidoRyuu, how about it, want to get on a date with me? Like I have said before, Mahu, I am not looking to date anyone right now. You are a nice man, but not interested. Inko was glad he asked. She knew, the second everyone knew her quirk that would stop, meaning she still had her cover intact. Inko, much like her mother before her, and her grandfather before her, had a dragon quirk, which meant hatred. It was the sad reality for some. If your quirk was seen as an evil, scary quirk, you would just be met with hatred. Her grandfather was nearly killed in an attack. Inko hated it, so she hid it. Her quirk allows her two things. She could use small telekinesis, when in human form, but if she lets her anger go, she turns into a small, bus-sized dragon, with far more telekinetic firepower. This went on for weeks, until one day, Inko was fired. They found out her real quirk. First day she was shunned. Lunch was alone, not being asked out on a date, no friendly smiles inside. Then day 2, she was fired. She said at the bar, a glass of rose in front of her. Poor work ethic my ass, just stupid idiots all of them. She grumbled as a tall, dark-haired man took the seat next to her. Oi, barkeep, a double scotch for me, and a rose for the lady. She looked over, are you sure about that? Inko sneered a little with the man giving a chuckle as the drinks were placed. 6 inches oh, now I am. He smiled. Hisashi, and who might you be? Inko gave a laugh as the man gave his first name. Kana. Both started talking and drinking. The night burning short like a lit candle. At 3, the 2 drunk adults stumbled out toward a nearby motel room, one Hisashi bought for the night, where they had a singular night of love. One that in 9 months, brought to earth, a healthy, strong boy, Inko named Izuku MidoRyuu. One she hoped, prayed for, to have the quirk of his father, whoever he was. 18 With Izuku on the way, Inko had moved, going to a new town, where her cover was intact, where she was just Inko, MidoRyuu, a weak quirk user. Went to work as well, this time using her saved money as a startup to make her own company, one that sold art, one that got her a great income, nothing that would make her rich, but she was able to live with her child. Give him all that he wanted. She walked into her living room, just having finished a new commission from a customer. She moved into the kitchen where she cleaned her hands. Izuku sat at the table, drawing happily, just like his mother. Izuku liked drawing. Inko sat across from the 3-year-old boy. She saw that he was roughly pressing into the paper going right into the table. Izuku, what are you doing? She slightly yelled as he was ruining the table. Inko pulled out his stuff, his crayons, papers, and he was sent to his room for the afternoon. Inside his room, Izuku was throwing a tantrum, angry at the fact he wasn't allowed to draw more, just because of a silly table. Izuku for a little bit started storming back and forth. It was there that he started throwing his own stuff in the room. Dumb mommy not letting me draw, I just want to draw. He started yelling as he threw stuff around. Slowly a transformation started. The skin on his forearms slowly started turning rougher. Slight parting as it turned a black dark green color much like his hair. His nails grew slightly longer and with a point. His teeth turning sharper, as his eyes turned into slits. Izuku's quirk took effect, a year before it normally should have. And it allowed Izuku to completely destroy his room. 66 It didn't take long before Inko burst inside the room, her face filled with fear and despair, as Izuku was slowly rampaging inside his room. Inko didn't care about the stuff, she could buy new stuff, but his reputation. Inko ran to the window to close the curtains, but to her shock and fear, a couple of teenagers stood there, phone out, filming Izuku's dragon transformation. Villain! They screamed as they ran away. Inko hoped, because it was a shitty phone and a kid yelling it, they could escape the wrath of society. Inko went and calmed her son. 6 She wrapped her arms around Izuku's body and started whispering into his ears. Calm down Izuku, it's me, your mommy, calm down my little hero, please mommy is sorry, just calm down baby. Her hands went through his hair. Her nails scratched his scalp softly, taking him out of his anger fit. His eyes turned back to normal. His skin turned back into his normal skin. Mommy, what was that? Izuku asked, confused. As for him, it was like everything turned black for him. His animalistic instinct running ramped. Don't think about it. Izuku, forget about what just happened. Don't tell anyone what just happened. 10 Izuku didn't understand it. He had no idea why his mother wanted to hide what just happened. Inko moved him back into the living room, where she started closing every window, curtain, door, anything that people could use to look inside. Her worst nightmare had come true. The thing she didn't want to happen, happened. She sat on her knees in front of Izuku. Izuku was on the couch still confused, but Inko was about to explain everything, about to explain why she wants this to stay hidden. She had a saddened smile on her face. And as she took a deep breath she spoke. 1. Izuku, what just happened was your quirk. Izuku smiled, now totally confused why she wanted to keep it hidden. He had his quirk, the first one in his class, the first one from his friends. Izuku, we have a quirk that is seen as evil, as a villain quirk. Izuku frowned, not understanding what she meant. We have a dragon quirk Izuku, one that people find scary, and we get judged by the looks. It's the sad reality. Don't try and fight. Izuku didn't hear it, but Inko spoke with anger. 3. While a dragon quirk was rare, it wasn't unheard of. Sadly, over the years, there have been quirked villains that had a dragon transformation, one that caused everyone else to feel hatred. So for us Izuku, so we can stay here happy, don't tell anyone, you don't have your quirk yet. Izuku nodded, he didn't want to, but if his mommy asked, he would. Izuku promises me, I will mommy, I don't have my quirk yet. Inko grabbed his head and gave it a massive kiss. I love you Izuku, and mommy is really happy and proud. Izuku smiled, sadly unaware of the pain he was about to go through. 4. It didn't take a week before the assault happened. It started slow, a couple of teens threw an egg against the house, and Inko's garden stomped. Some graffiti against the walls, written in bright red paint. Fuck off villains. Die villains. Eat shite I. But it quickly turned into worse actions. Stones were thrown at the house, her car tires were slashed, and even death threats. That was just the house. Thankfully Inko was able to keep selling paintings, but the rest of their lives were ruined. 13. Izuku was bullied, he was hated by everyone in his school. It started with people not talking to him. The occasional push, snarky comments, to quickly all the students even attacked Izuku from time to time, and while Izuku hoped and believed the teachers cared for him, they did the opposite. The teachers ignored him fully, they gave him extra homework, punished him for small faults, they removed his breaks. This went on for 1 entire year. Izuku begged his mother not to move, as he didn't want to leave his friends behind. But then it happened. The one thing Inko feared. 12. They almost were killed. It was around 10 at night. Inko was on the couch reading some of the nearby news. Izuku was already deeply asleep when a group of adults threw a Molotov against their house. Right through the window, Inko easily with a telekinetic blast removed the fire. That, however, wasn't what they wanted. They wanted to be done with the villains. They wanted villains to die. The two that had ranged quirks started firing through the building. Inko screamed in fear as she sprinted to her son's room and jumped on top of him, protecting him from the garage and creating a small force field around them. 27. Izuku woke up in fear. His mother was on top of him, tears in her eyes as she cried. Mommy, what is going on? Izuku, just stay quiet, I will be over soon. It thankfully was the case. Heroes showed up, not that they cared for Inko or Izuku. Villain quirks were villain quirks, but they were there for the surrounding houses in case they had problems. This was the last straw for Inko. She threw the heroes out of her house, telling them to get away. The leading hero of the area gave an offhanded villain comment. 11. Inko started packing right away. She filled whatever bag they had with clothing and school supplies for Izuku. In the end, they had Izuku's backpack, and 2 boxes filled with clothing, nothing else. They weren't able to carry more. They went into the subway. Thankfully nobody was in it at 6 in the morning. They went to Tokyo, where Inko rented a car, where she drove into the north, a small house, that was an administration of sorts. She walked into Izuku still sleeping in the car. An older woman, with long hanging white rabbit ears, sat at the front of the table. Hello, how can I help you? I heard of a place. A place for those with less fortunate quirks. Inko was moved to the back of a room. The older bunny quirked woman walked in, her face hard to read for Inko. She sat down in front of Inko. Sorry for the wait, miss. I just had to make sure you were who you said you were and had what you said we had. Inko understood. She didn't want to bring trouble. She just wanted the same as everyone there, to be free of hatred and pain. Now then, Miss Inko MidoRyuu, please tell me a little about yourself. Inko nodded, taking a deep breath as she began to talk. 1. She went over all things she could, her childhood, the hate she endured, her lying to friends about her quirk, and the most important thing, what she had been doing for a while, her life, and it then went to Izuku, the sun in her life, the joy she needed, the spark behind her eyes. How he came to be. How he got a dragon quirk, how he was attacked and hated by his friends, and how they just ran away, after being nearly killed. Nearly burned and shot to death. The bunny woman was in tears at the story. 3. She had heard a lot of stories, and after hearing so many stories she was able to hear the difference between lies and truths, and Inko was speaking the truth. It hurt what she went through with. The bunny woman sadly had gotten some hate, but compared to what Inko went through, it was nearly nothing. Just relax, I will make some calls. My son, can he come inside? The bunny woman nodded as Inko quickly grabbed the still sleeping Izuku. He was going through something Inko would call the dragon's rest. She had it when she turned 16, but it seems Izuku was something else. 3. For her it was a week-long sleep that awakened her dragon instincts fully, a better sense of smell, and a need for shiny things. To get a hoard, that or Izuku was just extremely tired and sleeping, which was also possible. Being scared for your life and running away could do that. While Inko looked at her sleeping son, hoping this was able to go through, that her son was finally able to get a real, happy life, a life he deserved, one she wanted to provide for him. 3. The bunny woman was named Beatrix Usugiyama, mother of Haru, Usugiyama, and grandmother of Rumi, Usugiyama. She at the moment was calling with the head of the town, which was her daughter's wife. Hey Tsuruyu, I have a family that I believe should be allowed in. Oh okay, tell me about them. It's a young woman, between 20 and 30, named Inko MidoRyuu. She has a 5-year-old son, named Izuku MidoRyuu. Both have a dragon quirk, which got them a bunch of hatred, and only last night, they were almost murdered. I see, have Bob take a look at them. If he accepts, they are allowed. 7. When Beatrix came back in, she had Bob with them. Bob was a man that looked to be 500 years old. He was walking with his back bent, a wooden cane, and a long gray beard and thin yet still long mustache. Hello there young ones, I am Bob, head of the police department. He looked them over once, walking softly, only the sound of his wooden cane tapping the floor heard. They look like good. Oh no. He fell, with Inko just using her quirk to stop him from tilting over. Haha. The man slammed the cane down, and with a triple forward flip, he landed on the top of a single chair just leaning on one foot. 13. Inko was confused as this old, nearly dead-looking man had just done a move that she would call impossible. I see you are confused. I am sorry about that, but I am Bob, and I am 87 years old. I am a world-renowned martial artist that moved here for my great-grandson. The man said, making Inko, who was still shocked, nod. Now follow me then. I shall bring you toward the house you will be staying at. What? You're accepted. The man stayed quiet for the rest of the trip, not answering any questions that Inko had, as they drove. 3. The drive took a single hour, which was very uncomfortable for Inko as she had no idea what the hell was going on, but as they drove they reached it, a beautiful city, that looked absolutely normal. It was then that they started seeing the people. Inko gasped. Dozens of people, mostly those that looked evil, demons, massive shark men, and scissor hands. It was something else completely. Yes, kiddo, you're free here, and don't worry, we are a close, but friendly community. He drove them to a small, 2-bedroom building. Here, you are, this will be where you will be staying, and don't look surprised when people drop by, they are a curious bunch. The man laughed, just as Inko pulled Izuku out of the car. It was then that he woke up. Huh, what's going on, mommy? Nothing, baby, we just got home, that's all. Izuku nodded as he closed his eyes again. Inko placed Izuku inside, which was when she went for the rest of the stuff, all the stuff they had left. Nothing more than a couple of boxes with clothing, drawing supplies, and toys. 6. But as she walked out, 6 people were standing there, 2 men, holding the stuff, 2 women, holding boxes of food, and 2 kids, 1 purple-haired boy and a pink-skinned girl with yellow horns. Hey, get away, that is my stuff. Inko screamed, scared they were stealing, only for the group to laugh. Sorry, we are your neighbors, we just wanted to help. The woman near the pink-skinned girl gave her husband the box. Her husband, being a 3-meter-tall broad devil-like man, was able to carry it. 6. She walked up to Inko and offered her an. Sorry, I am Alika Ashido. People call me that is my husband Hendrik. Don't worry about him, he is a sweetheart. That is my little girl Mina. Those are the Aizawas, the father Shota, he is barely here thanks to his job. That is his sister, Chichi. She takes care of him most of the time. Oh hi. Inko blushed, having jumped to a conclusion. We heard of Haru that we could expect some new guest. Now we know it could be a little weird coming here, so we just got you some stuff, to make you feel welcome. 13. Aizawa walked up. To Inko he looked rather scary. If you ever need help, just ask. Chichi chopped him on the head. Don't get too close, creep, you look scary that way. We heard you also had a little son, so we brought our kids. Oh, he is sleeping at the moment. I understand, don't worry, take your time, and get used to everyone. Just remember, we are here to help. With this Inko was left alone. Shota and Diablo did place the stuff inside and gave a goodbye to her as they went home. It was then that Inko was able to relax. 7. They were strange. Shota Aizawa, a very tired-looking man, with red pupils, black long hair, black clothing, and a white scarf around his neck. His sister, a woman, the opposite of her brother, short bright hair, looking happy and energized, her eyes white. The son, with purple hair, looks just like his father, but his hair is upward, also looks tired. Then the other, the father, was 3 meters tall, broad-looking, with 2 black horns growing from the top of his head. His wife, a shorter, red-skinned woman, hair tied in a nice bun, with their daughter, a pink-skinned, pink-haired, little girl, 2 small yellow horns popping out her head. 1. Inko looked at the stuff given. Fresh bread, milk, vegetables, rice, fish, cereal, and fruit. It had a lot. Inko smiled with a tear escaping as she looked at the slowly waking Izuku, ready to tell him about the new place they might just be calling home for the rest of their lives. The others were already going crazy. They were excited about the new guest. Inko was a beautiful woman, with a sweet loving area around her, one that would get people to want to know more about her. 1. Some other families went to talk with the two families to get a grip on Inko and Izuku. Come on, give me some info about them. A blonde woman, with reptilian eyes and a snake-like tongue asked. Ryuu, please, when they feel up to it, they will seek us out, but right now, let's just give them some room. Izuku had just woken up and was looking outside, his head barely peeking out from the top of the window, trying to stay hidden as he kept looking out. Inko was in the same room ordering stuff they were going to need. 1. It was weird for Izuku. Each family that walked by waved and smiled. It was something Izuku barely remembered people doing that before. Mommy, why are they acting so nicely? They hate us, right? Inko didn't know how to answer that. That was exactly what she would have thought, but they looked truly friendly and helpful. I think these people are just really nice. Izuku smiled. Mommy, can I play in the yard, please? Fine, but be careful, don't leave the garden yet. Izuku nodded happily as he grabbed his ball from the backpack and ran to the garden. 1. He started throwing it against the wall and catching it again. The first couple of times went great, but then the ball flew out of the garden. Without thinking, Izuku went and grabbed it, only for a car to drive in his path. It could have turned out badly, if not for a white scarf to wrap around Izuku's body and him to be thrown up in the air. He yelled in shock and fear. He was caught by Aizawa, who had a soft smile on his face, only to be punched hard by Inko, whose eyes turned to slits. Don't touch my son. 8. Aizawa got back up, scarf loose and face relaxed. He fully understood her feelings. I just saved him. I wasn't trying anything, I swear. Aizawa walked down the road after looking at both sides, where he grabbed the ball. Again walking back slowly, and placing the ball in front of Izuku. Be careful, kid, don't want to get hurt and make your mommy sad, right? Why, yes sir, sorry. Izuku was scared to look Aizawa in the eyes, being taught that thanks to his teachers. Aizawa raised his hand, and Izuku flinched, expecting to be hit, only to feel a soft head pat. 2. Just be careful next time. He stood up looking at Inko with a soft smile. Sorry for the scare. He gave a small bow before walking back again. Izuku went back to playing, and Inko went to hover, not losing sight of Izuku. They stayed like that for the day, with no problems at all. The night's sleep was peaceful, nearly perfect for them. The second day, Inko allowed Izuku to play in the playground, one with other kids. All that was super friendly and willing to play with him. 1. Allowing Izuku to use their toys, or allowing him to join in on games, all while Inko started slowly befriending the moms. Hey, you're the new girl, right? I am Mika. A woman the same age as Inko said with a cup of coffee. She offered her hand, and Inko was quickly able to see her quirk had something to do with ears, as both her earlobes were earphone jacks. Come join us, we have been talking about this cute little painting shop online, they make really cool stuff. Inko nodded, a little unsure what was going on, but she was happy to try and befriend these new people. While Inko was making conversation with the new housewives from around the neighborhood, Izuku was playing on his own. He was kicking the ball back and forth against the fence, that really being the only playmate he had for years. It was his best friend, one that never got tired of playing with him. So he kicked the ball and it went back to his feet, allowing him to kick again, but because it was a new wall when he kicked again, the ball rolled away from him, into a group of other kids. One Izuku was far too scared to ask for his ball back. 1. He had learned from experience then if the ball was near them, it turned into their ball. Or he got his ass kicked, so he dropped his head and went to find a stick to play with instead, but then something happened he really didn't expect. Hey, here is your ball back. A pink-skinned girl he had yet to meet walked up to him with the ball in her hands. She had a super bright smile on her face, shocking Izuku to his core. Why you're not taking the ball yourself? 2. She cocked her head. No, why would I, it's your ball, right? She dropped the ball and offered her hand. I am Mina Ashido. Wanna play with me and my friends? Wah. Do you wanna play with us? We always want to play with more people. You're not gonna bully me or beat me up. She shook her head. Come, it's fun, I will introduce you. She grabbed his arm, and pulled him with her, giving a friendly laugh as she walked up. Guys, I got a new friend. She yelled to the others, who all turned and looked at them. 5. Okay, these are my friends. That is Hitoshi, He is really sleepy all the time, but also fun when awake. Then that is Kyoka. She likes music. Kyoka was a girl with short dark purple hair with small earphone jacks sticking out from her hair. That is Rumi. She acts really tough but is a crybaby. Not Mina, stop lying or I will fight you. A white-haired girl, with 2 large bunny ears, said, tears already showing up. Mina, stop bullying Rumi, she is just sensitive. The next girl said this one had short blonde hair and 3 spikes of sorts styled on the side of her head. 145. That is Ryuko. We have more but they didn't come today, so still want to play with us. Am I allowed? Don't you hate me because of my quirk? We don't even know your quirks, and we aren't like the meanies outside, are really? Mina nodded. My quirk melts stuff. I am just not very good with it yet, but I will be. Oh, outside? Izuku asked, not knowing what this really was. But Hito Light can control people when he talks to them. Last week he made Kyo do this silly dance which was really funny. 6. Kyo herself has those cool jacks, like she can listen to music with it, it's cool. She also stabs with it when you get super close. Rumi has a rabbit quirk like those super cute ears show. That is Ryuko. She has a dragon quirk, but she isn't evil like those silly outsiders say, she is super nice. Mina said happily as Izuku just stood there shocked about these evil quirks. One even much like himself. He gave a quick look to his mother who was looking right at him. She gave him a nod showing he could tell them to be a kid. 18. Well, I also have a dragon quirk. I have only used it a couple of times at home though, so I don't know a lot about it yet, and my name is Izuku MidoRyuu. Mina looked at him seriously, which got Izuku very scared for a second. You're Zuku for now on. Izuku didn't know what to think. The only ones to have ever given him a nicknames were his mom and Bakugo. But Bakugo did it as an insult, while his mom of course did it out of love. Why? Mina just shrugged as they skipped to Kyoka. Tag, you're it. 1. She then started sprinting away as fast as he could with Kyoka chasing behind her. Shinso walked past Izuku. Ignore the nickname, she does it to everyone, as a show of friendship. Shinso then went to lay on top of the swing set half asleep. With Izuku looking around, with Kyoka walking up to him. Tag, you're it. She then ran away, leaving Izuku confused, as he had never played tag before. What should I do? Wait, we are playing tag. Izuku nodded. Yeah, what is that? Oh, run after us and tag someone when you're it. Oh, okay. Izuku nodded as he started running, which was when the kids noticed it. Izuku was fast, the only one slightly able to outrun Izuku was Rumi with her rabbit legs. You're like super duper fast. Mina said on the floor, breathing heavily. I'm sorry, Izuku said, thinking it was a bad thing. Don't be sad, that will be super useful when we play Ding Dong Ditch. Mina giggled, making Izuku give an unsure laugh himself. But he was feeling great, he started enjoying himself more and more, all those silly, weird games. 8. But they didn't just do stuff they wanted, they even played with the ball a little. It is exactly what Izuku found enjoyable. It was the game he played most himself. But now with other kids, he was able to play games with others. It was like a whole new game, plus everyone was super nice. He didn't know how to react. It got Izuku happy and excited for the next day because Ryuko said that if he would come tomorrow, he could meet the rest of the kids of the area, all just as friendly and all just and cool as the ones he had already met. 1. When it was time to go home, both Inko and Izuku had gone through a whole new experiment. Inko had gotten friends that knew she was a dragon quirk user. They were friendly with her, and when she told them she was the artist they were talking about, they were starting to talk about getting stuff for a discount. It was new for Inko, but she liked it, but the best part was Izuku's smile, his pure, untempered smile of joy that was addictive like hard drugs. And for the first time, Izuku spoke about his friends. 3. He was still a little bad at names, as he never had to be reminded of names before. They never wanted him to say their names, it got them mad. But now he was happily talking to her. And he wanted to get to bed. The sooner he slept, the sooner he was able to meet new friends and play more games, but sadly they had to have dinner first, katsudon, Inko's specialty. Of course, Inko and Izuku had no idea in knowing that on the other side, they were just as excited. Mina was bouncing up and down. 3. She was screaming and running, wanting to invite Izuku for a sleepover and a movie, or dinner, or a playdate, or anything else that could allow her more time with her new friend. Mina always was an excited young lady, and new friends just meant more excitement. But the mothers were also talking about Inko and Izuku. Both looked like they would be perfect fits. The mayor of the city had been hearing all about it from her daughter Rumi. She was really excited about Izuku, who was super strong, which forced Rumi to be better. 'Cause that was Rumi's goal, to be the strongest and the best there was. 5. She was so during all the games. During tag she had to be the hardest to tag, and the best tagger. During hide and seek, she had to be hardest to find, so hard they almost gave up. And when she was the seeker, the game had to be short, but now with Izuku, it gave her a challenge, something to improve even harder for and with. The others also really enjoyed their new friend Izuku, but nighttime came soon enough, allowing them all to sleep and start a new day. 1. Only for Inko to have to deal with something she had never needed to before. Izuku wanted to play outside. It was new for Inko, and she really didn't know the playtime hours, so she gave Izuku his breakfast, dressed him for the weather, and sent him out. Big smile on his face, he went to the playground that was just around the corner, but nobody was out. It was still really early for everyone. So Izuku stood outside, dropping the soccer ball and starting to kick it around alone. Thankfully the rest of the kids didn't come out much later, leaving Izuku only for around 30 minutes. 1. Hey Zuku, look, these are my other friends. Mina cheered as she showed up with a couple of new faces. Hi, Izuku said, unsure, but as the group stood there Mina started talking. So, this is Izuku and he has a dragon quirk. That is really cool. But you haven't seen it. Mina smiled. But you're super cool, Sue. This made Izuku smile as he looked down. Now then, Mina started walking to the group and started pointing at people. That is Himiko, she likes blood, and light can turn into people with that blood, it's really funny. 3. She then pointed to the next one. That is Tokiyami, although he looks like a bird, he doesn't like bird seed, hehehe. But he does have like a shadow friend, but when the sun is out he can't come and play. Next to him is Jirota, but everyone calls him she, he is hairy. And the last is Juzo, he is able to make everything soft, that is them all. Now let's play. Mina screamed as she ran to Izuku, kicking the ball away. The rest started running as well, going to play soccer. 4. They had the time of their lives. The last 2 years of pure hell Izuku had to sit through were gone. Every single moment of pain and suffering shot away like kicking a ball. Zuku, score the ball, you got it. Izuku had the ball on his foot and he kicked it. Rumi in the goal, on her face pure determination to stop the ball. Izuku kicked it. The ball shot right to the middle with a curve, causing Rumi to accidentally jump to the side, scoring the goal. And while Izuku didn't know how to react, his new friends were cheering. 1. This went on for a while. Izuku slowly grew older, but as time passed more people joined the community, not all being seen as evil quirks, but all being new friends. Hey Rumi, have you seen that new TV show? Izuku said as he was kicking the ball up repeatedly, waiting for his friends to show up. Kick it over. Izuku kicked it back, walking to the soccer goal, which started them to play, Rumi trying to score and Izuku trying to block it. Still wanna be a hero, huh? The 8-year-old Izuku nodded. Yeah, I do. All the heroes I met before were bad, they didn't care about saving people. 4. Rumi agreed. Most just didn't care about villainous quirks even. The top heroes often ignored them and talked badly about them. Even the likes of All Might had been called out for saving those without evil-looking mutations from dangerous areas, something he of course denied, but the public knew it was the case. So I am gonna be a hero that saved everyone equally. I will use this power. Izuku turned his arms scally to block the next kick. And I will be a hero. Yeah, the greatest hero, only 'cause I haven't decided yet, 'cause if I turn hero, you're taking second place. As Inko sat in the house of the Aizawas drinking coffee with Chichi, Mika, and one of the newest members, Lilith Kayama. I can't believe little Izu has already started talking about what he will do when he is 18, he is just barely 8. Chichi laughed with Inko nodding her head. He really is determined to become a hero, but I don't know if I should let him. just with all the hate and pain we have to sit through, at least here we are sheltered from it, but out there, he will be seen as one. 3. Ah gave her friend a soft push. Don't worry so much, Izuku will be loved, I mean he is an absolute sweetheart, oh and such a cute little face. Ah laughed as they looked out in the garden, where Izuku was playing with his group of friends, focusing on making MidoRyuu, the most recent arrival, a full member of the group. Hey Inko, how has business been going? I heard you got hired on a hefty commission. Chi-Chi asked with Inko taking a sip of her coffee and nodding. Yes, they remained anonymous, but they asked for a large painting depicting a new day over the horizon, weird but have been working on it. 30. What nobody knew is that who hired her was Nezu, the principal of UA, and the boss of Shota Aizawa. Aizawa had been a hero for around 15 or so years, and a teacher at UA for 5 years. He was known by his students for being a hardass that cared. Aizawa was one for true equality, which was rare. Mostly everyone had their own way of reacting to villainous quirks, and while Nezu strived for an equal playing field, that for some was just not the case. 1. But Nezu, being a highly respected hero and principal, wanted to know what the people around him did, and most importantly where they lived. He did have to pay his workers. But it was then that he stumbled across the most delectable artwork, that because whatever reason, struck a string with him. They were beyond beautiful, and he was unable to understand why. Which for the principal of UA was strange, as not only was Nezu seen as one of the brightest heroes alive, he wasn't human, he was a quirked animal that thanks to his understanding of everything, rose through the ranks and was even highly respected by the top 10 heroes. 5. So he bought a fair share of Inko's artwork, half because of their beauty, and a half because he needed to understand how a mere white piece of canvas, with simple colors, could create such depth, create such emotion. Which caused the hero school of UA to gain quite a bit of new artwork. Oh, you paint, how wonderful, Nem herself likes to, May. Oh, she should come by, it will be great if you allow of course. Lilith nodded her head wanting to ask herself, MidoRyuu wasn't the most open person. 3. Yo, Izuku, wanna one-on-one? Rumi said bouncing her basketball. Izuku nodded their hands. 2 mochi strawberries on Izuku. Ryuko said placing a bet on how this match would go. I will raise that, 1 pack of Doritos and a small bottle of Sprite, on Rumi. Shino added seeing it was common for Rumi to challenge Izuku in anything, so common that the group started placing bets on them. Payment would be snacks, the winner would get their snacks back, plus a share of the loser's snack, but depending on the price you put up, meant how much you would get back in work. 6. The work itself wasn't anything special. Just chores they had vouchers for. Some chores were easy, like doing the dishes or wiping the floor, others were much harder, like mowing the lawn and cleaning their room. This meant that Shinso, if he lost, would have to do a small task, like cleaning the driveway, but Ryuko would do the bigger ones like taking out the trash for a week. These, of course, were seen as rather enjoyable, as only last week, Izuku took a bet out on himself, being able to defeat Rumi in swimming laps around the pool, fastest 10 laps. He put on 1 packet of chips. 2. But Rumi knew she would win, so putting on a 12-pack of cola cans, a part-size pack of chips, and a pack of mini carrots. Izuku lost, hard. Rumi had been training on her swimming skills and Izuku had not, which, seeing the difference was so big in price, meant Izuku had to take out the trash for Rumi for a week while also holding her backpack when at school. So for that week, Izuku 7 knocked on the door, walked in, and took out the trash, all while Rumi and the group watched and laughed. Ooh, Shinso doesn't want the big punishment, such a pussy. Mina screamed from the swings. Put in 2 packs of crackers for me, and put it on the green. Izuku stood in front of Rumi waiting for her to pass the ball which would start the game. It started fast. The second the ball got in Izuku's, Rumi ran forward. Izuku expected this and started off right from the bat, bouncing the ball through his legs, catching it behind his back, and moving left past Rumi. Damn it. 8. Rumi hoped to have stalled him right there, enough to grab the ball and run with it, but Izuku was halfway toward the basket. She knew this first point was lost, but it was the best out of 11. Point 1. Izuku called out as he jumped up high and dunked the ball hard. I know this basketball stuff is set for kids, but that is still super impressive. Shinso said his hair is tied into a top bun by Kyoka while he himself was watching the clouds to relax. Shishi laughed. As Izuku took Rumi's place, doing the same exact thing Rumi did. 4. He rushed her, but unlike her, he made himself big, his arms wrapping forward, closing Rumi's movement off, blocking her from running past him and making an easy point. Izuku was on her tightly, but Rumi knew Izuku just as well as she knew herself. She started acting like she would bounce the ball up high, forcing Izuku to react to her jumping upward, jumping over him. Only to go under his arms and straight for the basket where she was also able to dunk. Booyah loser, she cheered to Izuku prideful as ever. Izuku gave her the ball as it was his turn. 1. This time Izuku wasn't planning on dunking the ball, it was doable but that would be what Rumi would expect of him. So as she passed the ball, he took a couple of steps back. Oh gonna shoot huh, not on my watch. She rushed for him jumping high and blocking that line of sight, but Izuku just took a step to the side and shot. The shot for Rumi felt slow as it swished in the basket scoring Izuku his second point. You got lucky with that one crossed-eyed shit. Rumi cussed as Izuku smirked at her. He passed her the ball, and stepped back, blocking dunks. 2. But not shots, and Rumi seeing herself as a marksman on the court laughed, doing a double pass through the legs, a step back, and shot. Only for it to fall short and land right in Izuku's hands. Who grabbed it and started dribbling. Shit fuck shit, she screamed as she began running to Izuku, who with a small jump and a soft throw scored the third point. With his turn being next. Ready to lose Duracell, Rumi wasn't happy, the chances of her losing were massive at this point. 2. Izuku again went to step back planning on shooting. Rumi doing his exact tactic just with her own spin on it. Izuku shot and it seemed to miss slightly, only for Rumi to jump up high, reaching over the basket and just smacking the ball away. This is a team match that would most likely give them a perfect shot at scoring a point, but in one-on-one the ball just went to Izuku again, who this time shot perfectly. Thanks for the top-tier pass, wouldn't have scored without you. Izuku said seeing he would now only need 2 more points to win the game. 2. Rumi was next up again, not planning on playing even a tiny bit with Izuku. The second she got the ball, she shoulder tackled Izuku, pushing past him and dunking the ball hard. Not cheering after doing so and just staring down Izuku who still had a smile on his face. Oh, Bunban is not playing around, will Zuku be able to overcome this, or will he crush under the bunny might? Himiko spoke in an announcer-type tone as she walked up with a blanket and a bathing suit, planning on getting a tan. 7. Izuku had the ball this time. I am winning in style. Izuku cockily replied bouncing the ball as he got Rumi in his face. But just like her, he was going full body. He pushed forward, trying to walk through Rumi, but her powerful legs held steady even against Izuku's dragon strength. Of course, Izuku wasn't as strong as would be. He still had to go through his dragon's sleep, something Ryuko had just recently gone through, now being the strongest of the group. Followed shortly by Izuku, Shishida, and then Rumi. They are going at it rather roughly, Nimori said. She had long dark purple hair, which she used to mostly hide like a veil around her shoulders. 4. Oh don't worry, Nemnem, both are though, enough to handle it. Mina laughed as Izuku stepped through Rumi, going over her as he jumped, and dunked. Rumi fell back on her but as Izuku powered through her. He was friendly as he offered his hand to get her back on her feet, not that she took it. I am gonna fucking shit on you no, Rumi growled angrily as Izuku passed the ball. But as he stepped forward, he was able to tap the ball away. 6. Both weren't under the control of the ball and ran after it, causing the group to laugh at the silliness of the two that just acted like pro athletes. But Rumi got under control again. Ha try me shitstain. She rushed him, but Izuku stood strong and braced, bouncing her off and making her fall back, allowing Izuku to grab the ball and run for the basket, where he promised to dunk with style. He jumped and turned around, planning to hit it from the back, which worked. He only got his head banged against the rim, making him fall forward and faceplant into the ground. 2. This got the group to first laugh, only for Izuku to sit up, blood rushing out his nose as it was broken. This turned the group's laughter into worry. Mama! They all screamed, unsure what else to do. Instantly all the nearby neighbors rushed out, the entire community caring for all and each of them. They saw Izuku on the floor with a broken and bloodied nose, and everyone ran. Aizawa, who was taking a nap, saw it from his window, and as the hero he was, grabbed a nearby first aid kit, and jumped out the window. 8. He rushed to Izuku. What happened? Hyoka, while in tears, spoke. Hick. He was playing basketball. Hick, and then he hit his head and fell on the floor. She cried, giving Aizawa what caused it. Shin, get an ice pack now. Get a car ready, we need to head to a doctor for this to be set. Aizawa pulled out some tissues to clean up and stop the bleeding. Hey, be a big man for me right now, Izuku, you're gonna be a hero, right? So listen, just look a little up for me and hold this right here, everything will be alright. Aizawa explained. Inko stepped out of the car, with Izuku following. His face was bandaged up, but it was still visible. He now had 2 obvious black eyes. The bandages around his nose were slightly bloodied. You know what the doctor said, Izuku, no solid foods. I will make you an extra big portion when you are healed, but for now you will stick to non-solids, so yogurt, soup, and that stuff. Fine. Izuku wanted to pout, but that frankly hurt too much, so he just walked to his room, not wanting to deal with stuff. 8. He really wanted to see his friends, but at the moment that just hurt, they always made him laugh, and when he laughed his nose hurt, so he just stuck to be in his room, hopefully being able to play something on the gaming consoles. But as he was doing that, Inko was making her way to the neighbor's house. Knocking twice and waiting. It didn't take long for the door to be opened. Hey Ink, how is Izuku? He in a lot of pain. Inko shook her head at Chi-Chi's question. He acts like it, but the doctor gave him some pain medication, but could you perhaps call your brother down? Chi-Chi smirked, noticing the small blush so, like the friend and little sister she was. 9. Shoo, your future girlfriend is here. Inko used her quirk to float a small magazine over to hit her in the head, causing her to laugh even more as she walked away. The only thing that increased her blush, even more, was Shota screaming back. Inko is not my future girlfriend. Now shut up and go back eating, you smelly pig. Oh, hey Inko, sorry about that. What is it? Need any help? Inko shook her head. 69. And no, she took a deep breath. No, I would like to invite you over for dinner. As a thank you with Izuku. Totally not because I want to get to know you better, that wasn't it, just to thank you. Inko blurted out, both only blushing as Chi-Chi laughed loudly from the other room. Well, if you insist, I will happily take you up on that offer. Inko nodded with a smile. Is 7 okay? Shota nodded, making Inko smile and run back to her house. Ships, I still need to clean. 48. Inko started cleaning her already neat and clean household, only to jump in the shower right after. Inko wasn't expecting anything, she didn't want anything to happen yet. She just didn't want to smell like sweat and cleaning supplies during dinner. That, however, didn't stop her from putting on her best and most beautiful dresses. A soft lime green dress, it reached a little below her knees. She loved it, and finally, she started cooking. Now asking Izuku this question would result in an instant single question. His mother's cooking was divine, nothing better on earth, but Inko wanted it to taste even better. 11. Aizawa rang the ball at exactly 7. Inko skipped down the stairs, just having given Izuku his soup and tea, but at the perfect temperature that he could eat it yet not burn his mouth, which could hurt him. On time as always. Aizawa gave a breath as a chuckle. It's illogical to let people wait. Please come in. Dinner is just about ready. Would you like some wine? Inko said as she stood to the side. I will have what you will. Aizawa said as he hung his coat up, and walked in. He himself had cleaned up as well. 5. Wearing clean black pants with a tighter black shirt. His hair was washed and combed back, clean shaven. And most importantly, he was standing straight. He walked around the house, first time being inside. This made his notice things. You like these books? He pointed at the set of fantasy books about pirates. Yes, Izuku wanted to watch the movie together, which I enjoyed, and decided to buy the books. Aizawa laughed as he walked toward the table where Inko placed his glass of wine. He sat down and just looked at Inko, who was finishing the last part of dinner. 12. She placed both bowls down and took a seat on the other side of the table. Itadakimasu. Both took a bite. For Inko it was a normal meal. For Aizawa, it was as if the flavor god came down and just punched him in the face. Oh wow, this is absolutely delicious. Aizawa started eating more. While he always made sure there was food in the house, and Chichi always cooked healthy meals for Hitoshi, Aizawa more often than not ate like trash. Best he mostly ate during work was bento from nearby shops, and at home, either microwave meals or cold leftovers. This however was the best food he ever had. It was almost as good as his mother's and grandmother's cooking. They ate quickly but they didn't move. I heard from Hitoshi that Izuku aims to be a hero. Inko nodded. Yes, I don't know how I feel about it. I don't want Izuku to deal with those angry people, those that hate him for something he can't control. Aizawa nodded. Humanity just likes being divided. Look at before quirks, everyone would argue about race and sex, however not care more about if you have a quirk and if it's any good. 1. It was the sad reality of the world and brought the mood slightly down in the room, but Inko spoke with a smile. I am just grateful we arrived here, and Izuku got a heroic role model in you. This got Aizawa to cough, not expecting that. What? Oh oops, it seems that was a secret. Inko laughed embarrassed. Please don't tell Izuku, but you are the reason he wants to be a hero. Izuku never had heroes he could look up to. They all hated him. They all caused problems for us, even when we were nearly killed. 1. Aizawa knew that Chichi had told him, but Inko didn't know what hero it was so he was unable to really act on it. Let's forget all that silliness, that is gone. How about another glass of wine? Inko filled both of their glasses and even pulled out a pack of cards to keep themselves entertained a little bit. But as Inko and Aizawa were having their date together, the other kids were talking to each other. Nimari the new kid, asking how everyone got there, and if what happened to her happened to the others as well. 3. So how did you guys get here? Nimari asked with Mina speaking up first. My dad moved here after marrying my mom. He always said it was hard to live, and after my mom found out about it, she forced him to move, then I was born. Rumi, Kyoka, and Tokiyami nodded, it being the case for them as well. Well, my grandpa instead of mom, but overall the same, Rumi said as she snacked on some baby carrots. I came here only 2 weeks after my quirk. My mother found it safest to not test the cruelty of men. 12. Shinso looked out the window as he talked. We came here after my mom left us. My dad wanted me to be safe. Though I wasn't really bullied, was more a precaution. Same for us, Shishida and Juzo said, playing checkers together. Much like when Izuku broke his nose, they had been using snacks as bets. Doritos vs Cheez-Its. I did, 6 months before my mom moved us. People were really mean. Yeah, I once had red paint thrown on me, all because I like blood. Himiko said, adding on to words of Ryuko. Wow, really paint, that is mean. 3. Nimari was bullied, but never touched or attacked. Most of it was calling her mean words. Most were from the parents. They saw her as some slut. It was part of her quirk that didn't even worked yet. When she turned into an adult woman, it started at 15, she would be able to turn people's attraction to her, to boost her quirk, changing it from dizziness into sleep. It would turn it into a knockout gas. Wow, that is crazy. You all had it horrible. Zuko had it worse. I heard my mom talk about it to my dad after being told by his mom. 9. Mina said with Nimari wanting to know what happened. Well, so Izuku had this friend when he was a small kid. He was a little loud and angry, but overall they were friends. But then as Izuku got his quirk, it turned bad. Nimari gasped. How bad? Mina shrugged. The first day we met him, his ball rolled to us, and he just gave it up. He thought it was our ball now, he didn't even know how to play tag. Nimari gasped again, shocked at the fact. But so my mom right, she told my dad, that they were nearly killed. 1. I heard my dad talk about that. The house was burned down after they left apparently. He also heard from some hero that they were shot at as well. But he is chill now. Does he get injured a lot? Mina laughed. No, he mostly is a super cool dude. He was the first one from us to dunk the ball. Oh, I see, and he was the one with a dragon quirk, right? Nimari asked to make sure she had it correct in her mind. Yay, now let's see if we can do something. Ryuko said, wanting to do something else than sit still. 1. The group turned into better friends as years went past. Right now they were 12 years old, and Izuku stood outside the window of Mina, who was crying. "Mina, talk to me please." "No, you cheater. I am never gonna talk with you ever again, you stupid cheater." Mina screamed loudly back with Izuku's head dropping. "I didn't cheat, I was just holding her hand, nothing else, I swear." "See, you even admit it." Izuku's head dropped down. Kyoka and Rumi were sitting in the playground shaking their heads. This is what? The third time Mina has seen her boyfriend cheating. 7. Kyoka laughed at it. Mina had dated Izuku twice now and Tokiyami once. Both cheated on her in different ways. Izuku first cheated on her by dancing with Kyoka. Then Tokiyami cheated on her by sharing his lunch with Rumi. Which happened since they knew each other. Tokiyami didn't like carrots, and Rumi didn't like pickles, so during lunch, they swapped. Which was funny for everyone. Mina even laughed about it, but now it was a problem. It was really funny for everyone except Mina, who went on a crying spree because of it, only to be friends a week later. 2. By the way, Ryu, I heard you and Rumi are planning on joining Zuku as a hero. Ryuko shook her head. Not yet sure. Rumi is. She is now joining Izuku every week during training. Oh, everyone was unsure if they wanted to be heroes. The main drive was Izuku. He was a hero and he wanted to really improve the world, not by beating villains out of it, but by helping everyone. They sat there for a bit until Nimari came running up to them. Guys, big news. She screamed loudly as she ran up. 1. What? Inko and Aizawa are dating. I saw them kissing. Ryuko started laughing loudly, holding her stomach as she was laughing. They have been, for a year now. You really didn't know that yet. Wa. Nimari was shocked. Yeah, Aizawa asked her a year ago, just a week before her birthday. Nimari was so shocked that she fell to her knees. I am the last one to know. Yay, you are in fact the last one to know. How I don't know, they haven't been keeping it a secret at all. Kyoka said with Nimari dropping her head in sadness. Izuku opened his eyes. He looked to the side to his alarm. July 15th, his birthday, he turned 15 today. And he was worried but excited. The group would be going outside the city, head to an arcade and movie. It was not something Izuku often did, and even rarer for it to be without an adult, so he sat up in his bed, standing up and dropping forward right away, starting to do push-ups. It was how he started off all his days, with a simple workout, 25 push-ups to start. Which he was able to do easily. 7. To then move into a set of 50 mountain climbers. Which was harder. It then turned into a 5-minute plank, with meditation. As he walked out of his room, he slammed his hand down on the door next to him, causing Shinso to get out, eyes closed, still tired as they walked down the stairs. Morning, Mom. Both boys said as Inko waved at them, playing 2 plates of food down. Both quickly ate all food. Only for Aizawa to walk up. Hey buddies, dear. He patted both their heads and walked into Inko, who got a kiss. 4. It had been 4 months since they had married each other and 2.5 years since they had moved in with each other. Shinso had quickly started calling Inko Mom, same for Izuku with Aizawa, although that was at moments. Aizawa was sure that during training, he was Sir, but during the day or any time else, Izuku could call Aizawa Dad, Pops, anything he wanted. You are both ready for tonight, right? Yes Dad, we are. Fine. Aizawa walked up to Shinso and grabbed him by the collar. Give me your money. It was a test and Shinso knew he would need to react. 6. He twisted his body sideways, weakening the wrist. The arm closest to Aizawa moved up and brought his forearm to Aizawa's wrist, turning it down, making it loose, only for one hand to still be stuck. Which just meant Hitoshi turned fully, which with a grip on his wrist, turn it into shoulder toss, right through the table, only for both to stop. Good. Smooth moves, Hitoshi, Aizawa said, removing his grip and sitting down as Inko gave him a cup of coffee. I also won't be home, I will be doing rounds for Black Arms. 3. I am gonna take a jog. Izuku said. Yes, I will wear something else than my sleepwear. He was still wearing just pants and nothing more. He didn't wear a lot, it was sunny. So wearing shorts, running shoes and a phone case on his arm, he put his earphones in and started running. Waving to everyone, also ignoring the cat calls, Mina and Nimari always gave him in the morning. It was rather impressive how they always came up with new ones. Tonight at 5 at my house, beefcake. Mina screamed with Izuku having a single wave of acceptance. 6. It didn't take long for some of the neighbors came by and dropped off presents and congratulated Izuku on his birthday. Izuku thanked them, and talked a little. Just after the afternoon, the group walked in. "Hey buddy," Mina screamed as she ran in and jumped on top of Izuku, who was able to catch her and hold her up. "You really like this, don't you?" "Jupe." Mina popped the pea. "I can't help it. I wanna really know the difference when you finally get your dragon rest. Ryuko already had it and now can press me. Wanna know if you can do the same with one arm when it's finally your turn." 2. I just want to know if you will finally outgrow me. Rumi laughed. She was smaller, though she counted her ears making her the tallest, which was unfair in everyone's eyes, but Rumi had been training hard. She had one of the hardest kicks in the group. "Now let's have some cake, so we can hit the road." "No, can't do that, Mom is still finishing it. And before you try and sneak a peek Himi, she will attack you with the spatula." This caused the door to stay closed. 3. She could hit people harder than a car with that simple rubber mixer. "Fine, so what now? We can't eat, so really what can we do?" "You can come to the garden and show me if you're allowed to go." Aizawa said, wanting each of them to be prepared. It was the same reason. He gave a monthly self-defense lesson, the most brutal and effective form of self-defense. The group loved it. It made them safer even after being hated. Each one did a similar except Mina and Rumi. Mina stepped up and kicked Aizawa in the balls. He laid on the floor and with a strained voice he spoke. "Good kick, though, more foot less shin next time." It took 4 minutes before Aizawa was able to stand up and walk. He was trained and been kicked in the balls more than he could count. Rumi was last up. She could have kicked him in the balls as well, possible break his balls, but that wasn't the case. She just kneed him in the side, then kicked him back. "Wait, Izuku hasn't done anything." Izuku laughed as Shinso called him out. "Oh yeah, so what do you got in store for me?" 2. I will try my best. Izuku first tried pushing him off, but Aizawa had too much grip. "Rather weak. Really gonna defend yourself like that?" Izuku grabbed Aizawa, once by the collar, and once by the hip. "Let go." Izuku angrily threw Aizawa, making him fly through the garden and fall in the pool. "Wow, Izuku, that was something else." Shinso laughed, only for Inko to finally walk out with the cake. "Food." Himiko screamed happily as Inko placed the cake down and cut everyone a piece. Everyone ate. The cake was tasty. It was a French vanilla sponge cake, with jam and whipped cream. 8. They were still talking about it, even when they were in the subway on the way to the biggest arcade in the area. "So birthday boy, what do you want to start doing?" "Let's start at the alien shooters." Which was what they did. 2 simple boxes, a plastic pistol you had to point and shoot. It was great fun, but the entire day was great fun. They ran around doing everything they could find. They had tokens for days, which got them to play everything. 1. When it was 8, they were all headed outside, having played for nearly 2 hours, but right now they had a movie to catch, one they really didn't want to miss. It was about 2 brothers, fighting against the world, an outbreak of a virus turning those effective into bloodthirsty beasts, acting much like smart zombies. These 2 brothers were immune. And it was the first in a turn of a 4-part series, that the group was really looking forward to. And oh boy was the movie great. The ending was left on a massive cliffhanger. One of the brothers' girlfriends were found, and joined their group. Only to fall down a bridge as they ran. 8. Let's head to the shop, might be able to get a drink, to celebrate your old age. As they walked toward the shop, planning on hopefully getting a beer or something like that. But as they walked through a bar area, a man, already far too drunk while it was not even 10, made a comment to Honanuki. "Oi toothless fuck, get out of my face before I get sick." Izuku didn't like that. "EY, watch your fucking mouth when talking to my friends." Izuku got mad, causing his eyes to turn reptilian. 3. Oh what villain fuck, gonna murder me, I am a fucking hero villain bitch. He got right into Izuku's face and started poking him in the chest. "Oh, I didn't think a drunk small dick bitch boy could make it as a hero." This pissed the hero off an extreme amount. His knuckles started smoking. Watch for tone villain boy, next time you open your fucking mouth, I will break your teeth in and take you to jail. Hey watch it, he ain't a villain. Rumi said growling at the villain. Watch it bunny bitch, Izuku pushed him. 3. Don't talk to my friends like that, once more, and I will press your face in shit. Izuku now poked him. The hero saw this as an act of aggression from a villain and attacked back. He punched Izuku in the ribs. His fist exploded like a small charge of C4 right on Izuku's heart. The bang rang loudly through the entire area, it caused Kyoka and Rumi's ears to ring and hurt. Enough that they had to cover up. Izuku however, flew back, 24 meters down the street, his shirt burned open and his chest bleeding and burning. 4. The punch was hard enough to have caused Izuku's heart to stop, he died right there and then. Izuku. Himiko ran, the group followed right away, shocked. He isn't breathing. Kyoka said not to hear any heartbeat. They were scared that their friend just died. Move. A pink-haired girl with dreadlocks ran in and started doing CPR, her hands quickly turning bloodied from Izuku's chest. They looked back, wanting to stop and kill the fake hero, only for him to have escaped. The pink-haired girl was able to start Izuku's heart again, but he was not awake, he was still out of it. 3. Tokiyami had called the ambulance and police right away, along with Inko, who called Aizawa and the other parents. Most went right to the hospital, but Aizawa had a different idea. Shinso, how did he look and what was his quirk? Aizawa called his son to explain how he looked. He was a slightly fat, bald dude, with a scruffy beard, his quirks were exploding fist or something. 5. Shota asked with Shinso just giving a yes. Stay with Izuku and Inko, I will drop by soon. 5. It didn't take Aizawa 30 minutes to fight the hero. Boomfist was stumbling down an alley, drunk as fuck. That didn't stop Aizawa from jumping down and wrapping his scarf around his wrist and tying him up. What the fuck do you think you're doing? The drunk hero said. Aizawa didn't respond, he just punched the man in the ribs. I am the father of the boy you almost killed. That vil. Aizawa punched him in the face. Now, I am going to arrest you and take you to jail, where you will hopefully be shanked to death for being a hero. But before that, I am going to get some payback. 3. Aizawa started swinging, beating his rage on the man. Aizawa was training combos and this man is a dummy. Right hook in the ribs, straight jab to the serum, open palm strike to the gut, left hook to the kidney, high kick against the knee, elbow to the face, straight punch to the nose, and Aizawa ended it by grabbing his head and bouncing it on the wall, where he went slack. Aizawa, having removed most of his rage, let the scarf loose, sinking the man to the ground, where he pulled his phone out and called the police. 2. Having done what he needed to do, he waited until the police showed up, using his status to make sure he went to jail. It helped that his son was attacked. Right then, Aizawa ran, going right to the hospital, where he and Inko spent their time looking after Izuku. It was painful for them to see, but the doctor, one trusted by Aizawa, notified them Izuku's quirk began evolving. Izuku went into Dragon's Rest. Inko did cry loudly after finding out Izuku would have to live with a large star-like scar on his chest, right on his heart. So MidoRyuu, when is Izuku going to wake up? Nimari asked. The friend group had just walked up toward the hospital room Izuku was still in. We can't be sure. The doctor said the damage was rather intense. He is only breathing as of now, because of that pink-haired lady that gave him CPR. We can still visit, correct? Of course Shishida, you're always welcome to visit Izuku, you're all his friends. The group smiled, as they followed Inko into the room, where they saw Izuku, laying in bed. 5. He had a nightgown of sorts, but they could still see the bandages coming from his chest. He looked a rather peaceful look as he lay down. Izuku, your friends showed up, how nice of them, right? Inko spoke softly. They saw Aizawa in a nearby chair, sleeping next to Izuku. He was in full hero gear. He had texted Nezu for a vacation, not sure how many, but seeing as Aizawa never took any vacation days, and it was a family emergency, Nezu allowed it. He was even willing to make some calls to get Recovery Girl to give him a once-over as well as some extra hero patrols. 1. He really looks peaceful, it's almost as if he is asleep, Mina said, small tears beating in the corner of her eyes. It saddened her deeply seeing her dear friend and even ex-boyfriend hurt in a hospital bed. She hated it, how vulnerable the strongest boy she knew looked. She wasn't alone, everyone had that shared feeling. Izuku to all of them had a special place in their heart. He was a listener, a friend, a sparring partner, a protector. He was everything they needed, yet when they needed him they just stood there and watched. 5. But each of them from that moment on was sure about what would happen. They were going to follow Izuku and Rumi and they would become heroes. The fact a scumbag like that would be able to call Izuku a villain and nearly murder him made them sick, just as sick they became when they stood there watching Izuku dying. It hurt them, but they would train, grow strong and really protect the world. But there was something else that happened within everyone. The girls were sure, their confused feelings, the same confused feelings Mina had already acted on before. 2. They were now clear as glass, they were in love with Izuku. Each of them knew what they wanted a relationship with him, and they would show that to him. The group sat down in the room, just wanting to be around Izuku for a bit. I heard from your mothers, that you all will also try and join UA, in a couple of years I mean. Inko asked. She had read in a study that talking to those in a coma, could help with their waking up at a faster pace. And she was willing to do it all. 2. As time went by, the friend group left when it turned dark. Aizawa woke up as Inko went home to sleep and make dinner for Shinso. It was sort of the understanding the two of them had. Aizawa would sleep during the day, and Inko would then be around, making sure he always had someone around him in case he woke up, so that he would never be alone. Back at home, Inko made sure Izuku's room was cleaned. But as each day went by, the time went slower and slower. It felt like entire months had passed. 2. But it had only been 3 weeks, but he wasn't in a coma, he was in his dragon rest. And the group noticed, as Izuku lay still in bed, only being moved to be washed by the nurses. But his muscles became more defined. First Izuku had rather plain arms, no heavy training that turned them into much, but then slowly, they started growing. More visible than before, but it wasn't just his arms, it was his entire body. Inko noticed that the times his bandages were cleaned, Inko noticed his abs grew. He had them before, small, nearly unnoticeable, but most recently, they were there. 7. Funnily enough, he also grew. It shocked the nurses slightly as they had to change his outfit twice, and add an extra roll of bandages as well as his chest grew. It was an absolute shock to the group. But again the dragon's rest, chance him more. Ryuko and Inko grew stronger, more control, faster, and more primal, but Izuku also grew more durable. It wasn't an absolute shock, as the doctor started having trouble getting the needle through Izuku's skin. The last noticeable change they were able to find was the feeling the animal quirked users got. Rumi, Ryuko, Tokiyami, Shishida, and Inko, all three just felt Izuku's presence. A shiver ran down their spine the first couple they saw him during his rest. It shocked them. It was as if they were in the room with a predator, a beast resting. The thought they all shared was that as Izuku would angry and what that would feel like, how he most likely would be able to defeat certain villains, with nothing but a glare, and how he perhaps would instill will and domination over those of weaker-willed them himself. The questions grew with each day Izuku didn't wake up. 4. I wonder when he will finally wake up. It's been 6 weeks, 1.5 months now. Shinso said, slightly irritated with the time it had been taking for Izuku to wake up. He hated the fact he was feeling useless. I am not sure. The doctor said he should wake up soon. Let's just hope it's soon. And as if the gods heard Inko's request, Izuku's right hand twitched. Soon his arm moved. And just like that, Inko woke Aizawa up and called for a doctor inside. Izuku had started waking up. It took 15 minutes before Izuku fully woke up. 2. What is going on? Izuku's voice has slightly changed. It had become more rough and brutal. You were in a coma. You have been knocked out for 6 weeks now. How I can't remember what happened. It was my birthday, right? Inko took her son's hand. Yes baby, it was your birthday. You were attacked. You died for a bit, but you are okay now. What happened to the villain that attacked me? He is gone to jail. He won't ever walk free ever again. Aizawa quickly responded, placing his hand on his son's head. 6. We will do a quick set of tests on you, to make absolutely sure you are not in danger, but after that, you will be allowed to go home with your family. Inko happily nodded, and they were allowed to bring Izuku home. He drove in the street, and the group was already waiting for them. "Zuku, you're back, yeah." Himiko happily screams as she was jumping happily with Mina, hands combined as they went in circles. The second the car stopped, the group was at the door. The girls pushed each other to the side. "1. I will help him out." "No, I will do that." "Excuse me, but as I have dated him I will help him." "That is exactly the reason you are not allowed to help." "I will." The girls kept arguing more and more, leaving Izuku stuck behind the door. "Girl, while I like the fact you're all are willing to help him, he really doesn't need it, and to help him, you need to at least first open the door." The girls all blushed before jumping out the way, allowing Izuku to be seen. But in an amount of shock, they all took a step back. 4. Izuku toured over all of them. Izuku stood at 190 and the limited clothing he wore showed that he was well trained. It wasn't like Izuku had been in a coma for 6 weeks, but more like he had been using steroids and trained for 6 full weeks. They had seen a slight groan, but now freely walking, with everything out in the open, the tight t-shirt, showing his booming chest, his budging arms, enormous forearms, the shorts, big calves. Izuku looked like a beast. 7. Holy hell bro, you turned massive, Juzo said with a chuckle. "Yeah, not sure why. Guess I needed some rest." "Does your chest hurt?" Shishida asked, slightly worried, but Izuku just shrugged. "It still has a slight irritation to it, but nothing too bad." Izuku softly tapped his chest. "Just don't get a big head, lizard, I can still kick your ass if I want to." Rumi said, standing face to chest with Izuku, her soft fluffy ears tickling his nose. "I am sure you can, Rumi, I am sure you can totally beat my butt." Izuku put 2 hands below Rumi's armpits and lifted her up, and placed her to the side. 12. Sorry but I am starving for Katsudon. Rumi was blushing red. "You're lucky my mom called for me." Rumi did not hear her mother, but she was too embarrassed to stay there. The small but sudden show of power was just a little too much for the rabbit woman to handle, but Izuku didn't notice. He just walked over to the door, but Mina and Himiko jumped on his side. "I will help you." Izuku just kept quiet as Shinso and the other dudes facepalmed. "He has to notice," Shinso said as he followed them inside. 9. Inside, Izuku ate around 10 times the amount of food he would normally eat. "Oh mom, that was great, I am stuffed. I feel as good as new." "Then if you're good with it, come in the yard, I wanna see what this rest has done to you." Izuku nodded to Aizawa's request. "Be careful, I don't want any injuries." Inko was worried for all of them, but most for Izuku as he was just out of the hospital. "Just like before, I will grab you, and get me off you." Izuku nodded. Aizawa was on his son in a second, grabbing his neck. 3. Izuku in reflex just punched Aizawa off. A single-handed thrust shot Aizawa back, through the wooden fence and in the neighbor's lawn. "Ah!" Mina's father yelled, his demonic form releasing the most feminine scream ever heard. "Dad, are you all right?" "I am. Just wow, that was a lot of force." "Sorry, I like always tried with all my might, though it seems I got a bit stronger than before." "My apologies Mr. Ashido, I will fix the fence tomorrow, I promise." He just waved him off, still trying to catch his breath from the spook. 6. "Ha ha ha, I heard it from inside dear, you screamed again, ha 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 ha," Alice screamed from inside. It was Alice's favorite thing, scaring her husband. She would do it all day every day. She tried to always, she even paid the kids from time to scare him. Worth all the snacks or money they wanted. The next day Izuku indeed fixed the fence, and while it normally was a good amount of effort, now it was barely a test. Placing the plank down, with a single hit on the nail, it was stuck. It didn't take 20 minutes before Izuku was done. So he walked inside. 1. Izuku, go back and finish the fence, you broke it, so you make it. Inko was sure of one thing, she wanted her sons to be honest and responsible. "I know mom, I am done with it though. I fixed the entire fence, I promised I would do it," Izuku proudly said, sitting down in front of the TV to watch different shows. As his mom looked outside, she smiled seeing it was done. This dragon rest will really be useful for house tasks. It had been a couple of weeks since Izuku got back from the hospital, and mostly it was normal, there were still worries for his health, and his mother checked his chest weekly, with a constant nagging to keep it clean. Something he understood, but as he got his tired body out of bed, he looked at the clock. 6 o'clock. Like normal, doing his morning workout and walking down for his breakfast, which he had to make himself as his mother was still sleeping, so just a simple egg fried rice was it. 3. That was all the time Izuku really had before his phone buzzed, showing someone was at the door. Izuku just smiled as he opens the door. "Hello, sir." At the door was Mina's father. He worked together with a nearby construction crew. And Izuku, who wanted to earn a little bit of money, went ahead and asked for a summer job, which he got, getting in the car with him and taking the 45-minute drive. Izuku had around 15 minutes for himself before working, which he almost always spent drinking coffee with the boss's daughter. As he walked into the lunchroom, there she was. 2. Brown hair cut at the shoulder, the tips aimed inward, framing her face, pink rosy cheeks and a smile to match. She waved happily as she saw Izuku enter and shoved his cup of coffee forward. "Hey MidoRyuu," she said happily. "Hey Uraraka, you're here early." She nodded. Papa wanted to start early making a layout for the cement walls. Izuku nodded with a smile as he sat down and started drinking. He really connected with Uraraka. Both wanted to be heroes, for slightly different reasons. Ochako wanted to make money and people happy, which Izuku respected. 20. Hell, even if she just wanted money, doing heroics isn't that smart for just money. Showing she wanted to help people as well. Izuku just wanted to show what a real hero is to the fakes, and beat their asses in the process. It didn't matter if the asses he kicked were heroes or villains, and after telling her the story of his chest wound, neither did she really. But the 15 minutes went past quickly, causing the pair to split up. Ochako moved toward mixing, and Izuku toward demolition. It was his solo job, breaking down walls and such, which he was able to do due to his increase in strength. 5. Putting on his hard hat and reflector jacket, he grabbed his strengthened sledgehammer and walked toward the first wall. Spinning his arm a bit, before with a mighty show of strength, he brought the hammer down on the wall from on top. Instantly a hole formed in the wall. He did the same 7 more times, all on the edge of the wall, equal parts spread, 1 in each corner, and 1 right in the middle of the sides and tops. Before then dropping the hammer and pushing the wall out with his strength. 5. He kept doing it for a couple of hours before he was done with his job. He had already done most of the walls before. Now the last thing to really do was to see what else he was able to do. "Mr. Uraraka, sir, I am done with the walls on south." This shocked the man as he coughed and almost spit his coffee all over the plans. "Oh, what, already? That was a 4-week job for 3 men, and you did it in a week alone." Izuku just kept up his friendly face. "Well, have an early lunch, then when that is over, join my wife with the loading of bricks." 3. Izuku nodded as he walked away, going toward lunch where he realized he didn't have his lunch with him. He had it in the fridge at home, and he did not have the time to go home and grab it. While he had an hour lunch, he would need 30 extra minutes alone to get home and back, 15 if traffic was good. He did the only thing he could. He opened his phone and went over to one of the group chat he shared with his friends from home. "Misfits. Why friend? Hey, weird question, but I forgot my lunch. Is anyone willing to grab it and hop in the subway and bring it to me? Blood Princess. I would totally, but helping my mom ATM, so we. Bun gun. I can't in the middle of training ATM, so not home. Maybe Mina, I remember her being home. Succubus. I can totally come by and watch you sweat. Where lunch at? Why friend? Thanks Nem, it's in the fridge, a couple of containers of food, you are a lifesaver, you know that. Bubblegum. Damn, I am too late, I would have loved to come to bring it, I would even feed you. Succubus. Well, too bad Pink, I am already on my way." Izuku turned his phone off as Mina and Nimari started arguing about who would bring him his phone. He had no idea why. They had been acting weird since he got back. Whenever he jogged shirtless and he came face to face with the girls, they either ran away or just stared. It had to be with the scar. Maybe they were guilty that he died without doing anything about it themselves. But they also argued a lot more, mostly revolving around him, and he really didn't get it. 13. But putting his phone back in his pocket, Izuku decided to just close his eyes for a bit, until he got called on his phone. Hello MidoRyuu speaking. Yo hunk, which subway was it? Oh hey Nem. Yeah it's subway line E and then the fourth stop. Should take around 40 minutes, I can't explain how big of a help you are. Nimari laughed. Thank me with a back rub tonight haha, see you in 40. She gave a smooch before hanging up, making Izuku laugh as he decided instead of sleeping he would just scroll through the web. 35 minutes later Izuku stood up and walked toward the subway, explaining it quickly to the boss who understood. The walk was just on time as Nimari walked out. Bag in hand. Hey Zuzu, she screamed and ran, jumping in his arms, blocking it easily as if it was nothing. Hey Nem, thanks for bringing the food, you are a lifesaver. No worries bae, what do you have friends for? She said looking him up and down, licking her lips as she saw his arms slightly bulked up from the work. Well CYA, Izuku said assuming she would go right back home but she shook her head. 2. We are eating lunch together, look. She pulled out a salad. Or don't you want to with me? She pouted. Izuku just exhaled with a single chuckle. Fine, just let's hurry still gotta warm mine up. They started walking back, Nimari hugging Izuku's arm. Nem why are you clinging on to me so much? He asked, being the dense dragon he is. I don't want to get lost that is all. Oh, okay. Walking together right into the lunch room, where Izuku started using the microwave right away, wanting his food warm. 14. Oh hey, Midori, who are you? Ochako said, her cheerful face kind of disappearing as she saw Nimari sitting at the lunch table next to Izuku's stuff. Oh hey, Uraraka, that is Nimari Kayama, she is a friend from my street. I forgot my lunch but she was sweet enough to bring me my lunch from home. Oh, hi, Nem, this is Ochako Uraraka, she is the daughter of the boss, she is also aiming to be a hero like us. Yeah, aiming for Ua. She sat down, on the other side of Izuku. So Kayama, what do you do? I am still studying full time, not as smart as Super Zuku. 1. Izuku laughed. I am not that smart Nem and you know it, I just had a good amount of help from my dad. He said as he sat down between them. He started eating right away, shoveling big parts of food in his mouth as both Ochako and Nimari slowly ate their food staring at each other as both felt they wanted each other's spot. Izuku of course had no idea that both of them liked him. Izuku shoveled the food down as he had never eaten before. 8. Slow down, Midoriya, don't want to choke now do you? With a full mouth and stuffed cheeks Izuku nodded, slowly eating the rest. It didn't take long for others to join them in the lunch room. So Midoriya, those two lovely ladies your girlfriends? Izuku turned his head slightly. I mean yeah, they are my friends and girls, so. Both girls blush. I got to go, Nimari said with a heavy blush, as she quickly ran out. She quickly told Izuku CYA later but that was it. Ochako however wasn't able to flee, so instead she blushed, brought both her hands up to her face, and accidentally float herself up to the ceiling all while Izuku shrugged and kept eating. 4. He didn't understand why everyone kept laughing loudly at him. He didn't understand if he said something funny or just if he missed a joke. But as he finished his food, cleaned the leftover boxes, and put them back in the bag. And then he went right back to work. Miss Uraraka, I was told to help you. Oh Midoriya, yes, I will explain what we will do. You will have to fill those pallets with bricks, then I will come by with the truck and move them. 1. Where do they need to be moved to? Don't mind that, it's not as if you can lift them. Izuku walked up, grabbed the sides of the pallets, and just stood up. It's a little heavy, but I can manage. It was around a good 50 kilos but Izuku was able to lift that with one arm without much trouble. This however shocked the mother of Ochako as she did not expect to see that. Don't overwork yourself baby, you don't want to be hurt in the end. It's fine miss, I am aiming to be a hero, so I have to get far stronger. 8. Seeing Izuku wasn't going to let down on this, Miss Uraraka just accepted the fact and gave up trying to convince him. But she was able to get him to be careful and stop the second something fell wrong. But as that was going, Nimari just got out of the subway and was walking toward her house, trying to come up with a plan to make sure nobody stole Izuku away from her, or any other girls to join. She already had enough trouble standing out from within the group they had now. She really didn't need or want other girls to just sneak in and steal Izuku. Girls group. Purple Mist. Girls' big problems. Izuku might have a WORKWIFE. Ear fetish. What are you talking about, Nem? Purple mist. When I dropped Izuku's food by, there was this brown-haired girl, his age, and they were super friendly, and like when an old dude made a joke about me and her being his girlfriend, he said yes. Acidic. No way, he most likely just was not thinking and thought he meant a female friend. Buff Bunny. That does totally sound like Izuku, but what about that Nem? Makes it okay that he said the same thing about you. Vampire. Yeah, it's not like you're dating him, he is into me not you. Wyvern. Hamiko, while you're sweet, he would much rather date someone with a quirk like his. Acidic. As if Ryuko needs a cheerful and fun girl, like me and not some boring old lady like you. The group continued to argue about who Izuku should be dating, of course without Izuku giving his opinion on who he would want to date. For all those outside of the girls' group, they could have told them Izuku is far the fucking dense to ever get a hint. Shinso was living proof. He had told Izuku that the girls liked him, only for Izuku to look at him. Of course, I like them too, they are my friends. I am off to work, Aizawa said as he kissed Inko on the cheek. Grabbing his lunch, and a fresh cup of coffee, Inko made him. Well, the machine made it for him, but Inko had set up, she was still asleep. It was 4 in the morning, but he had a 2.5-hour car ride to take to reach Ua, a trip he was more than okay to take. He only worked 3 to 2 weeks a day. It was swapped with Vlad King. Nezu had come to the understanding that a divided class would lose the chance of students learning from each other. 10. So instead of each course having 2 classes of 20 students, each course was its own class with 40 total students. More chaotic, sure, but better for the grades definitely. But it was Aizawa's turn to work, Monday, his least favorite day. Today, even more so than normal, he had gotten the week's information from Nezu, what he should expect and what Nezu expected to see. And on Monday, it said All Might, the blonde, oaf that was nothing more than pretty words. So now he was going to have to act all nice. 4. Aizawa understood why showing heroes stood behind each other and respected each other, meant the students would be able to count on each other as well, as it was the norm, but Aizawa hated it because, well, he saw All Might as a fake heroes, not like Boomfist, that acted like a villain. All Might act like a good hero. In front of the cameras he did nothing that looked bad first off, but then again he did whatever looked good in the eyes of the media, so Aizawa drove right toward Ua. Parking the car, at 6:30, one of the first teachers there. 3. Tiredly walking through the halls until he reached his classroom, then finishing grading the homework, and placing it on everyone's desk, before pulling out his sleeping bag and hopping inside of it and taking a nap, something he was forbidden from doing at home. Well, napping was allowed, he just wasn't allowed to bring his sleeping bag with him. If he wanted to sleep, he slept on the couch, or in bed. It was something Aizawa had to learn to accept, but he still had it during Ua, well as long as he didn't forget his lunch causing her to drop by. 6. But now he was napping, waiting for his students to enter, much like clockwork, something he truly respected. Mirio Tagata, and Tamaki Amajiki, good morning sir, how has your weekend been? Tagata, lower your tone, please, sorry sir, ha ha ha, HISSS sir. Amajiki softly said. Mirio was a fit young man, with bright blonde hair and a big smile on his face. Overall he didn't look that special, his smile however quickly caught people's eyes. His quirk allowed him to phase, to become intangible, untouchable, but it also meant he couldn't see, breathe, smell, touch, or anything. 2. And his friend, Tamaki, a thin boy, longer black hair, combed over his face, almost trying to hide behind it. His ear slightly showing, pointy tips almost like an elf. His back slightly hunched, mostly to make him smaller. His quirk also strong, allowing him to take the property of anything he ate, echolocation from bat meat, wings from a chicken, or the thick skull of a goat. But unlike Tagata, who simply lacked control, Amajiki lacked something simpler. He lacked confidence. Put him in a room with just a villain that kept silent, and Amajiki was able to fight like a pro. Any other moment he was able to be taken down by an insult. 2. What can we expect today, sir? More quirk training? Are we gonna jog in our underwear again? PP please no, IW would rather die. Amajiki said with a whimper at the thought. That workout was just for him, simply to get more confident. it also helped Tagata, seeing he already got naked 9 out of 10 times when he used his quirk thanks to his lack of control. No, we will be training with All Might today, he should show up around 1, so before that normal lessons. 4. The day seemed to be taking years, only for lunch to be over and it was 1, so Aizawa got his students dressed in their hero costumes, and meet him at Gym Gamma, where All Might was waiting. But as the students walked up they saw nobody. One of the students asked, "Sir, what are we doing here?" "Wait and see, Rizo," Aizawa said with a sigh as he saw it. All Might ran and jumped from a tall building. "Hello young students," All Might said proudly as the students exploded in smiles and happiness. Which for Aizawa meant the longest 3 hours of his entire work life. "I will be seeing you all later students, give it your best, and I will be proud to call you my colleagues." This got everyone very excited and gave each of them a good boost in what would be their studies, but then, All Might went away, jumping away, turning into nothing more than a star, only to land behind Ua, where his big muscular body, the chest that was harder than a shield, arms strong enough to lift buildings, legs strong enough to reach near hypersonic speeds, all of that was engulfed into a puff of smoke. 10. That large body, able to shield others from any and all from whatever could possibly harm them. It then turned to show a body, thin to the bone, sunken cheeks, weak and thin, a complete opposite look of the original All Might. This sadly wasn't a fake, a copy, or an imposter, this was the true All Might, one that lost the ability to use his quirk without problem. He was just able to hold it for 5 hours. He jumped into a small 4-seater car, which was the thing he used to get around. Driving back home. 5. The number 1 hero, a man who made how much money on just royalties, arrived at his house, a simple house, with a small garden, nothing crazy, or even something that would scratch the top of his balance. "I am home. Hey uncle," a female voice called out from the 2nd floor. All Might waited a bit, as he quickly heard the steps coming toward his location. Down the stairs ran a girl, the same age as Izuku, with black hair, reaching her shoulders tied in a ponytail, and a small mole below her bottom slightly centered on her right side. 4. She had a sizable bust and a tall stature for a girl. She also had a showable but slight muscular build. And she was the successor of All Might's quirk, a secret quirk hidden from the public, gifted down from generation to generation, all to those that the previous wielder deemed worthy. Nana was the next one in that line. At the moment she had the same quirk as her grandfather, who was also the 7th user of One for All. She wrapped her uncle in a big hug, easily lifting him and turning. "I missed you this morning." 6. All Might laughed. "I know, sorry, I will take a quick shower." She nodded. "I will make some lunch, don't worry." He kissed her on the forehead. As he started making the stairs, he had to hold on to the railing. He made it into the bathroom, where he removed his shirt, showing a massive scar, laps of flesh, put together, to hold his guts inside, an injury he will never forget or will grow past. An injury he received from his worst enemy. An injury that caused his time limit. 4. 3 years ago, he entered deadly combat with this villain. The battle took 2 entire days. It left the small island where the battle took place, a desolate wasteland, an entire forest, broken and torn from the ground, used to hurt each other. All Might crushed the skull of the villain, killing him, but not without his own pain. His life was cut short and he knew it, but in his final moments, no matter how many he had left, he kept fighting on. He kept fighting for a better world, a world without villains. It was the same reason he was looking over Nana at the moment. 9. He would be her teacher. He would teach her everything he knew. He would lift her up, to reach the next level, the next pillar of peace. He would bring her to Ua, follow her there to look over her training. Nana was happy she had the opportunity. From a young age, she heard about her family, her father, a man that died after a villain attack, a man she didn't know, her mother dying as she was young due to sickness, her father simply had a one-night stand. Unaware of the other family she would have had, if not for that one villain attack. 3. It was the reason All Might took care of her. He lost her family. If he was a better hero, that attack would have never happened. "Uncle, the ramen is ready. I added a side of trout and vegetables for us." Nana screamed from the kitchen. "I will be right down, just a sec." All Might called as he was putting ointment on his scar. It was a special cream made by Recovery Girl, the nurse of Ua, a sweet old lady that healed everyone with her quirk. everyone that was able to be healed. 3. All Might sadly was not one of them. He was too injured to be healed effectively. All he could really do was watch what he ate, watched what he drank, and put the ointment on his wound to relieve the pain as much as possible. But having done it for 3 years now, so he was able to do it quickly enough, wearing a smaller shirt and pants as he walked down the stairs into the living room where Nana was already finishing up her food. I am gonna go back up, uncle. I just bought a new game and wanna play it some more. 4. Sure, Nana. You will however take a jog with me tonight. Of course, why would I ever miss it? Nana smiled, that her uncle at least took his health seriously. He cared for himself, jogging, eating better, they even worked out together weekly. Now then, thank you for dinner. I will eat my fill, you enjoy yourself. He patted her head as she ran past, going up the stairs and went into her room. In it, there it showed some of the money All Might had, a 124-inch flat screen, each and every gaming console, and enough manga and books to make anyone jealous. And a desk, where she had a laptop. 12. The laptop had a game on. A simple real-life online simulator, one she had made her recent friend with, a Japanese lobby, making sure it was someone just like her. This one had made her avatar, a large curvy woman, purple hair reaching the ground like a wedding gown, nicknamed the R-rated queen. Hey girl, I am back, had some ramen for dinner. Nana said, her account was named Miss Might. Oh, that isn't healthy. Hi, I know, but had veggies with them, so it was good. 6. At the other end, Nimari laughed. She had met this girl. At first, they argued about her choice of nicknames, Nimari, and disliked All Might, mostly because of Izuku's information on the matter. And Nana defends her option as well as asking why such a name for herself, which got them to start chatting, which turned each other from enemies, into friends, into great friends. Nimari being able to talk with Miss Might about her love life, or lack of love life, and her constant battles with her friends for the crush they shared, and Nana with her worries about fulfilling the heavy task placed on her shoulders by her uncle. Mom, can I please? Izuku asked, on his knees, his hands intertwined in front of his head, shaking in front of his face. I don't know, Izuku, I feel it's scary, and you will just receive pain because of it. It had been like this for around 2 weeks. Izuku had saved up a good amount of money, located a place that would do it for him, and had started a campaign to get a tattoo. Izuku right now was begging his mother for a tattoo. Izuku, I know you want it, but tattoos are things the Yakuza do. 4. Izuku nodded. You won't be allowed in public bathhouses, and you will get a lot of mean looks. Mom, I don't like public bathhouses, and I already get mean glares. Here it's fine, we are here, and at UA, I will already fight against the looks of hate for my quirk, so fighting against having a tattoo is fine. Shota, what do you think? It's illogical, but I have nothing against it. Tattoos are not that frowned upon. But the choice is yours, Inko. I don't feel like I have many choices in the matter, I am just his stepdad. 2. Shota had been adamant about that. While he would give his opinion, he had no right to tell her how to parent, and she had no right about him. Thankfully both parented the same way, and they had no arguments about it. Fine, you can get the tattoo. Izuku jumped up, wrapping both his arms around Inko and lifting her up. Thank you. Izuku started repeating as he started spinning Inko around without effort. Inko just had to laugh at her son's action, but Izuku dropped her softly on the floor. Cool, I will be back. Izuku yelled out as he started running to the tattoo shop. 1. The tattoo shop Izuku went to was a messed up one. But he had no choice. Not many people would do the tattoo he wanted. This was a tattoo artist, in a back alley. He was extremely skilled. He did it from mental pictures and then printed it on flesh. Most people didn't like him because it hurt a lot. It burned as the tattoo was made. But it only took a little bit of time. Yo, you got the free time. Izuku walked into the back alley tattoo shop, with the man who was sitting back smoking a joint to nod slowly. Yeah bro. He spoke slowly, showing he was high as hell. 1. Cool, I want that thing we talked about. Were you the unicorn with the swastika, as eyes, with a massive cock, with the tip being a shark? Because as I said, I ain't doing that. No, that isn't me. Izuku said, quite shocked at the request. Oh wait, it's fine then. The dude said as he pulled out a large piece of paper and a marker. 8 What you want bro? Izuku nodded as he walked up and sat down. 23. So alright, I want a Chinese dragon. It starts out from my chest scar, then it will go down to my side, below my armpit, covering my back, slightly as it wraps around my arm with its mouth reaching my hand. Wow, buddy, I can do that, but that gonna hurt like a motherfucker. The dude said, taking a puff of his joint. Izuku nodded his head understanding it. I know, but I would like it if possible. Sure, buddy, I have tattooed a lot of shit worse than this, so let's just check what type of shit you want. 3. The man pulled out his phone and he started googling dragon types. This dude is right. Long snake-like, small arms and legs with no wings. Izuku nodded. 8 Doable. I once did this type of dragon on someone's leg, with the tongue being his cock, hella weird. Izuku laughed at the absurdity. Fine, what about the scale? You want this type or more depth in them? Izuku looked. It was done with a simple marker, a single line, almost kid-like scales, while the second one was drawn in depth. There was more shadow to them, as well as a unique look to the scales. 11. That one, it looks way better. Izuku spoke with a smile. 8. Remove the shirt, let's do this, I got a clear picture. The man put on a special helmet that showed his thought on a small display. It showed a beautifully drawn dragon, a light green shade adding some colors to its body. That is it. Izuku removed his shirt, stretching his arms wide and taking a deep breath as he closed his eyes. The man placed his hands where the tattoo would start, slowly dragging it over the skin. And Izuku felt pain. It felt like there were hooks inside of his skin. It was slowly pulled out, ripped open and salt poured into them. The dragging of his hand was painfully slow. It felt like it took hours. It however just took half an hour in total, which for the size of the tattoo was wonderful. Man, that was like, super impressive dude. In one go without breaks, hardcore bro. The man said, nodding his head, as he pulled out a calculator. Izuku however had already done the amount in his head and dropped the money down. 70 yen, or $505. 21. Izuku had already placed the notes down in front of the man. Cool bro, fast haha. Now just for skin care, put some cream on it, and when showing, no chemicals, and for crying, softly dip, and rub or else there will be scaring and it will look shit. I get that, I will keep it in mind. No rubbing, cream, is that once a day or twice? Once, just don't do it the same time as that shower, and do it for about 2 weeks. My quirk makes it so it takes less time to really heal, but still. Sure thing man, thanks for it. Izuku said, putting his shirt on, grateful he chose a loose shirt today. 3. Izuku rushed home, excited to show his new addition to his friends and family. He got rather lucky as the girls were chilling outside, kicking around a soccer ball in the playground in front of them. They quickly turned to see Izuku running toward them, going at a near sprint for everyone else, but for Izuku it was a simple jog. Yo girls, follow, I got something to show you. They nodded as they started walking toward Izuku's house, Kyoka lifting the ball and placing it under her left arm. 5. They weren't sure what to expect as they stepped into the MidoRyuu household. They would have reacted better if it was a bear, a shark, hell a murderer. However, it was none of those things. It was Izuku, removing his shirt, showing his toned body for them to see. It caught them off guard, and each of the girls received a blush, except Kyoka, who just fainted right off the bat, not expecting her crush shirtless. Cool right, Izuku said excitedly as he showed Spun not having noticed the blushes or the knocked out Kyoka as of that moment. 3. So, why is Kyoka on the floor and why are you girls red in the face? Izuku asked with an innocent tone, showing even if he had an adult muscular body, his mind was far denser than his muscles ever could be. Inko just smacked her son on the head as she floated her slipper and smacked him while walking to Kyoka to lift her up and get her seated on a chair. Hey mom, what was that for? Izuku asked as he rubbed the spot he was tapped on. It didn't hurt, but he felt a sting as it happened. 5. You will figure it out when you're old enough. Inko joked, making Shinso, Tokiyami, and Shishida laugh as they were playing cards with Aizawa, who also chuckled at the sight. Why, I am 18 years old already, any older and I will be walking with crutches. Still gonna be as dense as a brick though. Shinso laughed as he dropped a matching card on the pile. Too bad mister, grab two. Shishida said as he dropped a 2 on the pile, making Aizawa smirk. Draw 5. He placed a joker on the pile. Oh, the darkness has foreseen these possibilities as it gave me a torch to use in the darkest of days. 10. Tokiyami spoke cryptically as always as he placed a draw 2 on top, giving Shinso a draw 9 if he had no protection against it. Sorry beast boy, but back to the kennel. Shinso laughed as he placed a joker on the pile. Both Aizawas had been holding the jokers. But Shishida had one more chance, a draw 2, and instead of the 14 he would have to pull, Shota would be required to pull 16, but he didn't has any. Damn it, he said softly as he started counting the cards he would need. 2. This was how the day went by. Nothing special happened after the tattoo was shown. But as the next day happened, Shota like normal woke the boys up. Today would be different, as he would start teaching them real martial arts, which would help them more in a fight than brute strength. Izuku however quickly shook it off, saying he didn't need his. He was strong enough to enter UA on his own and he would learn it there. While Aizawa didn't like this, he understood it and accepted it. 10. Even more so when Izuku brought up the fact heroes should protect not fight, cause if heroes didn't fight, he wouldn't have that scar on his chest. Aizawa agreed, I get that, but fighting will happen, so why not learn now? I just don't see the point. I will be learning all this stuff in UA anyway, so why learn it now? Aizawa just dropped the subject as he went to train with Shinso, one who was happy to learn it seeing he didn't have a fighting ability on his quirk, not like Izuku at least. 7. Izuku however didn't spend the day doing anything, he chose to spend it playing different fun sports with the others of the group. Not everyone was a part of the group as Nimari had also joined Shinso. She might have been able to just like Shinso defeat most badasses like nothing, against robots, which was UA's entrance exam and had been for 13 years now. Why are not joining? I thought Mr. Wannabe the best hero would train. Like I need to, I can already beat Dad, and will get stronger at UA, so why rush it? 3. I do agree with Izuku, we both thanks to our similar quirks have an upper hand in combat. Ryuko gave a slight glare to the other ladies tonight, as Izuku nodded, still in the race of who would end up being Izuku's girlfriend. Go deep. Izuku called out to Tokiyami as he went into the form to launch an American football across the park they were chilling at for the moment. He did so just as Izuku threw it. He wouldn't have been able to catch it normally, but Dark Shadow came to the rescue. He himself is seen as a friend in the group. 5. Dark Shadow flew out and caught the ball, giving it back to Dark Shadow. Thanks, Coco. This was the name given to Dark Shadow seeing they saw him as his own person and not just as a quick. It meant Dark Shadow and Tokiyami worked together a lot better. Hey, I have been wondering something. Izuku asked as he caught the ball back after a great throw from Tokiyami. Oh no, what? Do you think Nem has feelings for Shinso seeing they have been so close? Hell, they are even training together at the moment. 13. This nearly caused the group to facepalm without wanting to. It caught them so off guard. And as they thought about it, how Izuku could have possibly thought of this outcome, they had to laugh. Whenever Shinso and Nimari were together it was because Izuku was there, Shinso being there with his brother and Nimari following her crush. Hell, Nimari was training now so she could follow Izuku toward the same school. Damn, you're dense, Shishida said as he took the ball from Izuku, to throw it back and forth, leaving Izuku in confusion wondering why everyone was laughing at him. Hurry up Slowpoke, the train is about to head out. Mina screamed loudly at Izuku who just scanned his card and started walking up the stairs right to the train. I know, Mina, just chill. Izuku finished as he walked toward them seeing his group waiting for him. They sat down near an area that was big enough for all of them. I just don't get why I wasn't allowed to sit on your lap, it's not that bad. Mina pouted as they walked toward UA, Izuku standing taller than all of them like always. 3. They walked right toward UA. Each of them was well trained for this moment. You better kick ass in the recommended exam, or else I will tie you to the goddamn tree. Izuku told Juzo, who would be the only one taking the exam thanks to an uncle of his. The rest didn't really get the chance as those that were full-time teachers at UA were unable to recommend students, as it gave an unfair advantage when they voted. Juzo would still have that, but it was a loophole of sorts. Yay, you just try your best and not finish last lazyard. 4. Izuku pushed his shoulder softly. As if, I am taking the top spot without effort. This earned Izuku a punch to the shoulder, as if, I will stomp your ass in the earth, and take that spot myself. You can be just below me, Rumi growled staring up at Izuku who just chuckled as he lifted his arm and started ruffling Rumi's hair before walking further. As he walked, many others gave him a stare, and he understood, I mean he was their biggest challenge, one they were not going to overcome. Let's head inside, hanging around here is just for scaredy cats. 3. This received a lot more stares from the ones hanging outside, mostly to indeed gain the courage to head inside, but he was however stopped. Hey, MidoRyuu, Izuku looked back with a smile, waving back at the person taking a jog toward them. Hey Uraraka, long time no see, ready for the exam? With a cheerful smile, Ochako nodded her head. I am super ready, gonna give it my all, and hope I pass, Ochako said as she started looking around the group. Oh hey, you, sorry I forgot your name, Ochako said, her smile dropping a slight bit as she saw Nimari, as well as the other ladies that were clinging onto Izuku so to speak. 3. I will introduce you inside, let's go. As Izuku started walking, the group followed him, with Izuku introducing the group to Ochako. As Izuku had expected, there were one of the first ones in the auditorium. Let's sit here. Izuku pointed toward a corner that was pretty empty but close enough so they could hear whoever gave the presentation. And right as they were seated, the group talked a bit, but mostly they were scoping out the competition. 3. Izuku took note of some students. A pretty tall woman, at least taller than most of his female friends, that looked well-trained walked in and chose a seat right in the middle of what seemed like strangers, showing she was confident and wanted to learn. Same for a well-built kid with glasses, his hair combed neatly to the side, but a little messy nonetheless, showing he might have rushed to be here. He was a broad build for sure, with what looked like engines sticking out of his calves. Each step he took looked to be by the book. 7. A large man, extremely well-trained, spiky hair with thicker lips, his build alone making him stand out. He was hanging around a group of pretty loud guys, one with bright yellow hair and a clear black lightning bolt in said hair, which Izuku found funny, and kind of wished to find out, if it was done with dye, or just since birth. A dude with black hair was uncombed, but the group was loud. Countless more people walked in, yet nobody gave Izuku a feeling of worry, each seemed to be rather underwhelming. The only one that gave Izuku an unsure feeling. 32. Light blonde hair, sort of exploding from his head. A growl-like grin on his face. His hands in his pocket and he looked bored and irritated. Izuku didn't know what it was, but there was something about that dude that fueled something in Izuku. It was like a mixture between worry and rage. Something that caused Izuku's dragon will to activate and give those around him the feeling of impending doom. Only stopped as Shinso tapped him on the shoulder. Yo Izuku, what's up? Izuku gave an apologetic smile. I can't really be sure, just something about one of those guys that pisses me off like nothing before. The group didn't understand it, but it wasn't like they saw what Izuku saw or like they had much chance to think about it as the presenter walked out. Wearing leather pants with a leather jacket, big leather boots. The collar of the jacket was aimed up, slightly hiding a metal-like speaker around his neck. A nice pair of orange-tinted downward triangle glasses hid his eyes, with two small patches of hair on his upper lip as a mustache. The final thing and by far the most noticeable was his hair, bright yellow hair, styled upward. 2. The hair was at least the size of the man's own torso and in a spiked tuft. He had a smile on his face and a microphone in his hands. Yo yo yo, it's ya boy, present Mike coming at you with the explanation of a lifetime, making yo chance at ooh skyrocket like my albums. He spoke loudly and with an immense amount of confidence, mostly trying to cheer the students up and ease them for the exam. Can't be too worried about your exam when laughing at the energy of a weirdo. A title Present Mike wore with gusto. 7. Yo, so let me spit some shit real quick. Present Mike said, holding the mic from the side. So check it, y'all were given some cards right before y'all entered the building. On that card it has some information written down, yo, just like the paper in form of you has some information written down as well. Y'all can read it, but I can also just spit that here and now. Present Mike walked around, which really eased the worry of some students with a chuckle. So first look at the letter on the card. That letter will show you the classroom you will need to enter for a small quiz. 9. This worried the possible students slightly, but that was due to the shock. While heroics is about the muscles you got, the most important one is the brain, yo. So we gotta test you at least. But that's easy for y'all. Then, you will head out on a bus with your class to a designed examination site. There the real fun will start, yo. Present Mike said with the students already had a feel for what would be the real fun, and it was showable by the commotion. 4. Man, this exam is gonna be a piece of cake. Just robots, Izuku told the group as he had just finished reading the piece of paper placed in front of him. I hope I will do good, Ochako softly said. Just float them up high and let them drop easy points. Izuku encouraged her. Shish, he is talking about the robots. Nimari shushed them as she wanted to hear what they were able to do. Alright, in the exam there are 3 robots. Excuse me sir, I have a question. The dark blue-haired boy said as he stood up straight with his arm pointing right at the ceiling. 7. This caught Present Mike off guard as he was still speaking. Sure, listener 7777, what you got? You stated that there are 3 robots in the exam, but on this paper it is clearly show 4. Does this mean you made a mistake in the print or the explanation? And if so, that is extremely unprofessional. You at UA should strive for the best, and if we have to do our best we will need all the correct information. The blue-haired boy then did a turn, right for Izuku and his group, pointing his finger right at them. 5. Stop the talking. We are here to listen to what is said and not converse with each other. If you want to talk, you should just leave and give your spot to those really aiming to be a hero. Izuku smirked. Better spot pointing before I shove that finger where the sun doesn't shine. And you are more disruptive than I could ever be. If you were as stuck up as you were, you might have recognized Present Mike was still explaining the situation, or you could just read the damn paper instead, wait for what he says, and complain afterward. 5. The room was quiet. Neither student nor teacher wanted to speak. Even at the teacher, it was quiet, well except for some. First was the principal of UA, the smartest animal in the world, given a quirk thanks to experimentation. But then again he was a special type. An animal created from other animals, making people often guess about his true identity. A rat, cat, dog, or even bear was often guessed. Next to him were his 2 oldest friends. First, a sweet old lady, walking with a cane and a doctor's coat, recovery girl. 1. And an equally short man, also with a cane, but instead of a cane that looked like a needle, this one simply looked like a normal cane. He was wearing a yellow spandex suit with a body-size cape and wider boots. Overall just like Nezu and Recovery Girl, he was short. Tallest of the bunch at 120 centimeters, Recovery Girl at 115 centimeters, and Nezu shortest of all at 85 centimeters tall. They were laughing just like Aizawa was. Present Mike however wasn't laughing, but he wanted to. He loved burns and that was a pretty decent one in his eyes. 15. Yeah, I was just getting to that, he said, trying to get all eyes focused on his once more. So like I said, there are 3 robots that will earn you points when you destroy them. First, you got the 1-pointer. They are these one-wheeled robots that got 2 large arms it uses as shields. Just watch out when they rush you. We named them Victory. Second, 2-pointer dubbed Imperial. These are scorpion-like robots that are able to fire off small lasers. Don't worry, they just feel like a punch. Still, they clear off them unless you want a couple of bruises. 8. Present Mike looked over and saw everyone was still paying attention. Then the 3rd robot is worth 3 points, with the nickname Venator. And these ones are big bulky robots, and while you might think walk around and attack freely, their ones got missiles that will pack a mean punch. And don't get too close or you might get squashed. Present Mike slammed his hands together, adding a bit of shock to the group, but it did nothing more than excite Izuku slightly. Perhaps they would be fun to tear apart. Then we got the final one left, its name, the Executor. 8. This name brought fear to most. Now look, this thing is like massive, taller than all the buildings and incredibly strong, so just stay clear from them. It's nothing but a hurdle that will give you nothing but trouble. Seeing they're only worth 0 points, it will just take more time up than you got. So focus on the smaller fish. Now then, that is all I have got to say. I will just wish you good luck, and let's watch you go plus. Present Mike hoped everyone would pitch in and they would loudly say UA's well-known motto, but either the nerves or their lack of joy stopped them, leaving Present Mike alone. Ultra, he yelled defeated, before waving the students off to their classroom. See you guys later, don't disappoint me, Izuku spoke to his group as he walked out with Ochako. Both of them have the same exam site. Something Izuku found a little irritating was that he couldn't take the exam with multiple friends. But they all walked into their own classroom. Izuku and Ochako sitting next to each other. A piece of paper was already placed in front of them. It seems we can start right away. Izuku said, slightly confused that there wasn't a teacher in sight. It aimed to allow them to cheat. Not something most would do. 5. But Izuku silently chuckled to himself, as he noticed a small rat-like robot in the vent. He looked around the classroom, already seeing groups share answers. But just like Ochako did, he ignored them all and filled the answers in himself. The questions weren't even that hard. The first couple was about moral dilemmas. A burning building trapped 2 people. An old woman and a young businessman. Who do you save and how? It just made Izuku scoff. It was too simple. Both of them or die trying. You're next to a train track. Next to you is a lever. If you don't touch the lever, the train will run over 5 middle-aged people. If you do touch it, it will swerve and only 1 teen will die. What do you do? 6. You stop the train, free the people, or just die trying to do so. Izuku believed that was what made a hero. No matter the situation, if a person was in need, you would as a hero need to be ready to give your life. The slightly harder questions were those you had to really study. These included math, Japanese, economics, and the like. Not that those were too much of a problem. 8. It took him around 30 minutes to 45 minutes to fully fill out the exam. Placing a paper on top to deter cheaters, he closed his eyes and leaned back. Fully relaxed and made a mental plan of how to pass the exam with as little real effort as he could. Then again he was kinda looking forward to destroying those robots. He never had much of a chance to really let loose that much. But more important was to make sure both passed. But by the sound of it, Ochako got done with the test shortly before the end. 6. As the time was over, the speaker went on and a kind, slightly soft voice was heard. The written part of the exam has reached its end. Those that cheated, please leave UA instantly. Those that took the exam fairly, please walk outside and look for a bus that matches your card. Good luck. Like Nezu expected, not everyone that cheated left, only around 10%. It seems we have a lower amount of honest cheaters than last year. Yeah, last year was like what, 45%, wonder why. Gran Torino wondered as he, much like Nezu, checked the drones. 4. I wonder how this boy will do. Hound Dog said, tapping his chin as he aimed at Izuku. Yes, he showed he was rather confident during the explanation. And most of the test, he acted asleep. The teachers nodded. I am just curious about my niece, though they are on the same site. I wonder if they clashed what would happen. Aizawa groaned as he thought to himself. She would get her ass kicked. Well, let's see, shall we? Nezu laughed, already releasing the robots to the exam site. A nice amount of prep work. 9. As the bus slowly filled up with the students taking their seats, a voice was heard again. You will now be driven to the exam site. There you must destroy as many robots as you can. Please stay in the starting area until the doors open. When the doors open, you are free to rush the site and break as many robots. However, attack a fellow student, and you instantly fail the exam. Nezu said in the same tone. But the bus ride to Izuku was mostly quiet. The girls had to deal with 1 or 2 idiots believing they could seduce them. 19. Now we can get to the fun part, Izuku said as he was the first one out the door. Spreading his arms wide and going for a stretch, allowing most to hear his bones cracking loudly. "You okay, big guy?" That sounded rough. Nana called out with Izuku laughing. I ain't just okay, I am the best. Ahaha, I like your style, man. A boy Izuku saw before, with black hair. Are you sure you can move in that? Seems a little long for this weather. Izuku smirked. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt on purpose to hide his tattoo, not wanting to deal with villain haters. It's fine, it doesn't lower my mobility, and it's not like I will get hurt by a robot. Izuku said right as the doors opened. Uraraka, let's move, Izuku called out, instantly going in a sprint stance. Ochako just touched her face, causing her to float and grabbing Izuku's shoulders. And off he went like a rocket, making him break the first robot as a one-pointer, jumping in front, acting like a scare tactic, but ending up getting body shotted by Izuku, easily breaking through, and going for the middle of the exam site. 46. Wow, you're fast, Ochako said, really shocked. I know, but no standing around twiddling our thumbs, let's just do this. Ochako nodded as she raised her fist. Call me if you are in trouble. Izuku started running toward a third pointer he noticed. Big guy, come on and entertain me. Izuku started using his quirk on his hands. His fingertips turned more nail-like, with his hands turning scale-like. And as a two-pointer aimed its tail at him, he slashed at them. His hand goes left to right, cutting the robot into chunks. 7. Oh wow, he seems to be able to back his talk up. Present Mike told the other teachers with a smirk. But what are his limits? Nezu wondered as he allowed the third pointer to fire its rockets toward Izuku. Haha, fun toy. Izuku transformed his forearms as well, taking the multiple rockets right against his arms. And while they felt like a strong hit of a powerful punch, it was nothing Izuku couldn't handle. However, a puff of smoke engulfed Izuku. But as the rockets fired at him, Izuku jumped out and stabbed both his arms right into the three-pointer. 4. Raw. With a mighty roar, Izuku lifted the robot up, both his arms, grabbing onto whatever metal was strong enough and lifting it as high as he could. With a small sign of power, he threw the robot, it crushing two one-pointers and exploding, earning him a total of 5 points in one move, having him stand at 8 total points so far, and he wasn't letting up. He started rushing through, much like Nana, who had only earned 2 points as of yet. This is easy, Nana spoke herself as he allowed her quirk to activate. 2. She zoomed through the exam. Smash, she yelled out, as she punched with her maximum might. She could have increased it more with her quirk, but that would have just broken her arm. This, however, was as strong as it could be while keeping her arms intact. The street was ripped apart, asphalt, bricks, and the such, broke, but so did all the robots in the area, skyrocketing her low 2 points to an incredible 15. Ochako herself was doing great as well. She had taken the advice given to heart, doing nothing more than running toward them and touching the robots once and running away. 38. It caused them all to slowly float upward, which resulted in either other breaking them apart, giving her a share of the points, or they reached a high enough altitude and Ochako would release her quirk and the robots would fall down and break apart, giving her the points alone. It was caused while most had small steps, caused larger jumps. Watch it, idiot. Izuku's shoulder tackled a student, just giving him enough space to tank a one-pointer tackling him and two-pointer firing lasers at him, burring his shirt open, only till the forearms. 3. While Izuku barely felt it, it did start to show the scales and the tattoo on his back. Ah, villain, the student yelled as she started running away, making Izuku groan and crush the one-pointer. A flare of anger caused him to crush the robot as a Coke can. You're welcome, fucker, Izuku growled, going for the two-pointer, grabbing its tail, wanting to use the robot like a morning star. But as his hand imprinted itself into the robot's tail, he did take a laser to the face. Fuck, Izuku cussed as he spun, throwing the robot against a wall as he grabbed his face. 14. Man, these are easy, Rumi called out as she landed a downward spinning heel kick right to the head of the robot, causing it to implode. Talk for yourself, I am just happy trapping them as acceptable, Nimari said with an exhale. Nem, use the two-pointers, they shoot lasers. Hamiko laughed, sitting on the back of a two-pointer and moving the lasers how she wanted. Nimari quickly started doing the same thing, while it wasn't as effective against the other two-pointers as they were easily able to dodge the attacks. The three-pointers barely moved and made easy targets. 4. This exam would be easier if he wasn't here, Ryuko said to Mina, she had been working with. They both looked at the same person. A singular boy, yelling at the top of his lungs, massive explosions rocking out his hands, luring more robots towards himself. Not only did he have no care for others, but he also yelled at anyone that got slightly close to him. We are just lucky Zuku isn't here, he would have thrown that loud shit into a wall at the start. Mina laughed, skating around a three-pointer and throwing multiple handfuls of acid on it. 6. Talking about Izuku. I wonder how well it's going for him, Nina asked, but Izuku was doing great, he was one of the top scores on the exams. In reality, nothing special happened, well that wasn't until the last 5 minutes. A massive robot showed up. The 0-pointer, a massive robot way bigger than any building UA had put on the exam site. Ha ha ha, now that looks like fun. Izuku laughed. That laugh stopped as he heard a scream for help. Help, I got stuck. It was Ochako. And Izuku ran right for her. Uraraka, what happened? Izuku called out as he came closer. 9. She was stuck under some rubble the robot created. Help me please, she begged. Wow, I can help, Nana said, swallowing as the robot got slightly closer by the second. But before that, we might need to move that. I got it. Save her. Izuku took a deep breath. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had turned into slits. It's over. A far deeper, dragonic voice said. Izuku's entire body turned into one of the scales as he started growing bigger. He had fully activated his quirk, something he hadn't done in so many years. 3. In front stood something that caused many students to shit themselves, and even the teachers to look shocked. A massive black dragon, dragon wings, protruding from his back, scales all over the body. The membrane of the wings was a dark green, showing a slight change from the black body. Large horns also grew from its head. A massive dragon stood in front of everyone. The wings flapped strongly, causing a strong wind to be felt by all nearby. It did so to move its larger body. Its leg flexed, the sharp nails slicing through the ground like warm butter, making Izuku the massive dragon fly forward, over Ochako and Nana, and tackling the large robot back, overpowering it by a lot. 2. Izuku had expected a lot more of the robot and thus used a lot of force, so much so that as he pushed forward, with the help of his powerful legs and wings, he easily pushed through buildings and reached the wall, where he crushed it in half. Wow, weak. Dragon Izuku said as he started to transform into his own form, only leaving the dragon wings on, allowing him to fly, at high speeds back to Ochako and Nana, who were both still shocked and didn't move. 9. Damn. Do I have to do everything myself? Uraraka, are you okay? Ochako was too stunned to speak, she could only nod and shake her head. Why, you're a villain, Nana said, making Izuku pissed, causing his to crush the corner of the building that was laying on top of Ochako. I am not a fucking villain, Izuku yelled angrily. His rage felt heavy, making it almost impossible to swallow for them or to move. I am gonna lift you up, Uraraka. I believe your light might be broken or sprained. But the exam, Izuku smiled. If I don't help you, I don't deserve to be a hero anyway. Izuku smiled as he started walking her to the front gate. Everyone backed down in fear. 9. The teachers had similar reactions. He is a dragon quirk, we can't have those. Vlad King said, but before Aizawa could speak the 3 eldest spokes. He did amazing in the exam, Recovery Girl said. Gran Torino nodded. He didn't have to transform as he did, he had enough points to pass and the exam was nearly over. He did that just for the sake of saving someone. I will quit, if we don't allow someone like that in a hero school, because of a quirk. Yes, he is quite something for sure, ha ha ha, your son is really fun, Aizawa. Nezu laughed. What? Most of the teachers screamed in shock as Nezu just told them a bombshell. Wait, that's your kid? Present Mike asked. Being Aizawa's oldest friend, he was well aware that he had remarried and gotten a new son. He is. All Might, however, stood up, slamming his thin arms on the table. It does not matter whose son he is. That boy is a villain. Aizawa stood up and glared right at All Might. How the fuck did you get dumb fucking idea in your head? All Might did not back down. 2. His quirk is evil, you know it is. Dragon users are villains from birth and you know it. This Aizawa hated. You're a fucking idiot. How the hell do you think a fucking quirk makes someone evil? It was a heated discussion. They are born like that. They want distribution and chuas. They live for nothing but gold and death and you know it. Calm down, both of you. All Might, you have no right to decide who will be allowed to enter or not. That is my job. And Aizawa, please calm down. While not all dragon quirk users are evil, a whopping 85% of users do take that path. 9. Now, I understand the worry of dragon quirk users. It's worrisome, as some are unable to come to grips with their own power, and the massive amount of hate they already have. It might be impossible to overturn that hate, however, looking at these test results. Nezu said, showing the paper of Izuku. He will most definitely be a great addition. It got everyone to look at the results of the robot exam as well. Oh wow, your kid is special for sure. Izuku had taken the top spot with an impressive 150 robots defeated, and an insane 135 hero points he got for saving others. 4. Seems like he is a better hero than you were at first, and much better than your niece, Aizawa said as he walked out of the room. She was ranked 2, with 175 robot defeats but only 5 hero points. And they were all aware of All Might's results, 120 villain points, and 45 hero points. He had already looked at those that interest them, and by his calculations, Izuku's group should pass. Though he just had to make sure, none of the teachers voted against his son entering UA. 3. But unbeknownst to Aizawa, Nezu already accepted Izuku into UA. You know Toshi won't accept it, and he will go against it, Gran Torino said softly to Nezu. Recovery Girl had already left in order to heal the students that were injured. I know, but I frankly don't care. I have been far too lenient in accepting his behavior. He was always an emotional child, he just can't get over the fact that one of them did that thing. Nezu nodded as he started speed reading through all the test results. 11. He always did this. Nezu spread it in 2 different piles. Useless, and potential. The other teachers then discussed the fact who was allowed in and who would be turned down. They even make a pile for those to be suggested toward other schools. UA took the best of the best, and sometimes that pile was a little too large for them to handle, so they turned them over to other schools to make sure Hero Society still reached higher peaks. But the teachers were not discussing the fact that Izuku should be allowed. 1. All Might was leading one side. Those villain dragon quirk users should never be allowed anywhere near a hero school. In the end, they would only betray Hero Society for their own pleasure. And then there was the side, being led by Present Mike, who believe in just letting anyone enter and train them the best they could. All Might, your bars are hella mixed. You want Hero Society to be best, but if you don't allow those of power to try, you're just weakening it in the end. No Mike, I am not. They are killers. I have fought with dozens, maybe even hundreds of them, and they are all the same, insane, and believed to be fighting for a better world. 21. While the heroes were heated, Izuku was bringing Ochako to safety, using her wings to protect her from the rocks and rubble they were throwing at them. I know you might not like being touched by a villain, but you can't walk. Izuku said softly to Ochako, who had yet to say a single word, mostly shocked at the fact of Izuku's powerful quirk. She couldn't speak and wasn't even aware of the attacks. While the rocks did not cause lasting damage, they were for sure felt by Izuku. No, it's not that. I like it when you touch me, Ochako said without thinking about it. Her entire brain was already fried thanks to her near-death experience, the pure dominance Izuku's quirk gave off. And being princess carried by her crush, all those things were just crashing her brain. Weird wording but touching, Izuku said with a smile, not thinking anything behind the words, just believing it to be an unlucky case of wording. So you are not scared? I am gonna rip your head off. Or that I am gonna kill anyone? Ochako just shook her head. 13. No, you're Midoriya, you would never do those things. Izuku smiled. That means a lot, now I can see help walking up. Izuku smiled as Recovery Girl waved him down. Lay her down, Sunny, I can help her here. Thank you, ma'am, she has an injury to her leg, I am not sure what for, but she can't put force on her leg. Recovery Girl nodded, her lips extending much, much further than normally possible. It was her quirk. As she kissed Ochako on the forehead, a light green light started forming around all the place Ochako had pain. 3. Wow, that's awesome, but I am so tired now. Ochako said, starting excited but slowly turning into a more sluggish and tired version of her normal self. That is my quirk, dearie. When I kiss someone, I boost their own healing factor toward an abnormal amount, causing rapid regeneration, but it also saps their energy out right along with it. Recovery Girl explained to them with Izuku's eyes going wide in excitement. While his love for quirks might have dimmed down slightly, he was extremely excited nonetheless. Well, thank you for the help, I would stay to help, but don't think that they will accept that. 3. Izuku flexed his back, causing his wings to spread widely, showing each wing was around 2 meters wide. Those shook slightly before he folded them back into his skin, and Izuku started walking away, ignoring the nasty glares everyone was giving him. There were only a select, very small group of students that looked up to him as heroic, and some others that didn't really care about him or his quirk, and just respected him for his actions. But there was one person burning with hate. She punched a building, her quirk coursing through her arm, crushing the building under her hand. 4. In her mind, she screamed at herself. A fucking dragon quirk showed me up. That villainous bastard must have caused the destruction himself in order to boost his chances. I was so shocked I wasn't even able to move, that fucking villain. She screamed, sadly having taken All Might's teaching to the heart fully. Never for a reason, she just hated them because she was told to hate them. She dusted her hands off. At least I won't ever have to deal with his villainous ass ever again. She whispered to herself as she started making her way out once more. 11. Izuku was the first one to change. Thankfully he wore an extra t-shirt. The entire exam had gone how he had planned. Well, he didn't want Ochako to get hurt of course, but he did want to show off his own quirk fully. He knew it would bring hate, but it would also show everyone he wasn't one to mess with. And that he had the potential for heroics, that he was ready to even shower all the hatred on his own shoulders in order to save those that needed help. 5. Get the fuck out of the way extra. The spiky sandy blonde hair cursed as he walked past Izuku. Again a very irritated and hateful feeling started coming over Izuku, and he hated him. The second he was alone again he slapped himself in the face. You dealt with that hate for years yourself, hate without reason, you won't fucking put that on someone else, now stop it. He said, slapping his own face again before getting fully dressed and walking out. Planning on either meeting up at the group in front of Uwa Gates, or being the first one there and then waiting on the rest. 4. He smelled his group walking before he saw them. That exam was fucking easy, not even the 3-pointers were able to withstand even one of my combos, nothing but hunks of shitty metal. Rumi stated proudly with a wicked smile. It was annoying for me, though I did find a couple of gals to team up with. Really nice, Nimari said. If it was against people, Nimari would take down nearly anyone. She was decently skilled hand to hand, not enough to fight someone like Shinso or Izuku, who both were skilled and could overpower her, but with her quirk added to the fact, she could take them. 1. Hey Izuku, how did your test go? Mina happily asked as she started skipping over up to Izuku and grabbing his arm. Oh, it went great. Kinda lost count when destroying robots, but went great, even got to show off my dragon form, plus I saved Uraraka. This first slipped under the radar before they heard what he said. What, you showed off your quirk? What are you thinking, you idiot? They all screamed at him. Izuku just laughed as he rubbed the back of his head. Relax guys. 2. Izuku didn't even seem worried. It was my plan. I got a buttload of points beforehand, and then went for my large transformation to push that massive robot back. Perfect show of strength to get them talking about me. This just earned him a slap on the back of the head from Hitoshi. They need to be talking positive about you, idiot, not negative. Izuku just laughed. Who cares what they say, at least they are talking. Now let's head home, I am dying for some katsudon. Hold up, guys. Izuku looked back and noticed it was Ochako, running up to them. 4. Are you sensing that Nezu? Gran Torino spoke, watching down from an office and looking over the gate. Much like Nezu, Gran Torino had been a hero for many years, and one of the many abilities Gran Torino had picked up, just like Nezu, was to judge someone's strength. Thanks to years of fighting they just got a sixth sense for that sort of stuff. Oh, I am, and it's just making me shiver in excitement. What has it been, 30 years since we saw anything nearing that potential? Nezu talked back with a large smile, as they were watching Izuku. 1. Oh, it's a different beast entirely from Toshi. Toshi was a beast from the start. But he is something that not even I would want to face. Both sort of looked at Izuku as if he was a flame, and while the flame now was not even a candle compared to All Might, they were both more than aware that Izuku had the potential to become the sun, a boundless form of power. Aizawa sat in his home office. Tomorrow would be the first day of the new class, so he gave the folder of all his students a look over. Thanks to the mixed classes, they had a more free limit of students, causing heroics, Year 1, be made off 48 different students. Most would agree that was a pretty large number of students, but Nezu was well aware that most students wanted to be a hero thanks to fame, childhood dreams, and the likes. And they would always drop out, which mostly resulted that the third year only having 20 students or so. There of course were classes that had all 48 of them at the end, but that was rare. 14. Don't has to look over them, Aizawa said as he threw the folders off. Mina Ishido, Kyoka Jiro, Fumikage Tokiyami, Izuku Midoriya, Jirota Shishida, Juzo Honanuki, Himiko Toga, Nimari Kayama, Rumi Usagiyama, Ryuko Tatsuma, and Hitoshi Shinso. Aizawa knew them all too well, having seen them grow up. This one is that girl Izuku works with, Aizawa said looking over the file of Ochako Uraraka. Oh, this is Tashi's kid, Aizawa said looking at the folder for Nana Shimura. 3. Yuga Aoyama, quirk naval laser. Lacks mobility and stamina. He looked at the picture. Yuga was a skinny guy, he barely had muscles or fat. By the looks of the picture, he took great care in his looks. Tsuyu Asui, quirk frog. Strength and legs, great mobility. Seems even more mobility inside the water, how wonderful, Aizawa said looking at the young girl. Her tongue was slightly out of her mouth. Her eyes were larger than most, the same for her feet and hands. She was slightly hunched over, with dark green hair. 7. Tenya Ida. Oh, younger brother of Tensai I guess, same quirk, engine, but instead of the arms he has them in his legs, allowing him to reach high speeds. Izuku looked at the picture, standing straight up, his dark blue hair combed neatly. I would have never guessed that to be Tensai's family, Aizawa said picking up the next folder. Mashiro Ojiro. Tail, how plain, however, it seems to be a martial artist. He looked at the picture and Ojiro looked like an average guy, he wasn't overly muscly, I like him. Aizawa said to respect those that put effort into their work. 3. Denki Kaminari, quirk electricity, seems while he has the confidence to be a hero, he lacks the brains and skill. A plain-looking dude, with only really his hair standing out, bright yellow most of it, with a black lightning bolt in it. Ajiro Kirishima, now that could be an effective hero quirk. Hardening, Aizawa said taking a sip of coffee. Kirishima was a decently well-trained dude, his hair black and unstyled. Koji Koda. A rather unique look, however nothing to do with his quirk. Aizawa looked at him, an almost rock-like body. Quirk Anavoice. He is able to talk with animals, getting them to do his dirty work. 14. Rikido Sato. A bigger guy, sugar rush. Eating sugar gives his strength a boost, Aizawa nodded as he read his file. Sato stood taller than most people, just shorter than Aizawa. His most distinct feature was his rather thick lips. Mezzo Shoji. Again tall. Quirk dupli arms, allowing him to duplicate each limb, turning the 6 arms into hands, mouths, feet, eyes, ears, and more. I wonder what's under the mask, Aizawa said as he looked at the large man. He had silver hair slightly aimed down, but most of his face was covered by a mask. 9. Honta Siro quirk tape. A slightly lanky kid, with very wide elbows. Shoots tape out of his elbows, allowing him to move with it. Shoto Todoroki. That's Endeavor's kid. Wonder what came out of that fiery bastard. Seems he got his father's and mother's quirk, ice from the right side, and fire from the left side. Powerful, a combination of both of them might block both weaknesses. Shoto's body was normal, his hair was split, right side was white, and on his left side was red hair. He also had a rather nasty look scar on his left side. 6. Toru Hagakure, quirk invisible. Aizawa chuckled at the picture of nothing but clothing. It was really enjoyable for Aizawa, Minoru Mineta, quirk, and sticky balls. Ah, so the balls on his head are sticky, Aizawa said as he looked at the picture. Mineta by far the shortest student. Smaller than even most girls, he had large purple balls covering his head, much like an afro of sorts. One that Aizawa remembered to get points by just capturing the robots to earn points. Katsuki Bakugo, quirk explosion. He sweats from his palms and can ignite the sweat causing explosions. Aizawa said looking at the picture, a decently fit ashen-haired kick with a wicked grin on his face. Momo Yaoyorozu, Quirk creation, allowing her to create whatever non-living thing she wants, how useful. He looked at her picture. She stood a bit taller than most other ladies, with large curves, wonder how effective she is with her quirk. Aizawa questioned before picking up the next folder. Yosetsu Awase, quirk weld, allowing him to weld multiple things together as long as he touches the stuff. Aizawa said, looking at the fit-looking dude, with long back hair spiked upward and toward the back left, held up mostly by his bandana. 42. Sen Kaibara, his quirk, gyrate, allowing him to rotate all his limbs at great speeds, allowing for more damage with his punches. He himself was of medium build. He looked lazy and uninterested of sorts. He looks interesting. Izuku will like him. Togaru Kamakiri, quirk razor sharp, allowing him to produce blades all over his body. He was a tall, slender young man, with pale yellow-green skin, and a fluffy green mohawk. He has 2 hooked blades coming out of his mouth with no real nose. Aizawa could almost compare him with a praying mantis. 9. Shihai Kuwar, quirk black, useful. He can merge himself with anything that is dark-colored, either naturally or due to external circumstances such as shadows. He can even move through those freely. Shihai was a tall man with fluffy white hair and black eyes. His skin pitch black. A mutation because of his quirk. He looks irritated like me. Aizawa said, placing his folder down and going for the next. Another martial artist is good. Itsuka Kendo. Oh, that might be Rondo's kid. Aizawa said, having trained before with the same man in his dojo. 8. Her quirk big fist allowed her to grow the size of her hands. Simple but effective. Wonder if her strength also increases with that. The girl was of medium height with a slim build. She has long orange hair that she wears in a high ponytail on the left side of her head. She looked cheerful but calm. Yui Kodai, quirk size, allowing her to increase and decrease its size. Yui had shoulder-length bob-shaped hair, a bang swapped to the right. She was fair-skinned with an athletic build. She didn't really have an expression on her face. 4. Kanoko Komori, quirk mushroom, can generate and spread fungus spores from her body. If it makes contact with something, these mushrooms grow quickly. She was a short girl with a tiny build. Her hair was honey brown, curved inward, looking almost like a mushroom-shaped bob cut, almost reaching her shoulders. Her eyes were the most interesting. They looked like sliced shiitake mushrooms. Abara Shiozaki, her quirk is her hair. Vines, allowing her to control her vine-like hair, cutting it off or even growing it back, as long as she had enough water and sunlight. She might be a better capture hero than me. Then again, I prefer to beat them up. This Christian lady does not. 4. Narengeki Shota, quirk twin impacts, allowing him to make anyone he hit once feel it twice, whenever he wants. He was a chubby young man of average height, with short ice blue hair and a round face. He looks sheepish. That will need to change, Aizawa said as he grabbed the next folder, seeing there weren't that many left. An American, Pony Tsunotori, quirk horn cannon, allowing her to fire off the horns on her head like missiles. She was a short girl, with a round face and an equine muzzle. Thick blonde hair reached halfway down her back. Her calves were notably rounded, shaped much like one of a horse. She also had a short horse tail poking out the end of her tailbone, much like Rumi. 62. Kosei Saburaba quirk solid air, allowing the user to create constructs made purely from the air, great for defense. Kosei was a young man with short brown hair, spiked toward odd angles. His entire build was normal and he stood to relax and calm. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Well, something. Also a hardening quirk, but unlike Kirishima, it's not rock-like, more steel-like. How interesting. 2. Tetsu Tetsu had chin-length messy gray hair. He had a also very thick line of what Aizawa assumed were eyelashes around his eyes. He stood ready, almost showing his sharp-pointed teeth. Setsuna Tokage quirk lizard tail splitter, allowing her to split her body much like a lizard does with his tail. This also allows her to just control each part freely, powerful when used correctly. No wonder she was a recommended student. She had large dusky green eyes, also having sharp teeth. She showed off in a playful grin, dark mossy green hair reaching her shoulder with a clump that hang in the center of the forehead. 4. Now that is a look, Aizawa said, instantly taking note that the next person didn't have a face. It was nothing more than a comic bubble. Manga Fukidashi, quirk comic, Anything he says can come to life. In the words, meaning boom would cause the words to explode. And it seems the next one is also a unique look. Aizawa said, not caring really about how anyone looked. Keiichiro Bondo, quirks meeting. It allows the user to spread a glue-like liquid from the holes in their head. Aizawa then looked at the picture. 4. Kojiro was a tall young man who looked quite intimidating. His skin is a yellow straw-like color, and his head looks a lot like a glue dispenser with a lappet on top. Along with 7 what Aizawa would call eye holes on his face that he could release his quirk from. Single quote. Nito Monoma, quirk copy, simple yet effective, allows him to copy the quirk of someone for 5 minutes when he made contact with him. Nito was of average height with slick blonde hair that got shorter and thinner further down. It split slightly over his left eye, causing a small patch to cover his right eye, and he looked to be oozing confidence. Something Aizawa hoped would not get in the way. 4. Now that looks like Shiso's type, haha. Aizawa joked to himself. Reiko Yanagi, quirk poltergeist allows her to telekinetically manipulate objects and people close to them. She had pale skin and was of average height, chin-length pale gray hair parted to the right hiding most of the left side. She had clear bags under her blue eyes, a small mouth and full lips. Her hands were lifted almost like a zombie of sorts. 3 more to go before I can sleep, Aizawa said with a yawn. Going over all these names was tiresome, but it had to be done. 62. MidoRyuu Rin, from China. Quirk scales. Allows Rin to form hard scales over their entire body, like protective armor, and even fire them off like projectiles. They however require collagen and calcium to grow. Almost like Izuku's scales, but it seems he can grow them back and fire them off. Rin had lightly tanned skin with black hair he wore in a low braid and reptile-shaped eyes. Most not have gone over well with the kids back at home. 5. Nijire Hado. Quirk wave motion. Transforming Nijire's vitality into energy that they can discharge into blast waves. I get why she doesn't look that excited. Nijire had long periwinkle hair, royal blue of color reaching all the way down to her knees, twisting around her back. She had a bored and shy expression on her face, but Aizawa understood that because overusing her quirk could cause death. Lastly, Mei Hatsume, quirk zoom, allowing her to zoom in with her eyes. How did she pass? Aizawa wondered as he looked through her file. She was a short woman with a mature build, salmon pink hair with reached her shoulders styled into thick dreadlocks. She used self-created gadgets to pass the exam. Ha, smart girl. But she seems familiar. I just can't picture where. Aizawa told himself. He questioned himself for a little bit before dropping the files in his bag and shuffling to bed, hoping to snuggle with his wife before he had to wake up again and get to work. Izu, carry me please, I am tired. Himiko whined as she sluggishly walked out of the metro like the others. No Himi, just walk, it will wake you up. Come on, I expected you to have some energy for school. She whimpered slightly. I know. Nimari threw her arm over Himiko. Did you stay awake too late or something? She nodded with a big yawn. Oh, it will be fine, just cheer up and let's go. Ryuko said, pulling the group back toward their walking out of their tiredness. 5. Uwa wasn't that far from the metro, but for the tired group, it felt like ages. See, only 10 minutes, so stop crying, we are here. Rumi said as he kept adjusting her tie. Unlike Izuku, she still wore it normally. Izuku had left it loose, same as his shirt, having the top button open so he could have more freedom. Let's get to class, I am still irritated your dad would give us a lift. Shinso laughed as he was at the front of the group with Shishida. He would crash the car the seconds we hit the highway with all of you. 1. The group laughed some more right till the class, where they walked in. Mostly people just looked at them with normal faces until Izuku walked in. Nana instantly pointed at him. What are you doing here? Izuku just smirked as he tried walking past her. She just didn't let that and placed a hand on his chest. I am talking to you, villain. Izuku just smirked as he grabbed her wrist. Don't touch me, failure. He threw her arm off and walked by. Nana wasn't done, however, and tried stepping in Izuku's way but was stopped as Kendo and Yaoyorozu stepped in the way. Wow, let's calm down here. 8. Nana wasn't the only one being held back, as most of the girls were as well by the guys. Let me go, I will give this dragon villain piece of shit a piece of my mind. This got a stop in the class, and the students all looked at Izuku. Some in fear, some even in rage. What? The guy in front of Izuku said, standing up and turning around. But Izuku didn't care, he was smirking and waiting for the teacher. This is a school for heroes and not for villains. I suggest you surrender now and return the uniform that you clearly stole. Ida yelled as he walked up to Izuku. 33. It seemed to nearly break down into a fight until a group of students stepped in. Ochako, Ojiro, Tsuyu, and Kirishima, although Kirishima had changed his black hair into one that was spiky red. He isn't bad. Ochako screamed. He is here at UA, and villains can't get in, so he earned his spot, so let's just wait and see until the teacher shows up and explains it. Aizawa walked in right at that point, having waited outside the room for a bit to get an understanding of the class. 2. Sir, there is a villain here, arrest him. Ida angrily stated as he pointed his fingers at Izuku. He isn't a villain, now everyone sits down before I expel you. This warning was more than enough for the class to rush toward their seats and sit down. This includes you, Aizawa told Nana, who was still standing near Izuku. But after being singled out, she scuffed before begrudgingly going toward her seat. Now, unlike what any of you believe, we don't have a villain in our class. 7. The students didn't seem to be too happy with that statement, but as Aizawa activated his quirk, they stopped talking and sat back down. Good, now let's start this like normal. I am Shota Aizawa, my hero name is Eraserhead. I will be your homeroom teacher. I am the father of Hitoshi Aizawa. Now many of you may wonder how someone with a dragon quirk entered UA. I have one answer for you, hard work. He passed the same exam as any of you and passed well over all your test scores. Like hell he did, Nana said angrily. Nana Yagi, a score of 180, very impressive, you beat All Might with 15 points. 6. She smirked as others went wide-eyed. Some scuffed angrily. Still, didn't beat MidoRyuu's score of 285 points. This wiped the smirk right off her face. MidoRyuu, stop smirking. Now I don't care if you all become friends, I don't even care if you keep hating MidoRyuu for all 3 years, that's not my problem, but you will behave yourselves. Anyone that can't accept that, can leave my classroom and never come back. He waited a bit for any of the students to move before nodding his head. Good. He opens the folder on his desk. You can all get to know each other after class, but now, I want you all to grab these. He pulled a drawer open and threw out a couple of UA PE packs. Once you have those on, we will head out toward the open area behind UA and perform a couple of tests, which show me your physical abilities. However, for those that can enhance their abilities with their quirk, we will rerun these tests with your quirks active. Yes sir, the class said together, quickly moving forward only for Izuku to be stopped by Aizawa. 1. Kid, you're gonna have to give in, can't stay your cocky version forever, you will just get in trouble. Izuku smiled. I know, I will, just gotta edge them on a bit, they gotta hate me before I can get them to truly like me. Izuku smirked, making Aizawa chuckle before hitting Izuku on the head and pushing him forward out of the class. Izuku met up with the class and got dressed without problem, ignoring most of the stares he got from all the others. See you, ladies, out there, Izuku said as he was one of the first ones dressed, thanks to giving nobody the stink eye. 14. The students had to wait a couple more minutes before the class was completed again. Finally, if you take that long being dressed in your hero suit, people will die, work on that. The group nodded. Good, now then, we got some tests to do. First up is the 50-meter run. No quirk use first, Aizawa called out with everyone nodding their head. Most everyone had around 7 to 8 seconds, which was expected. However, some did well. Izuku had gotten 4.02 seconds. Rumi had gotten 5.63 seconds. Ryuko had gotten 5.62. It pissed Rumi off, nearly popping a vein as she didn't get the win in the fight. But she would overpower the overall exam. Now use your quirks. This got a lot of different results. Ida, who before had gotten a score of 6.87 seconds, turned out to have a score of 3.04 seconds. Tsuyu went from 8.63 seconds to 5.58 seconds. Don't go turning scared now, Izuku said as he turned into his hybrid form, his skin turning far more scaly and black. His eyes turned into slits, He even popped out his wings. He crouched down in the line waiting for the signal. 57. Once that beep went off, Izuku shot forward, blowing his and Ida's score out of the park. He passed with 1:69 seconds. Only to turn back into his normal form. Bakugo, who he raced against, got a time of 4.25. Fuck you, lizard brains, you made me mess up. Izuku just laughed. Not a good hero if people running messes you up. Bakugo just glared at Izuku before walking away with a scoff. Nana went off herself racing against Ochako, who got 7.15 seconds, a full second faster than her time before. Nana went from 7:03 to 3:01. And she was scolding herself that she lost to Izuku. 4 inches. I am smoking you. Of course, you will. Ryuko sadly didn't have the ability to unlock to reach her hybrid form. She could for a small part of her body, her hands, or legs. Which was what she would do, transforming her legs. These again turning scaly. 2 dragons. Nana thought, shocked. She wasn't alone on this, many were scared of it. But Ryuko ignored it and dashed forward. Rumi dominated with 3.36. Ryuko got a time of 4:20. As everyone had done their best, they went to the next test. 7 inches grip strength. These are strong enough to handle all might, so go nuts, Aizawa told them, with everyone going nuts. Mostly everyone at first had a similar score. Most guys ranged around 50 kg of force. The girls ranged to 40. Now Nana reached 56 kg of force. This again was broken by Izuku, who reached 200 kg of force, and Ryuko reached a well-trained 98 kg, showing just how much more dangerous they were. That only broke once more when quirks came into play. Shoji went from 52 to 540. Izuku, however, reached 997 kg of force in his hybrid form. 2 Shishida and Tokiyami went further as well, one turning into a beast and getting a score of 300, while Tokiyami worked together with Koko and passed that barely by 305 kg. Standing long jump wasn't that impressive for any. Nearly everyone jumped into the sandbox, apart from Rumi that hopped over it. Tsuyu that did the same, but as they were allowed to use their quirks, they easily cleared the box. Only having those with non-physical quirks like Himiko and Hitoshi. They were the most irritated with this test. Although grateful Aizawa didn't have them do the test twice, was great. 1 repeated sidesteps did nothing special. Minoru Mineta did best. He moved so fast it looked like it was 3 of him. Yeah, ladies, this hunk of a man is still free for the taking. And I am more than happy for more ladies. He winked. It did nothing more than cause the girls to shiver in disgust. The ball throw was where everyone had fun at. Bakugo believed he would do his best here. Grabbing it, die extra. He threw the ball with a large explosion. Reached a score of 705.2 meters. It was an incredible score. That was blown out of the water by Ochako, which reached infinity. That score was copied by one other person. 2 Monoma smiled as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Great score, really. Before walking to throw the ball himself, getting the same score. Others like Yaoyorozu created a cannon and fired the ball a whooping 1,000 meters. Shoto Todoroki shot out a line of ice, traveling to his max limit, which was 200 meters. Izuku on his first throw reached nearly 200 meters, but as he transformed into a hybrid he was able to reach 500 meters. Something that earned Bakugo a smirk. 2 inches get destroyed, lizard, ha ha ha. Rumi laughed as she kicked the ball 506 meters away, barely passing Izuku. Well done, Rumi, impressive. Izuku knew he could pass his score. The problem, however, was just that he did not have a heavy enough ball. That was the real problem he had. The same problem Sato and Ryuko also had. After the ball throw, the students had 3 remaining tests. A long distance run. Something they were all allowed to use their quirks, simply because none really had a quirk that affected their stamina. The group started jogging, most taking distance from Izuku. 4 he was going slowly enough to keep up with them. And after the 30-minute mark, only a couple remained. You're able to run a lot. Ryuko spoke short of breath. Najire just gave a scoff. Yo, let's keep going. I want at least a couple more rounds from you. Izuku called out from the front. But just then, Kendo started to falter and grow tired, so Izuku slowed down and ran nearby. Come on. You really want to lose to a dragon-quirked villain? I know you got more in you than just this. Wasn't fun talking down on himself, but in order to help them, he would. 4 as the final couple dropped out, only Izuku and Najire remained. Hey blue-haired girl, how about we do a final sprint? At this tempo, I am able to keep running. What I get from that? She joked, just to join. Hell, ask me what you want if you can outlast me. Izuku said, beginning to sprint. Nejire had no chance to keep up, but his sprint, however, zoomed out his stamina. He dropped out tired, leaving Nejire alone for 2 more rounds before she stopped out of breath. Ha, damn, you were able to run. Izuku said, his chest heaving up and down. 1. The 2 final tests were not Izuku's specialty, seated toe touch, and sit-ups. Had Izuku not emptied his tank during the run, he might have scored higher, but that was his fault. Good job, now get back to class, some others will show up and explain their school plan. The students nodded and moved out back to get dressed and move to class. Izuku moved to class quickly, he seemingly had a plan for today. So getting back to class, being one of the first ones, and sat down in his chair where he waited. Now to wait and read behavior. Which was what he did, he needed to see how they reacted to him. But he was glad, his asshole self could leave. He didn't enjoy being one. His group of course reacted like normal. They smiled and waved at him. It was normal, but he was interested in the behavior of others. 5. Most either ignored his presence or glared at him. Again, to be expected. Then to his surprise, there was also a group that didn't glare or anything. They all just walked in and sat down, which made it easier for Izuku. Finally, Nejire walked in and gave him a smile. But now Izuku had to deal with the most difficult problem. While the students disliked him for mostly learned hate, but they could have dealt with dragon quirks and held a hatred for a reason, which made it harder, but not impossible. First, it was their second homeroom teacher, Vlad King. 7. As Vlad walked in, Izuku could see the irritation on his face. At first, Izuku wasn't sure if it was anger toward him or the fact he was a teacher and this was his style. I am not here to be your friend, I am just here to get you in hero shape. As he said this, he looked right at Izuku. That would be needing to change. Vlad disliked him. Vlad explained a little bit about how his class would run. And he was not one for nonsense. But with that, he walked out, allowing the next teacher to show up in their own time. 4. Which was Present Mike, who had a big smile on his face. Yo 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 kiddos, it's the realest teacher in the building. Present Mike said with a tune. Izuku liked Present Mike. Present Mike didn't hate him, he smiled the entire way in the class. Yo, I am gonna be teaching your grammar and cause you know I got them bars, call me a dictionary because I know it all. His energy did lift the room up after the slightly grumpy Vlad King. Now I am more than happy to chill like we took a pill, but we still got a representative UA. 4. Present Mike walked out, allowing the next teachers to show up. It was around 50-50 for hate and love. Until the last one, Izuku could hear him showing up. With a rush of speed and power, the door was opened and in ran All Might, the wind rushing in the room and pushing back the hair of the students. Ha ha ha, I am here as your heroics teacher, All Might said as most of the students smiled back with excitement. His untouchable smile nearly faltered for a millisecond as his eyes ran over Izuku. 66. Oh my god, All Might is our teacher. Kaminari cheered. One of the excited students. For most this was one of the biggest things in the world. All Might is one of the most loved and powerful heroes in Japan. He had been a hero since they were younger and still at the top of his game. Hello young students, All Might said with a smile, his loud tone silencing down mostly everyone, even irritating the hearing of those close to him and those with improved hearing. But he lowered his tone as he continued to talk. 32. I will be teaching you all what it takes to be a hero. Izuku had to scoff at that. Something All Might picked up and planned to squeeze right away. Something enjoyable, Mr. MidoRyuu. Not really, just weird. You teach heroics. You don't really follow the law, you follow the media. All Might leaned forward. And what does someone like you know about heroics? I know a hero should save everyone equally. I know fighting should be the last means instead of the first try. All Might grumbled a bit before shaking his head. Which is what I am about, but no matter for now. 15. You will fight through your first year. Most heroes are in fact needed to fight, no matter what our dragon pacifist said. Villains fight. They kill, and if you don't fight back, they will kill you if given a chance. All Might said, mostly directed purely at Izuku. But more of that tomorrow. as we will have our first lesson together, but that is for later. For now, you can have the rest of the day off." All Might dashed out of the room, leaving the students alone, with most picking their stuff up. Izuku, however, was stopped by Nana glaring at him. "Hello, shut it, we are gonna fight right now." "All right, although let's do it out of UA, that way you can't get punished for those actions," Izuku said as he kept filling his backpack. "You are not allowed, violence against other students is not permitted. On school grounds, we are students, during school, when we get off school grounds we aren't anymore. So still wanting to fight? EYU, Rumi, it's fine, I can handle it." The girls didn't want to stand on the sidelines, they loved Izuku, and when he fight they would stand beside him. 9. Izuku walked with his hands in his pockets following Nana. "You are aware I am going to crash you into the floor until you drop out from UA." Izuku hummed as he kept walking till they reached an alleyway near UA. Most of the students followed the two of them, all except Ida, Bakugo, Monoma, and Todoroki. They just went home. "Ryuko, can you hold my bag and blazer? I don't want to get them dirty." Ryuko nodded her head as she happily took it. "All right, bring it, Yagi," Izuku said without raising his hands. 2. Nana instantly swung at Izuku, smacking him right on the chin. Izuku stumbled a little back, before just standing up and straight at Nana. She started punching, raining down fist on Izuku, who just took them. After a hard punch right on the chest, Izuku made his one and only move. He stepped in and grabbed her by the throat. His body was right next to her, making it hard for Nana to fight back. "We done," Izuku said. He had a bloody nose, busted lip, and a bruise showing up on his cheek. His grip was tight, not hurting Nana, but making known it was over. 6. TSS, you are not even worth it. She knocked off Izuku's hand, only after Izuku weakened his grip. He turned to the group, bleeding slightly. "Any more takers?" Izuku said toward the students, more than ready for them to just beat some rage out of him. He stared them down, but the group just split apart. "Idiot," Mina screamed angrily as they were alone. The beat Izuku laughed, as he grabbed his stuff from Ryuko. Ochako grabbed his head. "We need to put some ice on this, and your nose might be broken," she said, worried for Izuku. 3. Let's just walk toward the subway. As they stepped out of the alleyway, Aizawa was waiting for them. Here, he was waiting with an ice pack. "What happened, Izuku?" "Nothing, it was just some classroom bonding," Izuku said, placing the ice pack on his left side of the face, right on the bruise. Aizawa chuckled as he patted Izuku's head. "Good kid." Aizawa walked back into UA, going past All Might back into his class where Nezu, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl were waiting. "Sir, he fought, did he not?" "I am not sure what you mean, sir." Aizawa really had no idea. 15. Gran Torino spoke. "What happened to him, Shota? We all knew your kid was gonna get into a fight sooner or later, so who was it and how did it turn out?" Aizawa sat down, a smirk on his face. He fought Nana Yagi, and calling it a fight is a bit much. He stood there getting his face beaten in. He broke his nose, busted his lip, and bruised his cheek. "Oh boy, and what did he do, Nana?" "Nothing. He did absolutely nothing." Nana walked off with not even a mark on her body, her clothing wasn't even dirty. 2. So the little runt lost. Aizawa shook his head. "Don't think so, he acted like the bigger man." Aizawa was proud of his actions. He was well aware of how Izuku could have just brute forced Nana into the floor, and broken her entire body if he wanted. Smart. If he beat her ass, that anger would just grow. Aizawa laughed as he got back up. "I am gonna head out, sir." Aizawa wanted to head home, get ready for his harrowing job. Heading home, All Might had just ran away from the door. He had acted less than heroic by listening in. 19. He sprinted back home, planning to go home and scolding Nana for her actions. He wasn't mad she beat Izuku, that didn't matter, it mattered she attacked as a UA student that could have ruined her image, ruined her chance of being a hero. He waited 20 minutes before Nana walked in. She instantly went for the freezer, grabbing a bag of peas and covering it with her fist. "Nana, have you completely lost your mind?" All Might yelled as he walked into the kitchen. What you mean? You attacked that dragon boy, didn't you?" 7. You could have lost your place at UA, you never attack another student. It doesn't matter if you hate that dragon scum, you don't let one of them ruin your life. All Might screamed angrily. He was pissed she could have ruined her chances. It's fine. It doesn't matter anymore, Nana said, irritated as she moved to her room. She threw herself on her bed, tears running down her face. Why? She angrily screamed into her bed. It didn't matter how strong she was, how many reps of barbell curls she did. 7. I did my best. I hit as hard as I could and he still went on. I fucking felt it. That monster. Nana yelled with tears. She, however, wasn't the only one in tears. Inko was told what had happened to Izuku by Aizawa on the phone. She waited out with the other moms. And the second Mika heard them coming, Inko sprinted forward, grabbing Izuku into a bear hug. She crunched Izuku's back and lifted him up. I am so worried for you. I heard you got beat up by a girl nonetheless. Dragon Boy got his butt kicked by a girl. Hitoshi laughed. 26. It's fine, Mom, I just need my head cooled, Izuku said, finally being released by Inko and going to the fridge, grabbing a sack of peas and placing the cool pack they bought in a store inside. Lucky she was pissed. He assumed she had trained, but her rage just overpowered her skill. Still packed a mighty punch. Now if she punched him in the chest or ribs, no problem, but he didn't really have muscles on his face, none that could be trained to take punches, that and no quirk used or well he would have been unmarked. But he laid back resting for tomorrow. As Izuku woke up he groaned loudly. He turned his alarm off as he stepped out of bed. As he moved into the bathroom he noticed his face had bruised up a lot more, but that was normal. He expected his face to bruise up, but he just jumped in the shower and cleaned himself off fully. He got his clothes on and walked down. Oh, Izuku, your face doesn't look good. I know, Mom, it just looks a lot worse than it feels. I am fine. Izuku sat down as he began eating his breakfast. 5. Yo Izuku, let's go, we gotta head to school, Hitoshi said as Izuku got up from the couch. He threw his book bag over his shoulder and followed his stepbrother out of the house. They of course say goodbye to Inko before meeting up with the rest of the group. Ah, Izuku, your face. Himiko screamed as she saw Izuku. She and the rest of the girls rushed over to Izuku. I am fine, it's my own fault for taking so many hits to the face. You need to get checked out, I believe Recovery Girl can help. Nimari suggested with Izuku waving it off. 3. It's my own fault, and it's not really stopping me from school work. Just let's hurry, don't want to get late for UA. Izuku started moving with the group following. Each of them was irritated at Izuku's injuries, that someone could just punch Izuku, because of a bullshit reason like that, plus Izuku wasn't really explaining his plan to them. The same reaction the girls had Ochako had. She rushed for Izuku and checked out his face. In her panic Izuku started floating as all her fingers touched his face. Woo, Uraraka, please stop using your quirk, Izuku said as he grabbed into Ochako's bag. 1. Sorry, I really didn't mean to, Ochako said in a worried tone as she pressed his fingers together, bringing Izuku's gravity back. He nearly fell on his face but was able to catch himself. Let's get going, Izuku said, just wanted to get to school. The sooner he gets done with school the sooner he can sleep. The sooner he can sleep and his face can heal. As he walked into UA he expected everything, everyone smirking at him. He even heard some laughs, something Kyoka heard as well and was not happy about. 3. But as they entered the hero class he had not expected the reaction he got. Most everyone gave him a pitiful look, that they felt sorry for him in a certain way, others still looked at him angrily. But one that didn't show up yet was Nana. Hey, you guys move ahead, I gotta do something, Rumi told them as she acted as she moved toward the toilet. She however just waited near an empty hallway that everyone had to pass. It took 2 minutes before Rumi noticed Nana. Rumi jumped out, grabbed Nana by the blazer, and threw her in the hallway. 2. She slammed her against the wall. Listen to me, you bitch, Rumi growled as she held the shirt tightly. If you so much as fucking glare at Izuku, I will fucking murder you. I let Izuku do his thing, but you dare to do something like that ever again, and I will kick that fucking head of yours clean off. I fucking understood. Rumi was extremely pissed off and this was the only thing she could really do. She wasn't as gentle as Nimari, or as bubbly as Mina or Ochako, she could just fight. 20. Fine, just let me go. I don't even want to deal with him anymore, Nana said, more so irritated about being held down than Izuku. She barely slept. The entire night Izuku was running in her mind. She gave each punch her all, and he fucking took it. In the end, she could have died. Rumi let go of the blazer and walked back toward the class. Nana waited a bit, before following and fixing her blazer. Most of the class was normal. Each teacher started acting normal toward Izuku. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Nezu had seen how each of them acted toward him and had talked with them about it. 6. Each teacher, while not friendly. Also, they weren't hateful, they acted more as if he wasn't really there. As the room waited for All Might, they decided to talk with each other. Is your face really fine? We are going to fight in this class. I ain't that easily taken down. Just make sure if you are against me to not hold your punches cause of pity. Izuku told Ojiro, who nodded with a smirk. Just hope yo. Ha ha ha, I have arrived. All Might laughed as he opened the door. My students, I am glad to see you all once more. Today will be the first day that you will be dressed in your hero outfits. Now rise up, and grab your outfit. All Might laughed as he pressed a button, causing the wall beside him to open up and all types of briefcases to slide out. You all will need to meet me at Grounds Beta, there I shall explain in detail. Now do not be late. All Might yelled before sprinting and jumping out the window, to disappear in a flash, leaving most of the students starstruck. 3. They moved out of the class with their hero outfits. First of the group, she had on a simple school uniform that seemed very generic but also a little bigger for her, allowing her to slip in and out of her outfit if the need raised, which helped a lot with her quirk. Aoyama had chosen a simple knight armor set minus the helmet, which he had replaced with fancy-looking sunglasses and a sparkling cape. Around the armor were multiple round circles, with the main one being around his stomach, allowing him to attack with his quirk. 19. Next was Mina, who had chosen a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit. The colors were in a slash pattern which screamed Mina. The arms were sleeveless, with it ending just above her breast. She also had a plain white eye mask with a cropped sleeveless tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along the collar. Just like the rest of the outfit, her boots were acid-proof with holes so she could skate on her acid for mobility. Next to her, Asui's outfit consisted of a bright green turtleneck bodysuit, with tan gloves. The bodysuit had added black lines, and on top of her head, she had a set of goggles. 4. Much like Aoyama, Ida had also chosen an armor-like suit. The only difference would be that he wore it with more car-like engines and exhaust around it. Ochako, like most of the girls, had a tight bodysuit, this one mostly being a dark blue near black with a light pink one, big large boots that could act like stabilizers, and large pink hand guards with the same need. She also had a pink helmet with a visor. Ojiro had just chosen an outfit he was used to, a simple GI with fur coming out the shoulder, and fingerless gloves. 3. Kaminari came out with punk vibes. He wore a leather jacket and pants with a white undershirt. And over the jacket there were white lightning bolts. To finish it off, he also had simple sunglasses. Kirishima was next, having a 2 gears placed around his shoulders, leaving his arms and chest free and out in the open. Then black pants with dark red boots and a red almost skirt around it. Kota stood almost behind Kirishima wearing a yellow and red bodysuit. Sato stood next to him wearing a big light yellow bodysuit, even covering his face. His hands and feet were protected by gloves with sugar packets inside the belt around his waist. 1. Shoji had chosen, much like all the clothing he wore, sleeveless. His dark blue mask was now attached to his outfit, with it switching to light blue around its chest, giving it faint hints of squid. Kyoka, much like Kaminari, had punk rocker vibes. She had on simple leather pants and a black leather jacket, a ripped salmon-collared shirt with matching headphones. Added to it, in her large boots there were speakers. Under her eye was also red downward triangles. 3. Siro's outfit, of course, was cut off before the elbows, allowing him to use his quirk. He also had shoulder guards and a helmet that looked like tape dispensers. His outfit self was just a plain-looking black and white bodysuit. Tokiyami had nearly copied Aizawa in his outfit. Except for his white scarf, Tokiyami had a black covering, allowing him to have a safe spot for dark shadow nearly all the time. Todoroki had an outfit that took heavy inspiration from his father, a dark blue collar with tubes going all over his chest. He also wore arm guards that were hooked up toward a small box on his back. 1. Next, by far the weirdest hero outfit, Inuwa. Hagakure wore nothing except gloves and shoes, abusing her invisibility to the max. Bakugo had a black eye mask. His shirt was a sleeveless black shirt with a red X down the middle, a neck guard for blowback and black combat pants, knee guards that could kill, and most noticeable two-arm guards that looked like grenades. Mineta, while not as weird as Toru, wore a mostly purple bodysuit with a white bowl that mostly just gave diaper vibes to everyone. He also added a yellow cape to look cool. 9. Yaoyorozu wore a red one-piece, leaving her chest open. Around her waist she wore a belt that acted like a skirt, and on its back was a bookholder that held an encyclopedia. Awase's hero outfit consisted of a burgundy, baggy, full-body suit, its collar passing his chin. He wears shoulder pads and a bag on his belt in which he keeps various items, including blocks of wood and metal aid his quirk. He also switches out his usual zigzagged headband for a striped one. Kaibara appears to be a dark-colored windbreaker with a drill pattern rings around the base of the neck and feet. Over it he wears a simple white trenchcoat. 5. Kamakiri wore a large dark green cloak, plain black trousers and tree-toed boots. He also had a mask covering his eyes. Kuwar had a simple black bodysuit with white shoes and white arm guards. Kendo had picked out a turquoise knee-length kippo as she wore a black double-breasted corset over it, with black sports shorts with a brown utility belt and a satchel. Kodai had a white and red mixing outfit. She also had a cap protecting her from the sun. On her skirt, she had a side satchel for items she could use. 1. Komori's outfit was a red dress with white polka dots over it, a mushroom-styled hat with leg warmers that matched the dress. On her waist she had 2 watering guns that could increase the speed for her quirk. Abara had one of the simplest, a simple white robe, with black boots that reached her knees. Shishida had just worn black pants, his quirk covering his chest in brown fur. Shota had picked out an armor-like chest plate, white outlines for a lot of muscles, and a deep blue visor around one eye. 1. Pony's outfit was much horse, just her quirk and appearance. She wore a horse halter around her head with a lead rope dangling around her back. Her outfit itself was made to resemble a jockey uniform consisting of an orange skin-tight shirt with paler markings around the chest and stomach. Saburaba's outfit was a simple light blue jacket, pale pants, a black undershirt with large brown boots, and cylindrical-shaped soles. Tetsu wore a dark green jumpsuit that cut off just before his chest, some holes in his baggy pants with metal shoes. There was also some metal around the chest leaving most of it open. 1. Setsuna wore a purple scaled-like bodysuit with an eye mask, black knee-high boots, and fingerless gloves. She had orange-like 3-piece armguards on. Manga's hero outfit consists of a blue shirt with red sleeves and pants covered by a series of ink bottle-like pieces of armor around his torso and legs, black on his torso and white on his legs. He wears a belt with manga panels, and elbow-under-length gloves, and his mask resembles a manga page template. Honanuki's outfit was a black bodysuit under most of it, then pieces of armor over his chest, forearms, shoulders, and legs. His helmet looked a lot like Siro's helmet. 3. Bondo wore a yellow slightly baggy suit. Around his ankles, wrist, waist, and neck there was a red accessory that looked like the bottom of a glue bottle. Minona's outfit was a double-breasted tuxedo with 2 long tails reaching almost down to his ankles. On his belt he had 3 different stopwatches, most likely to keep track of how long he had a quirk active. Reiko wore a pale purple, knee-length kimono with a white fur collar, 3 dark straps around her WA side and a black mask covering the lower half of her face. 6. Rin had picked out a black body suit with yellow clouds across the torso that got a lot baggier as it went down. Around his waist a red thin belt tied with pouches on its side, a large collar around the neck covering the bottom half of his chin, with large arm covers reaching his knuckles. Over his face a covering hiding his eyes. Najire outfit is a royal blue skin-tight body suit with a high black collar, pale mint green markings covering her torso, shoulder, and legs, and on her feet a pair of knee-high boots. Around her ankles a jade green spiral that went upward much like she had around her wrist. 1. Mei was covered in a mech suit. It looked very steampunk with a burst of steam shooting out the back from time to time. It freed her face showing she was smiling and checking her armor out. Next to her was a slightly pouty Nimari that had a skin-collared body suit, with a leather corset and knee-high boots, stockings that reach around half her tight, broken handcuffs around her wrist, finishing it with a brown leather belt with a golden dragon wing like a symbol. 1. Rumi wore a white sleeveless leotard with a dark purple trip around her shoulders and waist, a wide yellow crescent moon design over her chest and a single think metal plate around her midriff. Added to it she had purple thigh-high boots that worked well with her leotard, with more plating around her feet as protection and for more damage. Much like Kendo Ryuko wore a traditional kipao that reached her ankles, on the bottom it had a dragon-like slash in yellow. With 2 dragon-like wings around her head guard. 2 long white arm guards with a single pouch tied around her upper thigh. 35. Nana's consisted of a dark, sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar, yellow elbow-length gloves, and white knee-high boots. Around her waist was a belt with an angular golden buckle, a small cape attached around the back which hung down to her knees, and over her shoulders was a longer cape, buttoned to the shoulders of her bodysuit. Last was Izuku. He was dressed in loose black combat pants, the ending tied into black military-style boots, a white sleeveless shirt, and a long black trench coat protecting him from the weather. Each stood looking at All Might, who smiled back. "Well, don't you all look like heroes, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Now let's get started," All Might said as he pulled out a small book from his back pocket. "Now, you all will be split up into groups of 3 students. This will result in 16 different teams. The teams will be decided by randomness." This instantly got some reactions from the students. "Sir, is that truly the best possible strategy?" Ida interrupted All Might. Well, can anyone answer that?" Izuku raised his hand, but All Might skipped him and went over toward Yaoyorozu. "Most heroes are forced to team up with others on the spot." 7. Ding ding ding. "You are correct, Miss Yaoyorozu. You are correct. Heroes often team up to protect others. You all will team up. Half heroes and the other half villains. Each group of villains will grab and place a large bomb into one of the rooms and protect it. You have 5 minutes to hide the bomb, then you have to hold out for 10 minutes. Now then, because I am prepared, I have already gone ahead and made the teams," All Might said as he pulled out 2 boxes. "Now then, I randomly threw 8 balls that hold your names." 2. All Might pulled out the first ball, which was the villains. Kayama, Kota and Aoyama. These newly crowned villains will fight the heroic team of Shiro, Hatsume, and Jiro. All Might called out, making Kyoka sigh. "Now move inside and prepare yourself, villains," All Might said as he brought out a large bomb. Nimari and Kota worked together to lift the bomb inside. "I got a plan. You 2 just work on protecting the bomb." Kota just nodded, too scared to really speak. Aoyama agreed as well. It meant Nimari quickly moved into the front area. 2. Back outside, Kyoka was trying to get the team to focus up, but that wasn't really the case. Hatsume was more focused on working on her gadgets, and Shiro wasn't really interested in hanging around the villain group. It didn't really help that Kyoka was sure she had seen Mei from somewhere before. So as the signal was given, the 3 moved in. Shiro ran ahead of them. Ignoring the warning, Kyoka screamed toward him, but as he turned a corner, Nimari jumped out and kneed Shiro in the stomach, dropping him back. Both Jiro and Mei ran up to them. 2. "Okyo, you should have known you in my range," Nimari said with Kyoka looking around. She was far too close to dodge or run away. Nimari ripped her outfit around the wrist with an explosion of pink gas to fly out and surround the 4 of them. Nimari smiled, unaffected by her gas. Shiro was gasping on the floor, the gas filling his lungs and knocking him out. Mei's suit created a mask around her, but as she swayed a little she then fell backward, knocked out. Only Kyoka slammed her hands on her mouth and nose, trying to block the gas. 3. But Nimari rushed in and started punching Kyoka, who blocked with her hands, causing the gas to enter her body. "Oh, how impeccable, the villain team wins," All Might called out as he grabbed the next 2 balls to fight. Team villains are Miss Shiosaki. Komori will team up with Shoji. They will face the hero team of Hagakure, Kaibara, and Tetsu. All Might announced as robots came in and grabbed all 3 downed hero students. "Well done, Miss Kayama, effective work," All Might said with a thumbs up. Nimari gave a friendly smile as she joined her friends that congratulated her. 4. I despise that we have to act like villains, but in for the journey of becoming the best heroes I shall try my best, Shiosaki said with her hands pressed together in prayer. "I will stay out and fight them, you 2 close this entire area." "That shall not be required, they cannot fight back again the might I have been gifted with strength by the Lord," Shiosaki said as she started walking toward the door, planning to end this quickly. Waiting right at the door. It gave the other team not a second. 2. Surrender yourself, and allow no violence to become upon you. That ain't manly. Tetsu screamed as he ran upward, going to take down Shiosaki. Foolish man, repent for thy sin, Shiosaki said, turning her back to the group and shooting her hair out, capturing the three. Seemingly capturing all of them until Kaibara used his quirk, spinning his fist at high speeds and breaking through the vines. Struggling is foolish, Shiosaki said as she moved her vines forward, one to capture Kaibara, this time for good, which happened, finally, after a minute-long struggle. The second team that has leaned on the power of a single person. Will Team our third team have the same or will we finally see some teamwork? All Might called out as he pulled out two new balls. The villain team is MidoRyuu, Tokage, and Mineta. They will face the hero team, Tsunotori, Sato, and Kirishima. Who will win, who will lose? Izuku walked with his two teammates. So what do you guys have as a plan? Setsuna shrugged as she stood between Izuku and Mineta. You tell us, villain, you in your element here, I will just protect the beautiful lady. 7. Izuku groaned. I am not a villain, shorty, and you just protect your own dignity. You will need it if you soil yourself and your diaper. Ha ha ha, that does look like a diaper. Setsuna laughed as they walked into the building. It's not a diaper, it's a bowl, like a bowl of grapes, you idiotic villain. Izuku just sighed. You block the top area with your hairballs, they are sticky, right? You block the area off, Tokage can fly around to scout them out, and I will keep them busy. 3. This plan was accepted by the group. Izuku walked toward the front as he sat down. Mineta had run up and filled the entire upper floor with balls. It was nearly impossible to walk through. Students remember it as a team exercise, not a 1 versus 3. All Might called out, making Hitoshi growl in frustration. It's fine when the other two do it, but Izuku, and it's a problem. Izuku himself groaned. His plan basically got called out over the radio, making the three heroes hear it as well, so Izuku couldn't play passively. He hardened his fist with scales and punched a wall. While it dented, he didn't break through. 2 feet, it was what he wanted. He walked toward the gate, but on the way, he pulled out multiple doors that he stacked against in between walls. He waited behind it, going in his hybrid form. Setsuna hides behind that wall, they're coming, Izuku said to nobody at all, just as the three heroes walked in. Each thought they just heard into his plan. Hey buddies, you ready to face a villain alone? Kirishima hardened himself, strengthening himself. Haha, as if. Kirishima ran for the wall, believing he would break through. One taking Setsuna out would be a quick upset, which could mean they had more chances against Izuku. But as Kirishima ran face first into the wall kept standing, his face busting again concrete. He stumbled back, right as Izuku sprinted through the doors, each door splintering as Izuku forced himself into the fight. He moved quickly and looked evil. Izuku slammed his open palm on Sato's chest. He flew backward, forcing Pony to dodge toward the floor, causing Sato to miss her. Izuku kept moving. He grabbed Kirishima's head and pressed it into the wall once more, this time breaking through the already dented part. One Kirishima's head was stuck in the wall and last was Pony, who was still on the floor, scared. So Izuku stopped. He turned back to normal. Hey, you good? She flinched at Izuku's touch and crawled away screaming. It's all right. I am not going to hurt you, just calm down, Izuku said as he was tackled to the floor by Sato. Focus, Pony. Sato punched down on Izuku's face, his strength easily breaking Izuku's nose, blood spatter all around, but Izuku was not gonna give up. He grabbed Sato by the head. 11 both fists around Sato's head, and he pulled him down. As his head moved down, Izuku's moved up. Izuku using his forehead to just headbutt Sato in the nose, breaking it. But Izuku kept doing it until he felt Sato's grip lessen, which made Izuku throw Sato off. He stood up and, blood running down, but the match was over. The villains win once more. If medical help is required, move toward Recovery Girl's office, All Might said as Izuku helped remove Kirishima from the wall, and he then moved toward Recovery Girl's office. While his fight with Nana could heal on its own, the punch and headbutts made his broken nose pulse in pain. 3 inches next up is Shishida, Ida, and Honanuki, which will be facing the hero team of Hado, Kodai, and Ashido. Do your best. The 3 villains made their way inside. So how are we going to do this? Honanuki asked, looking around the floor they had picked. I shall take the leadership role. I do not trust someone that would trust the likes of a dragon villain. What is your problem with dragons? Both Midoriya and Tatsuma are incredible people with a true sense of justice. 3 inches of course, he knows a true sense of justice, many criminals do so they can be sure what laws to break. Ida said, sure of himself, with Shishida scowling. Do not speak of them like this. You are the one that causes problems, the ones that attack innocent people and the ones that try and kill them. They were so involved in the argument that they were not even aware that the match started. Let's move quickly, Mina cheerfully said as she ran ahead. Kodai and Nejire followed behind quickly. I can already hear them, Kodai said as she heard the arguments. 7 inches, let's wait outside a little bit, for our perfect chance. Mina nodded with Nejire's idea. Villains should be arrested. Dragons are villains, it's for public safety. Ida screamed with Shishida screaming back. 63% of flame users also are villains. Does that mean we gotta arrest all of them too? That isn't the same. No, it's worse. There are more quirks that use flames than there are dragon-like quirks. Just because we have someone like Endeavor doesn't mean all flame users are good. There are more good flame users. Saying something like that is absurd. 3. The argument turned quite heated. Many students could see their understanding in both. And Izuku and Ryuko will be the first of the wave of good dragon users. I am not saying befriend them, but at least give them the benefit of the doubt. Heroes need to protect, not destroy. Shishida screamed, pushing Ida, who grabbed Shishida in the chest. Nejire saw this as a perfect time to strike. She ran in, raising both hands up, with yellow energy to store up around the wrist. It shot out, circling around itself as it shot forward. It connected with all 3 of them, the force shot them back. 8. It shot them into the wall, the force crushing them inside. The power itself caused Nejire to stumble back and fall on her butt. But the 2 teammates were ready to act. Mina shot right for the 3 boys. As Kodai moved into the room for the bomb. As Kodai hit the bomb, Mina drop-kicked Ida in the chest. The winners are the heroes. How impressive. Please walk back here so the next team can show up. All Might called out right as Izuku walked in, his face looking a lot better and not bruised. Both Kirishima and Sato followed behind. Thanks All Might for blowing my strategy. Totally didn't seem like you were trying to mess me up, Izuku said as he went to sit down at the back. All Might stayed smiling. I was merely informing my students of the objective. Heroes should work together. Izuku scoffed, seeing that it came from Mr. Solo. He didn't have a teammate in well over 5 years, and even all his so-called sidekicks were non-fighters that stayed behind. But arguing with a teacher just meant trouble, so he stayed quiet waiting for the match to start. 27 inches. I wonder how the team is going to deal with that, Izuku thought as Ochako, Awase and Todoroki were teaming up as villains, against Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu, and Monoma. As the camera showed, they weren't that friendly to both teams. Just stay back, I don't need help, you will just get in my way, Todoroki told Uraraka and Awase with a burning glare. We should work together though. Ochako tried, but Todoroki wasn't having any of it. Just sit back and like me do what I was created for, Todoroki said, walking out. Halfway down, Todoroki started showing his power. 2 inches. What the hell, Mineta said, scared of another powerhouse. Is he serious? All Might said, shocked mostly for Nana. Todoroki had completely frozen the bottom 3 stories of the building. Not enough ice to make them unable to answer, but more than enough to make it very hard. Ha ha ha, does that pompous bastard really believe something like this will stop me? I shall easily win this. Monoma screamed at the building as he already had a copied quirk. I can't help Kiro. The frog girl Tsuyu asked, with both looking at her in confusion. 4 inches. I am a frog. Even standing here, I am already getting sleepy. Oh my god, my apologies Asui, I should have known. Please take a couple of steps back and warm up. We shall find a way to succeed without your help, Yaoyorozu said worriedly about her classmate. Monoma was just grumbling to himself about how he would not need any help. He was the great Nato Monoma, the one that shall surpass all heroes with their own quirk. But now he had Todoroki's own quirk copied. He bumped his shoulder copying the quirk. Sure, he only had a couple of minutes left, but he didn't need more. 2 inches. Start. No, here. Monoma had calculated that they froze from the 3rd floor down, thus they had to be on the 3rd floor. We will win quickly. He rose both Yaoyorozu and himself up in an ice pillar right toward the 3rd floor, where they opened the window and stepped in, face to face with Todoroki. Idiot, You really think I didn't notice the copy of my quirk? Ha, as if that matters. Monoma shot out an ice layer. His rough control nearly hitting Momo and making her stumble into the wall. 4 but it didn't matter. Time had run out, and Todoroki just attacked back with fire, sending a fireball down the hallway and burning the ice. It would have burned up both Momo and Monoma if Momo didn't jump in front with a shield. A high-temperature shield. Only for Todoroki to lead up with a covering of ice, capturing the remaining 2 heroes with ice. It's over, villains take the win once more. Seems we won. Awase said, rubbing his head as they walked out. He just needed better teammates, as the strategy Ochako told him was quite good, but egos. 6 They walked past the others. Shota teamed up with Yanagi and Nana, who had kept her face as if she wasn't even there with her hands bandaged up, and they would fight Toga, Tokiyami, and Kendo. I intend to use teamwork. Shota asked the 2 women with Yanagi nodding. Yeah, whatever. Nana said. She really didn't care who she was gonna fight, all she could think of was Izuku's hand around her throat. No pressure to force, but she knew her life was forfeited at that time. The villains spared her life. That would cost them. As the hero team was a real team. 3 inches. Well, I will just follow behind. I got great close combat skill, Tokiyami nodded. I am well aware, Kendo, however, I believe it's best if we take point and not try and fight. We need to split them up. Himiko just hummed sweetly, slowing her breathing and emptying her mind completely. We shall take the point. We shall take their aggression and swallow it up within our darkness, which will allow the 2 of you to focus on the bomb. Start. Hero team rushed in right away, easily clearing the first 4 floors with only the final floor left. Toga, go alone toward the south side, Tokiyami called out, and just as Kendo looked to her side, Toga was gone. She just vanished. Wah. Kendo said, shocked, but Tokiyami called out, pulling her attention back. We must fight, Tokiyami said as they rushed through the hallway. Hello. Tokiyami greeted the 3 heroes as he whispered to Kendo. We must not let them know Toga is not with us. Thus they rushed to fight. Koko went right into clashing with Shota as Tokiyami went to Yanagi, leaving Kendo with Nana. And while Nana outclassed Kendo in power, this fight Kendo was cleaning up. 4 Nana only covered up. It was shocking for all the students. She had been seen as one of the most powerful students they had, but here she was being outclassed. And as Kendo punched Nana into a wall, using a simple straight punch but growing her fist massive, caused her to slam into the wall. I am going for the bomb. Kendo screamed toward Tokiyami, who nodded as he kept fighting. We are going to win this. Kendo screamed, with it snapping Nana out of her dip for just a slight bit, causing her to run after Kendo. Both parties were even in a sprint for but a moment as Nana started using her quirk and started speeding up, and she would have caught up, if not for Toga to jump out a corner, wrapping herself around Nana like a cobra, and with a syringe she had it pressed on Nana's neck, right on the main artery. Move and die, she said in a scarily calm voice. Nana thought about it for a sec, but she wasn't fast enough, and she was stuck. Toga had her legs wrapped around her body and arms, with one arm pulling her head back and opening the neck for the other syringe. 6 This allowed Kendo to just touch the bomb, allowing the hero team to win again. Nana scoffed angrily as Toga jumped off her, ignoring her completely. Nana's pride was being broken. Not only could she have been killed by a dragon quirk user, but now she also lost to someone who didn't even use a quirk. So she just dropped down in a corner, raising her knees to her chest and hugging them in frustration. Izuku noticed and wondered why she was taking it so badly. Compared to the powerful lioness she was before, now she acted like a kitty. 11 But the next team had reached the bomb side. Teamwork or you're gonna go on your own? Hitoshi asked Kamakiri and Kuroiri, who both aimed for teamwork. Good, I can easily take out the loudmouth Bakugo. Just Bondo and Fukidashi are the problems. They don't seem the guys to respond easily. I can just cut them up, there is nothing I won't be able to cut. And you then work on backup. Yeah, though I got a plan. Kamakiri, how about before you attack you just break the lights? I will be hiding in Aizawa's shadow and boom, sneak attack from darkness. 4. Fuck you too. Teaming up is for weak bitches that can't handle it alone. 3 versus 1. Ha, fuck that, more like the victims. Bakugo scoffed as he walked away from his 2 teammates. Asshole, all we asked was if he wanted to team up. Bondo asked, shrugging as he would try and win with Fukidashi. Don't think they have much in terms of protection. Fukidashi said as he got ready. I will kill them, I will kill them, I will kill them. Bakugo kept saying to himself as he got his blood pumping. 2. He needed it to sweat, and with the start signal being given, Bakugo flew inside, and instantly they were met with 2 students. Already ready to fight, not going to greet us? Hitoshi asked the group. To his surprise all of them answered. Oh why, for Fukidashi. Good Lu, for Bondo and a nice, Dai Ba. For Bakugo. Raise your hands in surrender. All of them did, making Izuku back at the viewing area laugh out loud at the foolish behavior. Hero team gave up, villains win. All Might asked, unsure what just happened with Hitoshi just walking past them and removing his hold on them. Fuck you brainwashing cunt, I was going to murder you all. 6. But with that, the last team was going to fight now, Team Ryuko Rumi and Rin, versus Team Kaminari, Ojiro, and Honanuki. Rumi, we are going to team up. Come on, I can squash them myself, I want to show them how powerful I am. Ryuko shook her head, I am sure them would prefer a woman that can work in a team. Rin just stood there awkwardly scratching his hands, are you afraid? Ryuko asked with Rin giving a chuckle. No, my grandpa from my mom's side was half dragon. 3. Ryuko nodded as Rin spoke. But you guys are stronger, so I don't really know what to do, but more than willing to help. Ryuko nodded. We need to be aware of all of them. Thankfully we are villains so we can set up. Rin nodded as they started taking points from Izuku. They broke off doors and stored them in hallways, giving them a barricade that Rin hid behind. So I am acting like a machine gunner, cool. Yeah, just don't get in my way. Rumi said as they smiled at the plan. 3. Bro, it's gonna be easy, just let me walk in, zap them, and boom, we win. Kaminari said with a smirk as he ran his fingers through his hair. Sure, if you think that, buddy, they have that dragon lady, she might be able to take that hit of yours. Ha, she can try, but after I am done with her she won't be able to stand on those legs of her. Start. Unlike nearly all teams, they just walked in as they walked into a supermarket. Walk. Back off now, Kaminari called out as he saw the 2 power ladies. 4. He ran right for them. I am taking you 2 with me, India HHH. Rumi kicked a door right in the face of Kaminari, making him fly out of the building still under a door knocked out. Bring it, weaklings. Ojiro and Honanuki ran in, coming halfway until the 2 ladies dropped through the floor with a yell. Before they started getting pelted by scales that felt like paintballs in force, they just covered up in shock when their guards were up. Ryuko and Rumi tackled them down, this time again winning the match, quickly. Helping Kaminari up, they walked back to All Might. 1. You all were wonderful, I am proud of each of you, and remember, a loss this time means you found out your weakness quickly, learn from it, then turn that loss into a win. Before All Might quickly went over the fights with them, leaving the students alone and ready for lunch, as they had homeroom after this. So each of the students left the room after All Might, all except 2, Izuku and Nana. Hey, you okay, you gotta eat. Izuku asked as Nana still had her head on her knees. HRFP. Hey, I might speak English and Japanese, but I don't speak grumble. Nana jumped up. Leave me alone, dragon, she said before rushing out, leaving Izuku with a smile. At least she didn't call me a villain again, I see this as a win. Before slowly following her, Izuku smiled as he walked into the lunchroom. He just ignored the stares and whispers as he walked toward the table. His friends were already waiting for him. They had left a seat over for him. Hey, sorry for the wait, but had to grab my lunch, Izuku said as he placed his lunchbox on the table. Much like any member of his family, they all had a nicely packed lunch from Inko, filled with everything they needed and a lot of love. Oh hell yeah, fried chicken. Izuku smiled with Hitoshi laughing. Oh, you got chicken, nice, I got pigs in a blanket. Izuku smirked. 3. He quickly started eating. Only halfway through their lunch, an alarm started to ring. Blaring lights and alarm. UA security system has been breached. UA security system has been breached. A robotic voice kept repeating this at a near-deafening volume. What the fuck? Rumi said as she stood up. Everyone else followed quickly behind. I don't know. Ever since I have been in UA that has never happened, just get out quickly. One of the random third years told the group as he started making his way out. 6. What do we gotta do? Ochako asked worriedly to Izuku, who thought about it. Let's just head to class, I am sure teachers will show up and explain. The group nodded as they just followed Izuku. They quickly figured out the main problem. The small hallway that students normally lined up and walked perfectly fine, but now everyone was just stuck, pushing and pulling each other as they brought to a standstill. Izuku was pushed to the side and quickly pushed through the window. "Get out of the way, villain," was what the first one said before he escaped in the sea of scared students. 6. But as Izuku landed at the window, he could see what happened. The media had poured in and was taking pictures, but the teachers were already pushing them back. So Izuku looked back, wanting to explain, but as he looked back he just saw Himiko get pushed back as a second year tried getting past her. Which pissed him off. He stood tall and raised his voice, almost dragonic. "Stop pushing. Relax, it's just the media." This voice stopped everyone, stopped them in fear, and it was heard throughout the school. "Oh, tell Master Ua just got interesting," a random voice said from the darkness before disappearing into nothingness. 7. Unaware of this unknown figure hidden in the depths of Ua, the students started making their way into their class. "Next time keep your voice down, you nearly deafened me." Hitoshi groaned as he rubbed his ears, with Izuku giving him a laugh. "I wonder what we will do now. It's our last class for today, I just wanna go home and relax in the bath." Nimari whined as she stretched. "No idea, it's only like a 1-hour class, so doubt it's gonna be hard work," Shishida said as he leaned forward on his desk. 16. The door shot open and closed right away once more, with Aizawa walking in. "Sorry students, but as some of you already figured out, media had found a way in, but we know the fault in our system and have added new security measures. But ignore that, as you have something much more important than that. You have to pick a class representative. This person will be the leader of your class for this year and will be the one in talks with other classes, and the teachers surrounding students. That person can then pick 3 helpers. 9. You have this hour to make that discussion. I will sleep during that time. Wake me up when you have a decision." Aizawa then crawled into his sleeping bag and went to sleep. With the group instantly starting to argue about who was supposed to take the leading role, Aizawa, of course, wasn't asleep. He was thinking. He had just left Nezu and some of the other teachers alone at the massive opening that was within the walls of Ua. "I don't know what could have caused these things. The walls crumbled. I have never in my days seen anything like this." 3. Nezu spoke with worry as he moved his fingers through the crumbled wall. "Yeah, I can't really say what happened. It's almost like the wall just decayed or something. We will just have to look in the known quirk database and hope it's known. But if the brat was cocky enough to attack Ua, I doubt he was stupid enough to not alter or remove that," Gran Torino said as he leaned on his cane. "Well, not much we can do about it now. Powerloader, please make sure this wall is back up by tomorrow, and request the help of All Might and Cementos if needed. You should pick me as class rep. I swear I am the best pick," Kaminari asked with a smile. "While others might be suited for the job, I believe my qualifications are the absolute best for the job. I would make sure each of us makes our journey to become a pro hero as respectable as possible," Ida said as he straightened his entire posture. The entire group was arguing about it all except the 2 brothers, as Izuku and Hitoshi were just playing cards with each other. 8. Why aren't you taking the leadership role? Hitoshi asked as he dropped his card on the pile. "Like I will even get a vote. Half the class still wants to throw me in prison for just breathing, so I doubt they will get along with me. But what about you? Nobody hates you, yet," Izuku said with a chuckle as he delayed the yet. "Oh hell no, I prefer to sleep. All that extra work ain't that worth it in my eyes. Guys, just let me take control. I will make sure all the women's skirts get shortened by 5 centimeters. 4. F5. Zero asked Mineta, who was drooling a bit. "Yeah, slutty short skirts are hella sexy," Mineta said, drooling even more as he thought about it. "How disgraceful. If you all come to your senses and choose me to be the representative, I will make sure our class shall be the greatest heroics class in the world," Monoma loudly declared as he slammed his fist on the table, pulling attention to himself. "We as first-year students must put in the effort to become greater than our elders. Thus it shall be my job as representative and gain knowledge and teach you all." 6. I still believe I would be the best pick. It's time a woman is in the lead, and that woman is me. Nana proudly declared as she was back to her old self. The helping hand Izuku had offered her slightly annoyed her. How could he be so nice? She was taught in school that those that do evil are mean, loud, and hateful, but here a dragon quirk user, the meanest of mean, the evilest of evil, wanted to help her get up. She pushed those thoughts out of her mind as she tried to get the job. 30 minutes had passed and nobody had decided yet, so Aizawa stood up. Shut up, he yelled as everyone sprinted back to their seats. I was hoping this would serve for a decent understanding of overlooking your own egos and making a decision for the best of your collective, but seeing as it never even mattered, seeing as the UA first year's heroics class representative has been decided already from the first day. It's MidoRyuu. The group of course had problems with this and they quickly voiced those objections. Why does the lizard shit get to be the class representative? What the fuck does he have that we don't? 4. Bakugo, sit down in silence. It's not a matter of discussion but I will answer it, however no outburst in my classroom. The first year's representative has always been picked based on abilities. MidoRyuu well surpassed everyone's physical scores. He also ranked in the highest scores for the written exam, which is why he earned that spot. Now then MidoRyuu, pick 3 picks that will help you keep order. Izuku nodded as he thought about it. I would ask Kirishima, Shimura, and Uraraka. Fine, if all 3 are okay with that. 9. Although unsure, both Nana and Kirishima nodded their heads, all while Ochako was happy that Izuku had chosen her. It made her smile brightly and it made her quite proud to be trusted like that. Now then, one more thing before you can all go home early. Tomorrow, we will have a full day training session, so be here at 9 instead of 8:30, then we will grab our hero outfits and move toward an undisclosed location. Now go, Aizawa said quickly only for Ida to raise his hand. Sir, why our hero outfits? If we train, would our normal outfits not be adequate? 2. Simple if you think about it, Aizawa said taking a sip from a cup of coffee from his thermostat. You will all become pro heroes in time. Your outfit will be worn daily, so you're wearing them right now so when you go out on patrol when that time arrived, there are no mistakes that could end up killing a person. Aizawa sent the students off with Ida being the last one as he gave a bow as an apology for questioning his clearly wise decision. Then finally Aizawa had some alone time, which he wanted to spend enjoying the wonderful lunch Inko had made him that the media stop him from enjoying. 5. Aizawa. Oh fuck me. Aizawa groaned as All Might angrily stomped inside of his classroom, both hands being pressed firmly on his desk. How dare you pull favorites and get your son to be class president? We all know he is heavily disliked by his class and not one that should take order and decide their fate. It's unacceptable. Aizawa stood up, his quirk active as All Might turned into his small form. Aizawa's heart floating upward as his glare was cold and staring daggers. 2. You are one to fucking talk. You have been against Izuku since the very start. He has done nothing, and you are against him. If someone is biased, it is you. Now understand Shimura's stance. She has been poisoned by that hate you and the media like to spew. But if we look at the hearts, his shines far brighter than yours. Now I will say this once. If you ever dare to go against my son again, like how you went against him during the test, I promise I will break all your bones in that frail body of yours. 22. You are threatening me now, Aizawa. I am not one to be taken lightly. I will stay silent now. I will not speak against him, but if he so much as makes one mistake, I will stomp him and crush him like the villain he was born to become. All Might was sure in his words. I will offer you the same. Shimura ever steps out, I will make sure she gets forced out of UA and won't even be accepted into a shitty D-tier hero school. I will make sure her chance of being a hero will be 0. 8. They glared at each other for a bit before All Might turned around and walked off, leaving Aizawa back to his lunch, and just as he broke his chopsticks and wanted to take a bite out of that perfect rice his wife had made, his phone went off. He was gonna have to wait with his lunch once more, it seemed, dropping the chopsticks and moving slowly to his phone as he saw it was Nezu. After your lunch please drop by, we have to talk about the new security measures. Thank God, I can at least eat. Izuku had joined Aizawa in getting to UA, arriving much earlier than any of the others, but he had still stuff to prepare for the class. Instead of following Aizawa into UA, Izuku went into the city and made his way toward a 24/7 convenience store where he bought 4 loaves of bread, and 8 packets of ham and cheese with some butter. With this Izuku made his way back to UA. walking as he wondered what would happen today during the USJ as his father was rather secretive about it. Annoying but acceptable. 6. As he arrived at UA, Izuku made his way to the class where he started making sandwiches. Nothing special, just simply, bread, spread some butter on it, place a slice of cheese and ham and finish it off with a second piece of bread. He did this for every single piece of bread, before making the small walk to UA lunchroom where he located lunch rush. Hello sir. Oh, it's you, the dragon boy, Aizawa's kid, right? Izuku just gave a nod. What you need, kid? Not trying to be rude, but I need to make sure I got everything for lunch. 11. Izuku nodded. I understand sir. I was just wondering if it was fine if I grabbed some plastic cups and filled them with water. Yeah, that's fine. If you check at the bottom of the left side there is a tray you can use to move the cups, but why do you need so much water? Izuku walked in and started looking. I am making sure all my classmates have at least eaten something before the USJ. If they want to act their best they need a full stomach. This thought got Lungcrush to respect Izuku. Most people forgot how important food was. 7. Izuku got back into the classroom where he placed the water on a couple of tables and started waiting for the students. The first group of students was Momo, Nana, Kendo, and Abara, who arrived while talking with Ida, Ojiro, and Shota. Single quote. What is this? Kendo asked looking at the food. Oh, well, seeing we have the USJ today, I wanted to make sure everyone ate something. Oh wow, that is really considerate. I didn't expect that from someone like you. Momo said with Izuku keeping a smile on his face. Well, take a sandwich and some water if you want. 11. Momo did as did Kendo and Nana. More students started to show up and took food. Some of the course didn't want it. Fuck you, I don't need a goddamn handout. I will kill everyone here on an empty stomach. Hell, I kill everyone without a fucking stomach. Bakugo growled out as Izuku just shrugged. Eat or don't eat, Bakugo. Just don't complain when you get kicked out for not giving it your all. Well, I will happily take one. I overslept so didn't have time for breakfast. Ochako said giving an embarrassed smile. 1. I had the same problem. Yui said as she took a sandwich and a cup of water before looking Izuku straight into his eyes. Thank you for this. Before she turned around and walked to her seat to eat. Once all the students had walked in, sat down, and most had eaten something, Aizawa and Vlad King walked into the class together. Oh, Midoriya, seems you have extra food. I do sir, you two want something? Izuku said, offering his teachers something to eat. Both took 2 sandwiches each, leaving Izuku with 6 or so sandwiches, which he once more offered to anyone hungry, but no responses, so he ate them himself. 7. Now then students, today you could count as your first real day as a hero. We are going toward the USJ. Was me, Vlad, with 2 other teachers. We will act like civilians in need of rescue. You all will be the ones to save us. Now, you will be required to work together. Which you will do. I won't accept any students working alone when you're not capable of doing it alone. Aizawa explained before touching the button on the desk opening up the hidden locations of the hero outfits. 11. I will see you all outside. We will have 2 buses to drive you. Vlad King told them before walking out with Aizawa. The students quickly followed with Himiko and Nimari hugging Izuku's arms. Hey Zuki, thank you so much for the food. If there is anything I can do for you, just tell me, Nimari said with a wink, trying to tease Izuku, who just smiled. No need, I am the class representative, it's my job. This made Nimari and Himiko sigh before just walking with the other girls, all as Izuku just walked behind them. The drive to the USJ was calm and relaxed, but that calmness was erased the second the students were able to see the large location that was the USJ. Oh my god, that is massive, Setsuna said with Kaminari seeing his opportunity. That's what she said, but Setsuna was prepared. Not against you, at least that's what I heard. Calm it, we are here. Vlad calmed them before forcing them out of the bus. At the door, they already saw one of the teachers that were waiting on them, the Space Hero 13. Women only, a select few knew really looked like. 16. Aizawa had walked up to 13 to see where the other teacher was. Where is the yellow baboon? He was supposed to be here. 13 giggled. He overdid himself. He was able to stop a lot of different crimes but really just overworked himself. Aizawa just groaned. How could that idiot do something like that on a day like this? This was the first of a set of very important days and he just skipped it because he couldn't trust any other heroes. Well, guess we just have to deal with it ourselves. It's not like that idiot would make too big of a difference. 6. It's just going to be one extra teacher students, so let's head inside so 13 can explain our first objective. And the group headed inside, excited about their first real heroic lesson. The teachers were more focused on how to alter the lesson plan than they were to look around and be aware, so as all the students walked in and started looking around they noticed something. Sir, it was just heroics training, right? So what are those fake villains doing here? Kaibara asked as he pointed downward, showing a group of villains. There were only around 10 to 15 villains. 2. But these villains didn't look like your average villains. No, these were full-on supervillains. With one monster between them, but one stepped forward, a man that looked about the same age as the students, with light gray hair, dirty messy clothing, and most terrifying of all, he was covered in amputated hands. Multiple hands were covering his arms, legs and even head. Almost like his voice was whispered from behind, he spoke. Hello students and teachers of UA. Don't worry, we aren't here to kill you. Just yet at least. The man covered in hands then laughed. 6. The students were already terrified as they tried to bundle up behind the teachers. Some students weren't hiding, such as Bakugo, Kamakiri, Hiroshima, and Tetsu. Those pushed through the fear and stood near the front line, not willing to back down for one reason or another. Then you had those that put the safety of their friends before their own, like Rumi, Ryuko, or Kendo. Protecting a small part even if they were shaking in their boots from fear, but one student stood apart, stood not afraid, Izuku. For him, there was no fear. 5. These thugs were nothing compared to the fear he had when he walked through school as a child. It was nothing compared to the night a Molotov was thrown into his house in an attempt to murder him and his mother. He stood near the teachers ready to act himself, but the man covered in hands kept walking upward, his crew following shortly behind him. Now look, my friends and I here are more than capable of killing you all and then plastering your corpses all over the news. With each word he spoke, the already fearful students started shaking more and more. 8. But we don't want that. I went through all this trouble to make sure All Might was too busy to join us. So let's keep it civil, ha ha ha. His laugh chilled the students to the bones and the teachers knew they were screwed. Aizawa and Vlad were both reading themselves to tackle this group down, forfeiting their lives most likely in order for the students to escape with 13. Now I don't know who, but we are interested in one of you, a dragon. The stares instantly went to MidoRyuu, causing the group of villains to smirk. Good, then we don't need to rest of you. 1. This wasn't well received by the teachers of Izuku's friends. No, you can't take him. Nimari screamed angrily before the man covered in hands waved them off. Remove them from my sight, Kurogiri, just drop them back. The man that stood on the right side of the man covered in hands moved. The purple mist that covered his body exploded in size and quickly covered all of the students and teachers, all except Izuku. For Izuku, he was now in a horrible location. He was quickly surrounded by villains as his friends disappeared. 11. To his friends and family, they just blinked and they were hundreds of meters above UA, falling to their death. The students quickly started screaming in a panic before a few were able to calm themselves and save themselves, such as Bakugo using explosions to steady and even slow his fall. Todoroki, who with a large release of flames did the same, but the rest were saved by Mei, who with both hands, roughly slapped her chest 3 times, making it explode, shoot downward and cover the entire area in a thick, white foam, that blocked their fall. 4. It resulted in what would have been death, to just simple bruises, and at most a broken bone or two. But then again, that was nothing compared to what Izuku might face. What the fuck do you want with me hands? Oh, now don't be like that, buddy. You and I are the same. First off, my name is Tamura Shigaraki, but please call me Tenko. I am here to test you to see if you are worthy of joining us. Izuku growled angrily as his skin turned slight dark green with a more noticeable scaling. His hands grew bigger with his nails sharper. 1. He turned into his hybrid form, and he was ready. Nomu test him. Stage 1. The Nomu walked up to Izuku and raised its arm above its head, combining its fist together into a single object that it was most likely planning to slam down on Izuku. But Izuku wasn't going to just take it. Izuku punched the Nomu in the gut as hard as he could. The wind force was felt right away by the villains that surrounded Izuku and the Nomu, but the Nomu didn't move nor did it react. But with that, the Nomu slammed its hands down on Izuku. 3. Izuku quickly lifted both his arms up in an X shape as he took the attack. His feet were pushed into the ground, breaking it slightly, but Izuku could take it, so as he felt the force decrease slightly he pushed his arms to the left side, making the Nomu's fist slide off to that side as well, allowing Izuku free range to the face. Raging Dragon Fist. Izuku screamed one of his only named moves, a punch that had his full force behind it. And it connected right to the face of the Nomu. The crunch was heard around the area and its head moved, although slightly it still moved. Izuku believed he won. 2. He had yet to meet something that could take him at full force, but it stood calm with the man covered in hands, giving a disappointed look. Is that really all you got? Well, let's see how well you grow. Nomu Stage 2. Where the fuck are we? Aizawa groaned. He tried sitting up, but thanks to how he landed, his arm was clearly broken with his forearm sticking out. Ah sir, help my leg, Toru asked as broke her leg. Vlad King grabbed his phone. Fuck, it's broken. Wait, it might still work. His screen was ruined, but it looked like it mostly still worked. He was able to call Nezu. Ah VL. Nezu, we have been attacked. From what I can tell, only MidoRyuu is still at the USJ. Ping our location and send medical help. 4. Nezu had already pinged the location of Vlad the second he said attacked. I understand, please hang in, help is on the way. Nezu sounded calm, but he was in a bit of a panic. Most of the students were relatively safe, but one was stuck in the USJ with villains. Toshinori, you are needed at the USJ. MidoRyuu is stuck there with a group of villains. What? He is teaming up with them? All Might asked with Nezu slamming his paws down. No, he is being attacked. Now you are going there and saving the day as a hero should. Backup will arrive soon. 4. As this was happening, Shigaraki had ordered the Nomu into Stage 2. It punched Izuku straight in the gut. Izuku barely saw the attack. It was a flash that he was just too slow to react to. It made Izuku fly back. It launched him deeper into the USJ. To stop himself from falling, Izuku grew his wings out and caught himself. He barely was able to breathe as the fist had broken him. And up in the sky, he was safe, at least for a little bit. At least that was what he believed. 3. The Nomu just moved. Like a black blur, the Nomu was next to him. He slammed his hand down with an open palm. It shot Izuku into the middle of the USJ. He broke the water fountain, and it broke Izuku's arm. Fuck, that thing isn't letting up. Izuku groaned out as the Nomu dropped down and crawled over and started stomping Izuku into the floor. Stop, Nomu, Shigaraki ordered with the Nomu stopping. It showed Izuku a mangled arm, pain all over his body and a piece of rebar sticking through his gut. He coughed up blood. 3. You really have potential, but you need more time to blossom into something special, but that is later. Now we will take our leave. Fuck. Fuck no, Yarg, you're not fucking leaving. Izuku groaned out as he stood up, the rebar still in his gut. His arm hung broken to his sides with his face bleeding and covered in bruises. I am going to take at least one of you fuckers with me, either to the grave or jail. Izuku spat out. Haha, that is very funny, but you are in no form to speak of threats. 1. As if Izuku was healthy, he ran forward. He aimed for one of the nearby thugs and he slugged him. Ha ha ha, the thug said as Izuku punched him. However, his scream of pain turned into a laugh as Izuku felt the punch himself, the same exact location he punched the thug. It made Izuku fly back, rolling over the floor until he came to a stop. It was at the same time All Might showed up. He opened the door normally and walked in where he saw the Chuas. The broken floor at first with a bit of spit, sweat, and blood. 4. But as he looked down he saw the large crater. A lot more blood, and a large set of thugs, and a student, on the floor, bleeding, bust still struggling. I am not done yet. Izuku screamed from the floor as he struggled back up with Shigaraki sighing. Stomp him a bit, Nomu. The beast moved and stomped down only to miss as All Might have moved Izuku out of the way. Surrender now, villains. Fuck, what is he doing here? Boss, you said he wasn't gonna show up. Shigaraki started scratching his neck. Why? he started repeating to himself as All Might stood tall. 2. Nomu, just kill him. End him now. We don't accept unwanted players, god damn it. Shigaraki screamed angrily as the Nomu roared in action once more. It dashed forward to All Might at his maximum force, it punched, but All Might captured it with his fist. Nice try, but surrender peacefully, this boy needs medical attention. All Might said about the assumed knocked out Izuku. But the Nomu punched with its other fist, one All Might caught once more. All Might spun around, still holding the Nomu's hands as he threw it away. He should still survive that. All Might assumed the Nomu would have been gone for a bit if not the entire time, but before he took even a single step, All Might was punched in the face by the Nomu. RWAHHHHG, it screamed as All Might nearly fell. The Nomu started raining down fists on All Might, who was caught off guard. The Nomu attacked with a force nearing All Might's own force. For the first time in like 5 years, All Might was unable to fight back. He could only cover up. Where is that fighting spirit, All Might? Izuku screamed as he rushed to tackle the Nomu. 3. It allowed All Might a brief moment to recover, but as the Nomu slammed its fist down on Izuku, slamming him to the floor and cracking his spine. But now All Might fought back. He started firing back with punches. Instead of focusing on the entire battleground, he was just looking to fight one thing right now. He didn't notice that Shigaraki had taken this point to flee, to discuss what he learned with his master. How shameful of myself to be required to get help from a student, one with a dragon quirk nonetheless. 6. Izuku didn't hear anything, he was knocked out and still bleeding. And All Might knew he needed to hurry, even if he hated Izuku, even if he wanted Izuku to be expelled, he wasn't going to let him die here. That was an insult to heroism and UA. To let one of the students die under his watch. So he started going beyond. He started powering up even more and slowly started to overpower the Nomu. But no matter what All Might did, the Nomu kept showing back up. A punch enough to destroy an entire block connected to the side of its head. 4. The Nomu just didn't react. It started to make All Might wonder what this quirk was. It allowed him to be powerful enough to face All Might, but also durable enough to stop punches that would put anyone on their ass. It made very little sense. But if he couldn't overpower this beast, he would just pin him down. All Might started to focus his punches downward, on the knees and arms to slow it down. It was effective, as he dashed to the side and hugged the Nomu, pinning its arms down. 2. This is the meaning of plus ultra. All Might loudly screamed as he leaned back, with as much force as All Might could muster right now. He German suplexed the Nomu in the floor, burying it in the floor, and it finally stopped moving. It allowed All Might to stumble over to Izuku, but as he arrived All Might dropped to his knees, his body reverted back into its small form as he started puking up blood. He had overworked himself completely. He wasn't going to move from this spot, he still needed to save MidoRyuu. He dropped next to MidoRyuu. 6. Thanks to the loss of blood and damage All Might sustained, he much like Izuku got knocked out. He wasn't sure how long he was out, but when he awoke he was being moved. He looked at who was moving him, and it was Izuku, crawling with All Might on his back. What is going on? All Might asked with Izuku just going forward. Not save. Izuku got out, struggle clear in his voice, but as they reached the stairs, backup arrived. Dozens of cops ran in the USJ with Nezu, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl. They rushed down. 6. They moved to Izuku first. No, the old man first, he is bleeding from his side. All Might coughed, shocked at the words of Izuku. Most would be worried for themselves, and understandably so, but Izuku cared for in his eyes someone he had never met that bled from the side. You're in more need, dearie, now stop moving. Recovery Girl started giving first aid to Izuku. His arm was broken, but that didn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. His ribs and spine were broken as well, but those again were just not that important. 4. The important thing was the hole in his stomach, where the piece of rebar had pierced him. She used some of the bandages she had with her. She wanted to use her quirk, but it was useless as Izuku barely had energy. She knew she had to bring her energy gummies, but she forgot to grab them in a panic as she organized for a nearby hospital she helped it to arrive where the rest of the students were to help them. Ma'am, I know I should just stay quiet, but I can't move my legs. Izuku groaned out with Recovery Girl trying to keep a good face. 4. It's fine dearie, I will fix you right up. In reality, she wasn't sure how hard it was gonna be, sure he was gonna be fine in the end. One of the great things about dragon quirks was the healing force they had. Any break was going to be healed. Hell, anything apart from an amputation would be okay. But Recovery Girl had no idea how long it was gonna take. With her quirk it could be a week, but it could also take 10 plus years before he was going to start running again, let alone training to be a hero. 4. The fact was, Izuku might have to be forced out of the UA hero program. All Might moved away with Nezu and Gran Torino, who started talking about what had happened. And they were confused. What did they want with Izuku? We need to improve our security measures, this is unacceptable. Nezu said angrily that a group of villains was able to walk on UA grounds twice within 1 week. This is the first sign of war on hero society. We will not sit idle after this, we must strike back with force. Nezu said with determination. 8. But on the other side of the coin, Shigaraki came through a portal and walked into a bar. The purple mist man teleported behind the bar and started cleaning glasses without saying a word. Shigaraki sat down on a bar stool. They sat in silence for a little bit before a screen lit up. In a red box it read audio only. I presume something went wrong. A calm, deep voice asked. Sort of master, we did as discussed. I used the Nomu to figure out the dragon. He was strong but nowhere near what he could achieve. 3. The voice hummed once. It then spoke. And, well, the Nomu beat him up and he kept going, but then that oaf All Might showed up and ruined the test. I had to use the Nomu so I wouldn't kill him. It's fine, it was but a mere tool to use. If it wouldn't be destroyed by the dragon's force, then we could have lost it to All Might, but now all our toys are on the board, we made our first move and now we wait to see how they will react. The voice said, sounding rather enjoying the current situation. But as the scream went off the voice spoke to himself. I wonder if it's him. Right as Vlad King hung up the phone call with Nezu went ahead and started to free the students and move to those that were hurt and in need of quick medical attention. He squeezed his right hand rightly, activating his suit. A set of 4 injectors pierced his wrist and pulled out his blood. This allowed him to use his quirk. He did so by forcing his blood forward in a thin, straight object, his blood sword. He gripped it tightly before then slashing around him, freeing him from the weird substance May's suit created to save them. 4. His sword cut through it. Within a couple of seconds, Vlad was standing back on the normal floor. Use water, it should dissolve right away using water. May called out from the middle of the area. Vlad just didn't have it, so he was forced to still cut the area into smaller chunks. WHO is bleeding. Vlad called out to the group to mostly get a voice location so he knew where to go. Not here, sir, though we do have a couple of injuries. Hitoshi called back out. He thankfully wasn't injured, but next to his Shishida had dislocated his shoulder on the drop, as well as Himiko had broken her hand. 7. Get this fucking shit off me, Bakugo screamed with May screaming back quickly. Don't use fire, this stuff is extremely flammable. Fuck, just get this shit off me. I want to go back and fucking kill those bastards. Most of the students were worried about themselves or those around them, and all of them were still in fear of the villains they had faced. So they were glad they were free. The villains didn't want them, but then Bakugo made that comment about going back. 8. Back. Izuku was still back there. Each of them, even his closest friends, forgot about them. The pure fear of true evil caused them to forget. But unlike them, he was focused. Was he okay? Was he dead? Is Izuku here? Rumi screamed, ignoring the hurt foot that she used to land on. No, I don't see him here. Ochako said, looking around her group. Thanks to her quirk and quick reflexes, was able to not only float herself but also Suyu and Sato, the two that were the closest to her, down to the floor. So she could look around without a problem. 2. But he wasn't there. He wasn't with them. That meant one thing. He was still with the villains, but even if they thought about it, they either had too much faith in him, or they underestimated the villains too much. He is gonna be fine, right? Nimari asked Ryuko, who only took a couple of bruises thanks to her dragon strength and durability. Of course, it's Izuku, he is the strongest out of us all. Yeah, that idiot of a bro isn't one to be taken lightly, he is gonna be fine, I wouldn't be surprised if he just arrested them all. 5. Some of course had a possibility that was different from that. He might have just joined them, joined the villain's side, and become what most already believed him to be. But even that belief started to waver. He had yet to show any sign of that at least. But as the ambulances started showing up, medical and police personnel started showing up. The students started being healed. Thankfully the trauma squad was the squad that showed up. It was a team of support heroes just like Recovery Girl, that just worked under her. Most had already completed part of their medical course and the base hero course. 3. They were now in the advanced class, which was purely for heroes that worked with medical abilities. And this team was great at healing wounds and breaks. Overall they could almost compete with Recovery Girl. Together at least. Soonson. I have set the bones of those two, you just start the healing process. Got it rule. By the way, Mercy needs your help setting some of the bones. They were a well-oiled machine and truly acted like they had been medical personnel for years even if they looked to just be in their mid-20s. 8. Unlike them, Recovery Girl was already done. She was done in 10 minutes, already bandaged both Izuku and All Might up, and send them away. All Might was sent to her own room in Uwa. It was more secure for the symbol of peace and his secret, but Izuku was sent to the closest one because he really needs surgery. While some saw Recovery Girl as a saint, one of the greatest healers known to Earth. In reality, she was a well-trained field medic. And unless someone had stamina, she could only patch them up to the best of her abilities and let the doctors and surgeons do what they trained almost 15 years for. But Izuku needed surgery for the rib that pierced his lung, but as she sat down on one of the steps, taking a breather, both Nezu and Gran Torino walked up to her and sat down next to her. What the hell was this, Nezu? Are we secure? Recovery Girl asked. It was a question many teachers and even students now wondered. And truly Nezu didn't know. I don't know, I have been lax, he spoke, his tone calm. 4. I foolishly believed that because of our reputation, the one we had for years, that we created quality heroes, year after year, that we would be safe. All Might joining our ranks only boosted that belief and caused me to sit back and relax. This might have been solved if I had focused, if I had been aware of the threat, but no more. This is a clear declaration of war, and we shall not sit back idle waiting for their next move. Gran Torino smirked. So what now, Ratman? What will our first move be? Retaliation, or? He asked with Nezu just giving him a dark smirk. 3. But with everything now calmer, Nezu started contacting the parents of the students, telling them about the attack and what happened to their kids. Most were of course worried, but after being told they only became injured because of their escape and were already being healed as they spoke, that worry became less. But then Nezu had a conversation with one of the hardest phone calls he would make in a while, because well, he wasn't sure what happened. So he picked up the phone and called. It was quickly picked up. Hello, Inko, MidoRyuu Aizawa speaking. 2. Miss MidoRyuu, this is Principal Nezu, the principal of UA. Nezu already heard the cheerful tone she had before slightly dropping. He could guess why. A midday call from the school your two kids go to rarely mean anything good. I am sorry to tell you this, but today during a villain attack, one of your sons, Izuku MidoRyuu, got heavily injured and has been taken to a hospital. He could hear the sound of Inko collapsing and someone rushing to her. He quickly identified that person as Chichi, Shinso's aunt, and Aizawa's sister. 2. Who is this and what the hell did you say? Chichi, it's Nezu. MidoRyuu has been attacked. Villains infiltrated and attacked him. He is at Horikoshi Hospital, please go there. Shinso overall is fine, I will make sure Aizawa and Shinso get there as well. Fine. Chichi spoke in clear shock. She had not expected this. She woke up today feeling greater than ever. She was well ahead of her deadline for her book, so she just decided to take the day off and hang around with her sister-in-law. They had just started laughing about how dense Izuku was when this call came in. 3. Inko, come. I will drive us, Chichi said in a soft voice as she supported Inko toward the car. She placed her in the passenger seat and basically raced off to the hospital, going as fast as the speed limit would allow her. She worried about the health of Izuku. Nezu didn't say anything to her about his health, and Inko was just in tears, which was a good thing. If Inko just wanted to move to Izuku, her dragon form would be far, far quicker. As they arrived, Inko had stopped crying and was now just on a path to her baby boy. 1. Inko stopped for nothing. You could put All Might in front of her at the moment, she would just crush All Might's brains, balls, and heart with her telepathic abilities and go on to see her baby boy. Where is he? She almost screamed at the nurse. It startled her, but she caught herself. Ma'am, who are you talking about? Izuku MidoRyuu. This is his mother, I am his aunt. The nurse nodded as she looked at the screen, searching for the name MidoRyuu. Oh he is still in surgery, but there is a room saved for him, with people already waiting in it. 7. If you move to the left there, either take the elevator or stairs, it's the 4th floor, it's the first hallway to your left and the 4th door on your right. The nurse told them with Inko hurriedly rushed off toward the room. Chi-Chi was thankful Inko understood that rushing up to the top room wouldn't bring Izuku there any faster, so they just waited on the elevator instead of running up the stairs. As they reached the room, Aizawa and Hitoshi were already waiting for them. Inko rushed in to hug the both of them. 3. It crushed them slightly, but they understood. Inko grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder and looked him over. Why, you're fine, right? You're not anywhere. No mom, I am fine, just a couple of bruises. This got Inko feeling better as she then looked at her husband who had his arm in a sling. I am also fine. It looked a lot worse than it is. It's already healing well, Aizawa said as he moved his arm slightly, showing it was in fact healing well. I should have the full range of motion back tonight. Just sit down and let's wait for Izuku. 1. But unlike them, the other friends of Izuku, the ones he grew up with, just had to stay back, against their will. They wanted nothing more than to just be standing right next to them waiting for Izuku to show up, but not only did the hospital not allow that amount of visitors, so they were forced to just stay at their home and heal. It resulted in mostly them being around their phones asking for updates from Hitoshi, who gave the same message to all groups. He is not yet here, I will update you when I know something. 2. Are you really okay, uncle? Nana asked Toshi was drove them home. Nana, like the last 400 times you asked, I am. Recovery girl gave me the all clear. He made one of the many puns he loved to make. Nana just groaned as she walked to her room. All Might then just moved to his work study where he let his tired body slump in his office chair. It was here All Might let loose a large sigh. His hand covered his face. What the hell is with that boy? All Might spoke to just himself. 3. All Might wondered. He had fought with plenty of well-respected heroes, ones that All Might would gladly work with again and again. But all of them would have asked Recovery Girl to look at them if the state was just like how Izuku's was. But he didn't. The first thing he requested of Recovery Girl was that she had to check All Might first. It didn't matter that he had blood filling his lungs. It didn't matter he could use his legs. It didn't matter he just faced a group of villains, got nearly beaten to death. It was more important that in his eyes civilians got checked out. I might have been mistaken about him. The surgery was a success for Izuku. His spine was reconstructed, his ribs were set and his lung was healed. The doctors did give it their all, but now they just had to wait to see how his body would heal. They had to see if his body would just be fixed. Izuku was rolled into the hospital room. His mother, father and brother waiting on him as he slept. Doctor, how is he? He is fine. You have a very powerful son. With the injuries he had, it was a wonder he was awake, let alone still moving and talking. 8. What do you mean, doctor? Hitoshi asked, unsure what Izuku really went through. His spine was shattered. I am not one to gossip, but a couple of weeks ago we had this hero who was brought in after his arm broke after a car drove over it. The break wasn't even that bad, but he was crying and kept fainting and begging for pain medication. From what I heard, your boy was more worried about those around him, but if you could excuse me, I need to check on my other patients. If there is anything, please call a nurse. Excuse me, the doctor left, leaving the MidoRyuu Aizawa family alone. 3. Izu, are you okay? Inko said as she touched her son's arm. She knew he was still unconscious, but she just felt like she had to try. Hitoshi just leaned back in his chair as he pulled out his phone and shot a group message to everyone he had. Izuku is out of surgery but still, under the effects of meds. Doc says he is out of clear danger. This was instantly met with a barrage of extra questions about what will happen to him. 1. Hitoshi just couldn't answer those questions because he wasn't sure himself. Sure, he wanted to say he was gonna be fine, because it was Izuku. After his dragon's rest, Izuku basically was untouchable. He was able to lift entire cars like they were bags of rice. He could punch hard enough to dent rock. Hell, even some kitchen blades didn't even cut him, they just scratched him. But this was serious, his spine was broken. So he just put his phone on silent and waited for his brother to wake up. He just took his seat on the right side of Izuku's bed. 5. Aizawa sat at his feet. He had just messaged the teachers of UA that Izuku was stable and out of surgery. He didn't know more, and if he did he would share it. He then just closed his phone as he needed to spend time with his family. Inko didn't text anyone, she just held her son, closing her eyes and praying for him to wake up soon. She needed him to wake up soon. In between Shota and Inko sat Chichi. She was texting with the other families about Izuku, alerting all of them of what had happened. 1. They of course were worried and offered whatever they could to help. But they had no way of saying what to do. So they sat there in silence for about 70 minutes, before Izuku slowly started to awaken. His eyes slowly opened up as he groaned, alerting his family and bringing them to the edges of his bed. Izu. Inko started with Izuku trying to make a word, but it just came out as a dry groan. I can't move. Izuku finally spoke. He was unable to really move. All he could really do at the moment was move his arms. 5. That's because of the doctors. They fixed your spine, but for it to heal. Inko moved the blanket, showing a weird metal and plastic guard they placed on his, stopping him from moving his spine even a slight bit. I will get a nurse. Hitoshi said, basically running out of the room in case they needed to do some test. Is everyone else fine? They didn't go after the others, right? Izuku said he knew recovery girl showed up, but even that he wasn't sure of. Everyone is fine, even I am just doing this for show. Aizawa said, already moving his arm a slight bit. 9. What about the old dude? What old dude? All Might showed up. I tried to help a bit, but I can't really remember what happened, but when I woke back up, there was this old dude that kinda looked like a skeleton with some blood on his shirt. I did my best to try and drag him away, but it's all kinda fuzzy. Izuku admitted, with Aizawa giving a smile to Izuku. He is fine. You just worry about yourself. I don't want to sound grim, but I also don't want to lie to you. He stayed silent for a bit before he wanted to speak, only for Izuku to interrupt him. I might be paralyzed from the waist down. Yeah, one of the villains broke your spine, found one. Hitoshi said as he walked in with a nurse. Hello sir. I just need to check one thing, please let me. The nurse asked as she walked toward his feet. She grabbed her pen and pressed it into his toes. Do you feel this? Yeah, I do. She smiled before pressing it on different locations. Good news, your nerves aren't damaged. 1. Inko smiled happily. So he is fine, he won't be paralyzed, but even with the quirks of our staff members, he will need to take it very slowly, but the doctor will tell you more about that. The nurse explained before walking off to find the doctor. The girls were worried for you. Oh, that's nice, I should tell them I like them back. Izuku said this without much weight, but it felt like an entire record scratch just went off in the room. Excuse me, Inko asked loudly, shocked as her dense son apparently knew. 8. You knew? Hitoshi asked with Izuku shaking his head. No, I don't know why, but I woke up and it just made sense. Hitoshi laughed loudly, seeing the enjoyment that Izuku quite literally had the denseness beaten out of him. Wait for what? I can't joke with you anymore. Chichi said. Over the years of knowing Izuku had found a love for saying slightly inappropriate jokes and having Izuku answer them just as pure as a nun would. Nope, you can't, but now that he seems to understand you can always tease him. Aizawa added with a chuckle. Izuku just laid his head back down with a sigh. 6. I need to get stronger. Why is that talk happening now? You need to just focus on recovery. Inko instantly responded to Izuku's statement. No, they are coming back, they basically said as much to me. Yeah, about that. Did they say why they wanted you? Hitoshi asked, but Izuku stayed quiet for a bit. They wanted me to join them. That's insane. Why the fuck would they ask that of a hero student? Izuku's family was together in this, so why would they want him? It started making a bit of sense to Aizawa. They must have been the ones to break in. 12. Izuku yelled in a voice only a dragon user could during the break-in. they must have heard it then and wanted to recruit him. He would talk with Nezu about this, possibly coming up with more protective measures to make sure that if there even would be a next time they would have been prepared. Well, at least your lazy attitude is gone, and don't worry Izuku, the second recovery girl gives you the go-ahead, I will work you to the bone, and I will make you stronger than anyone else, Aizawa told his stepson with a smile. 2. Izuku was forced to stay at the hospital for 2 whole days, but during those 2 days, recovery girl showed up daily and gave him a heal. Sadly, because of the area, Izuku was forced to stay in for a speedy recovery meant that no people were able to visit him, which meant no mom, no dad, and no girls he wanted to confess to, but during that time, Izuku meditated a lot, it was the only real thing he was allowed to do. So with his leg crossed, his hands on his knees he sat in silence. 3. It was there that he was able to come to a couple of understandings. First was that he couldn't just confess to the girls, he liked multiple of them, and it was pretty clear that multiple of them also liked him, and of course, he had been dense for years, so dense fact he kinda wanted to hit himself, hell when he showed his tattoo off when he got it the girls fucking fainted. So, he made a plan, work my ass off during the sports festival, make it to the #1 spot, and afterward confess his feelings to all of them and hope for the best. 7. Second thing was that he felt the energy within himself. It wasn't his first goal mediating, but he was glad he found it. This energy felt weird, something he had never sensed or felt before, it would be something he would need help for to understand, he already knew he wasn't going to grasp it alone, let alone master it. So maybe one of the teachers knew what to make of it. That was if they even talked to him. Excuse me, Mr. MidoRyuu, it's time for a shot, the nurse said before walking in with a hazmat suit, as the room was filled with a gas that acted almost regenerative for certain quirks users, but it acted like a narcotic for others. 2. Okay girls, we need to come to an understanding, we all like Izuku and he is just too dense to get it, so we need to figure it out, do we dump our feelings on him or what? Nimari said as she was on a video call with the girls that had feelings for Izuku. I mean it's not like we can all date him. Ryuko said, not ashamed to admit as much. 4. Yeah, and we should at least give Izuku the chance to pick who he likes the most out of all of us, Himiko asked with Mina adding a question. What if he doesn't like any of us, what if he is gay, or what if he likes one of the others from school? Like who? That bitch that fought him on the first day, or the other shits that keep insulting him with every chance they got? Nimari snapped back, clearly pissed at those girls. The girls kept talking about it and the more they spoke the more they just ended up postponing asking him. 2. They thankfully had the week off. Nezu had called it personal time to deal with the aftereffects of such a traumatic event. And it was, but it also gave the teachers and Nezu a 7-day window of upgrading the entire UA system. They were in the first full systems upgrade when Nezu was called by Aizawa, who was in a voice chat with Izuku. Hello sir, I have a request I must make of both you and UA. Izuku sounded serious, something Nezu had not fully been expecting. Of course, please go ahead. 5. Nope, we are still waiting on Vlad. Aizawa said, but right as he said this, the blood quirk user joined the call. What is it? I am busy helping Cementos move stuff. Sorry sir, but I would like to request a leave of absence from UA until the sports festival. Why is that the case, MidoRyuu? Has the villain attack done something to you? Sort of sir, it's just that I need to do something, and Aizawa has found where I can do this, I just need some time off in order to do it. It was quiet for a bit before Vlad spoke. I don't mind, not like one less kid will keep me away. Fine, I will allow it, under some conditions. Nezu said with a sinister smile. The class sat waiting for Aizawa to show up, looking around as some of the spaces that were normally filled were now empty, but perhaps they were late, or maybe they were in talks with Aizawa. But as the door opened and Aizawa walked in, only Aizawa got confused. Sit down, I got stuff to talk about, Aizawa said, placing a paper down in front of him. As you can see, some of the students are gone, because well, they weren't cut out for being a hero. Shota, Kota, and Shoji left UA. Being in the same class as a dragon user and the attack being the reason they left. 13. Aizawa didn't hide the fact they left. But sir, what about MidoRyuu? Najire asked, seeing that his seat was also empty. MidoRyuu didn't leave, he, however, took some time off, From my understanding, he will be back by the time the sports festival will happen, but enough of that. I understand that the USJ was scary, but unlike those that quiet, I hope you all use that fear and strengthen your will with it. Don't let that fear control your actions and use it as fuel. 3. School started like normal, but for the students, it felt weird. The teachers all acted a little different, perhaps because they felt like they had failed. Perhaps it was because they were still worried for all the students, but it felt off. Something else that just felt odd was the fact that all the students felt the hole created by those that left in Izuku. For some, it was as easy as not having to lean to the side to look at the teacher, but for others, it was bigger than not having that one person to ask for help next to them. 2. But then it was lunch. The group found their table, but now more people had joined their table. Hey Hatsume, I have to ask cause it's been bothering me since we started here at UA, do I know you from somewhere? Mei just looked up from her notebook, the one she was scrabbling crazy ideas in. Oh yeah, I gave MidoRyuu CPR, she offhandedly said before shoveling a big bite of rice into her mouth. This stopped the group however from eating. Wait, that was you, Nimari screamed, remembering the incident. Silence Nem, Rumi whispered and yelled at Nimari as she threw her hand on the woman's lips. 8. Yeah, why? I am lost, Yui asked with Mei explaining it as if it was just basic math homework. A bit ago, I was walking about and heard a boom go off, and so I look and see this dude on the floor with them all looking shocked, so I just did some CPR, and yeah. You didn't just did some CPR, you saved his life. How can I ever thank you? Hitoshi asked, with Mei just shrugging, can you get your dad to sign off on some lab time? 4. Mei was a simple woman. She wanted only a few things. She wanted to create her gadgets, or as she liked to call them, her babies. She also wanted to be the first hero that used her own gadgets in battle. But so far she had very limited luck with creating new babies at UA because the lab was restricted for those in the support course. She tried going around this by requesting to be in both the hero course and the support course, but that was not something they were okay with doing for some reason. 8. Sure, I will see what I can do, Hitoshi said. He had some chips to play on his father, and I mean as a sign of appreciation to the woman that saved his son's life, it was not that big of a request. Weird that you know CPR, didn't expect that from you. Mei laughed at Setsuna's words. When I was 9 I tried making a life-saving robot, like one that could do it all, but it didn't work, but to make it I had to learn CPR and stuff. Why didn't it work? Ryuko asked. 8. Oh, it crushed the dummy I was using before it exploded. Lunch was a little awkward after that, but the friend group grew. After the classes, they had a free period which the group chose to use to train. Right now they had divided themselves to accomplish their own goals. Shinso was together with Nimari, Setsuna, Tokiyami, Najire, Himiko, Kyoka, and Jozu. They were on the mats, perfecting their fighting skills as they would need them in the final rounds of the sports festival. But on the other side, Ochako, Rumi, Ryuko, Mei, Shishida, Mina, and Yui were at the weights. At the moment, Ochako was doing squads with by far the most weights on the bar, but then again she was also training her quirks and nothing had any real weights. Ryuko, however, did have the most weight, easily having the weight of a fridge on the bar as she was doing 4 sets of 8 reps with an overhead press. Rumi was down on the leg press, pressing the weight of a small car away. Shishida was just doing simple barbell curls with 15 kilograms on each barbell. But then you had Mei who was lifting nothing. She was just taking notes. 2. One of the things she had figured out was that her suit really didn't do a lot for her at the moment, it just looked cool, so she wanted to add some cool stuff. Sure, she had the foam, but now she was looking at Ryuko and Rumi to see how they were able to lift that amount of weight. She was looking at what locations she would need to add strength to. Mei had figured out the joints such as the elbow, knees, and shoulders, but from what she saw on Rumi and Ryuko, she would also focus on the spine. 5. On the opposite side of the gym, Himiko was just helping Setsuna and Nimari, with a simple, yet effective stranglehold that they could use on a lot of people. No Nem, slip your leg a little low there, it's harder to struggle against it. They had been practicing on different dummies. This is fun. Setsuna had it the easiest out of everyone. She could detach part of her body to make it even harder to fight against the stranglehold. That is why Himiko had been learning how to strangle people with her legs, as those were simply stronger than arms. 2. She had her left leg wrapped around the neck, her main weight was on the shoulder, and her right leg was wrapped around the left's ankle, leaving it nearly impossible to escape from it, and those that tried had to deal with the upper body of Setsuna that was detached of the lower part and floating around the arms, pinning those around the back. It made Setsuna happy that her quirk was nearly perfect for strangling people. Fumi, don't just rely on Koko, you must fight yourself as well. Hitoshi Simple said as they began their spar. He had ordered Koko back in Fumikage so they could work on his hand-to-hand. 6. But all alone, somewhere in the middle of the entire gym, sat Nana, who was annoyed. She wanted more than anything to know how it went during the USJ. She had been scared, she had been shaking when the villains showed up. She was glad when she figured out she was saved, but it made her think as she got home. Toshinori didn't say anything about Izuku, not how injured he was, not how well he did or how useless he was. He just kept quiet on the whole thing. 6. She hoped that Aizawa would share some more information about the USJ, maybe on how Izuku was scared to death, on how Izuku just got lucky with the villains, but no. She was told nothing, and it got her to wonder, was he scared? What she remembered, right before being teleported away, he didn't look scared, but he looked calm. He looked as if he was called by a teacher in the hallway, surprised but not scared or worried. It kept Nana busy. She was just doing mindless exercises in the gym right now just to do something. 2. But she wasn't alone in those feelings. Back in a different gym, one used for quirk training, Bakugo was blowing stuff up. He was all alone so he could let loose and scream, 2 things he loved doing. Why the fuck is that scald bitch not fucking here? I was gonna fucking murder him. Bakugo screamed, and while his words sounded like a threat, he had no real plan against Izuku. Sure, something about that green hair and those fucking freckles pissed him off for some reason, but just like Nana, Bakugo was pissed that he was scared. Pissed wasn't even an angry enough term in Bakugo's eyes. 3. How did he, the person that was gonna be stronger and greater than All Might himself, get scared because of some fucking weird thugs? But that was the old him. This new version of himself was gonna be even greater, even stronger. And nothing was going to stop him. Just fucking wait, you dragon bitch. During the fucking sports festival I will kill you. Bakugo screamed at the top of his lungs as he slammed his palm with an explosion on a dummy. This dummy had special sensors built into record force per square inch. 12. The same was being used by Kirishima with a group of other students like Tetsu, Awase, Kaibara, Ida, Ojiro, Kaminari, and Monoma. Damn it, why do we keep getting the same goddamn score? Tetsu screamed as he once again, for the 3rd time, got the same exact score. Their scores were the same, it has to be the machine, right? Kirishima asked, as he stepped out of the way with Ojiro jumped up with a spin, his tail slamming into the mat, but unlike before, this time the score was a lot different. Guess he fixed it, Kaminari suggested before punching himself. Unlike the other 3, he wasn't that strong. 2. Which resulted in the score being lower, but it once more was different. Wait, let's also do this. Monoma said as he read the back of the instructions. He enabled the advanced settings which read it a little more detail. He then punched the mat, getting a score of 441,736 pounds of force. But then as Kirishima and Tetsu punched the mat, they once more got the same exact score. Both boys dropped to their knees in frustration. Kaminari, however, decided to be a funny man and patted Tetsu's shoulder. Don't worry, Kirishima, it will be fine. 7. This just resulted in both of them chasing the lightning boy around the gym as the others lay on the floor laughing their asses off at the joke. The only thing that they found funnier than the joke was the fact that Tetsu and Kirishima ran right next to each other at the same speed. There, however, was a small group of students that didn't use the free period for training, they instead used the time to study. So there they sat in the library, each with an open book preparing themselves for upcoming lessons. 1. Hey Shiosaki, you did well during math today, can you help me here? I can't figure out how to use the percentage here. Shiosaki looked, oh, you're having trouble figuring out how to figure out that? Well, how I do it, is I take the 100%, and divide it by 100, so the number I get will be 1%, I then times that by the amount of percentage I need to figure out, and there you have your answer. Shiosaki happily explained to Komori, who gave a thankful nod before going back to work on her homework. Channel the energy within yourself. Feel the energy within yourself, Izuku told himself as he meditated in the middle of a random forest. Takes deep breaths in through his nose and breathes them out through his mouth. His legs folded in a cross as he sat on the floor. He sadly had no godly idea of what he was really doing. He kept thinking back to what Tamura told him. He had potential but needed time to blossom. What did that villain know that Izuku didn't? Was there a secret to dragon quirks kept from the public? 3. Cleanse all thoughts from your mind and focus within yourself, Izuku whispered to himself, just like the weird book he was given by Nezu told him to do. But he couldn't do anything with the energy. It felt strange, but he was able to constantly notice the energy. It was just always there, even working on math homework. So Izuku came to a basic and possibly wrong understanding. The more near-death fights he got in, the stronger he could become. That was all he could take away from this. He only had 2 moments to go off. 3. The one who died was killed but survived thanks to someone, was also the time he unlocked most of his dragon abilities. And now once again, where he is feeling this energy within himself. But that information he was going to keep to himself. For now, the last person that needed to hear it was his mother. He already knew how that would go. Oh hey mom, yeah, for my training I will constantly need to be put into death battles, ones where my life could end if I lose too badly. He would never be allowed to take a single step outside ever again. 5. But after meditation was the fun training. He walked a little deeper into the woods until he found a good tree and he just started swinging at it. His fist, elbows, and shins were covered in deep strong dragon scales. Each punch gives a nice crack into the wood, raw. With a loud yell and a strong low kick, Izuku broke the tree. Woo! Grabbing the tree and placing it on his shoulder, he dragged it toward the camp he was staying at. That only took 6 strikes. I swear that energy is helping me get stronger. I should try focusing that stuff on my arms. 1. Which was what he did when he came to camp. He needed to break the wood into smaller parts anyway, so with a deep breath and a little bit of focus he tried moving that energy to his fist. When that didn't work, he just tried to focus on his hand and hope that the energy would move there. This is going nowhere. Izuku sighed before slamming his elbow hard on the log, giving it a deep crack, but nothing he hadn't seen before. Wonder how everyone else is doing. He wondered. 4. Oh sorry, I thought I was at a hero school and not an old person gym. Now get your fucking legs up and start running. Vlad King angrily screamed at the students. It was the beginning of PE and they were doing a warm-up run, but warm-up for Vlad meant going 100% right from the start. Ida, I see you're done, so get that vest on and start running again. Vlad did not let up. When he noticed that a part of the group was slowing down, he ran up to them and started yelling again. 3. Unless you excuses for hero students want to give up and run away like those other losers, I fucking expect you to run when I goddamn tell you to run. You wanna be the late heroes that only show up when everyone is already dead. He waited for a bit as the group looked at him shocked. That's what I fucking thought, now run. To the outside world, this was rude and maybe a little uncalled for, but Vlad knew what he was doing, and getting people angry helped with pushing past their limits. Sir, should I run as well? 5. Ryuko had finished as well. Rumi shortly thereafter. Yes, get a vest and give me 2 extra rounds. Damn, this is fun. Rumi said as she put on a weighted vest. Get out the fucking way. Bakugo growled as he grabbed 2 vests and put both of them on. That's what I like, good job Bakugo, now don't start crying halfway through. The running was to train endurance. One of the most important abilities of heroes. You can't really start feeling winded and giving up the second a villain starts to run from you. But Vlad noticed something that annoyed him. Why are you holding back? You're giving up, you gonna quit already? He screamed at Nana, who stayed quiet. She was just feeling a little tired and was in the middle of the class, but that was something Vlad didn't care about. In his class, you gave it 100%, you could just fuck off, and he was gonna press all your buttons to get 100% out of you. What is wrong? Don't have to show off in front of the dragon so you don't care anymore. Guess seeing he destroyed your score, it's understandable. Nana charged up her quirk and started running harder than before. 4. She quickly made it to the finish line and put in 4 different vests, putting an extra 100 kg of weight on her shoulders, and she started sprinting once more. That's more like it. Vlad smirked, seeing all his students were sprinting. Tokage, I said run not float, so get those legs moving. Ah, come on. She whined before going back to running. She tried floating with her quirks, but seems that it wasn't training. When you're done running, drink and sit down here. Vlad pointed at an open spot nearby. He would just give them a small breather before going forward with the next stage. 1. Oh, this brings me back. I remember putting Vlad through the ringer. Gran Torino laughed from Nezu's office. Yes, I do as well, seeing you did it yesterday. Nezu said with a chuckle as he joined his friend. Do you think they will do well during the festival? Oh, they will do great. It will be great fun seeing it. I am just wondering how everyone will react to the news UA has 2 dragons. Oh, they will cry in outrage, then they will demand expulsion. But just like before, I will ignore them. 4. Nezu had one golden rule about his school: only those around his school had a say. Any outraged hero or commissioner could in all fairness go fuck themselves. It was the main reason UA brought the best heroes, how they consistently brought out heroes that made it to the top 10. Still I wonder how he will do. It was the main wonder for most teachers at UA. Most students buckled under all the cheering they received. But Izuku was going to have to deal with anger and hate. And this was going to be a new amount of hate. 4. Inko, sweetheart, I understand your worries, but it's fine. Nobody knows where he is staying. We dropped him off ourselves. He could have picked 3 locations only Nezu and he knew about. And each of the locations was equally as far from the drop-off point, so there isn't a possible way for him to be followed. Aizawa had the same call with Inko he had every afternoon. Aizawa at the moment was relaxing at a coffee shop during his patrols. You told me, but what if? Inko never stopped worrying. It was part of the reason Aizawa was in love with Inko. 2. Inko, don't worry, it's only 1 more week and he will be home. You said you were fine with his idea. I know, Shota, I know, but it's so hard not knowing where he is. I just worry. Just relax. In 2 hours Hitoshi gets home, and so do the others, and you can worry about them, but I gotta go. Break is over, so have bad guys to stop. Love you. Love you too, and be safe please. Aizawa hung up with a smile on his face as he took the final sip of his coffee, paid the bill, and walked out. 4. The patrol had been pretty easy. All he had seen and stopped today was a single fight, but that was between 2 friends. One had apparently fucked the other girlfriends, but after Shota showed up, that stopped right away. I told you to give me the fucking money. Aizawa looked in the store as he saw a man holding a small pocket knife while pointing it at the cashier, who looked absolutely terrified. Shota entered in stealth before appearing behind the man and throwing him down with speed, making the knife leave his hand. You all right, sir? 4. He asked the cashier, who nodded before shaking his head and rubbing his eyes, seeming to try and shake something out. What happened to his large knife? The cashier asked as he looked around the floor for the knife that seemed the size of a foot. Aizawa just placed a little pressure on the shoulder and asked the question. Where is that knife? There isn't one. That just my quirk. It was only as the police arrived that Aizawa learned the man's quirk. He was able to change the look of anything in his hands with something of the same sort while making eye contact. 3. So if he looked at you while holding, let's say, a water pistol, he could make it seem like it was a real gun. Or how he did it now, turning a small, not even sharp pocket knife into a razor-sharp, large combat knife. It was a pretty interesting quirk one-on-one, but in a group, it was mostly useless. But Aizawa went to walk again. And unlike the really calm midday morning, the later it got the more thugs came out. Come on buddy, my shift is about to end, and I really don't feel like adding overtime because of you. 3. Aizawa told a villain that just showed up to fight him. I am going to kill you for what you did to my brother. The man ran to Aizawa, his fist hard like a metal, only for Aizawa to activate his own quirk, stopping the guy's quirk and giving him a high kick to the jaw, and flipping him on the floor. Why you won't stop the Harem brothers that easily? He began to struggle, but Aizawa had him easily under control, but then again he had no idea who he was talking about. 1. Listen, kid, I don't know anyone by that name, now stop struggling and just give up. No, you came in our territory, this is our street. Aizawa gave a loud sigh. This isn't my patrol. I am doing a favor for a college. You attacked the wrong hero, you idiot. Oh, so let me go. Aizawa nearly laughed at the foolish request. You still attacked a hero, you idiot. You're going to join your brother in jail. He told him as he just waited for police to show up so he could clock out and get home just in time for his wife's cooking. 6. Inko had only just started cooking. But just from her prep, she was making too much, but that was just how she dealt with nerves. She was worried for Izuku, and to keep her busy she cooked more than normal. It was why both Hitoshi and Aizawa had a cake with them to work and school. It was why for book club the group had done more chewing than talking. But then again, her cooking was amazing, so it wasn't like anyone complained about the extra couple of pounds they would gain from this. Hito, where is Izuku? It starts in 5 minutes. Nimari asked Hitoshi, who was checking it on his phone. I don't know, that idiot isn't responding to any of my texts. All of UA's hero course stood in a waiting room at the moment, each wearing the same UA PE outfit. It was the day of the sports festival, a day everyone had been training for, and the day they would see Izuku again after being removed from him during the USJ. Maybe he has come to his senses and will stay away from the hero course. Ida said without any thought. 2. Ida, at least he stood and fought while we were happy to get out of there, Nana said to him, a little annoyed. She knew Izuku didn't quit that easily. He was strong, both in will and body. She still believed she hated him, but even if she did, she knew he was going to show up. I hope he does. I will beat his ass into last place and show why I am the greatest. Bakugo loudly screamed, all while the group still waited on Izuku. 4. Who was sitting in the back of the bus, his leg bouncing impatiently and annoyed. He was so late. It annoyed him to no end. How could he have been such a fucking idiot? The bus was going to UA, but the main problem was that he was already 10 minutes late. 10 minutes ago he should have been at UA, but last night, he simply forgot to plug in his phone and it died, so his alarm didn't go off, and he overslept, so he had to hop a multitude of trains to hopefully still show up on time, he hoped. 3. It wasn't like he could go faster, he wasn't controlling the bus. He couldn't even send them a message that he would be there, he just had to wait and hope. Thankfully he was close, he was gonna get out of the next stop and just pull a sprint to UA. But there he heard it, right in front of him. Mommy, I can't wait to see the sports festival. A little child was excited, it made him smile, and gave him just more reason to show up and show off his skill. And just like this kid and his mother, many others would join in and watch. 1-inch Kai, come on, I know you want snacks, but it's almost starting. An unknown man, with long hair tied in a ponytail, said. He was pretty slim, but still well trained. By the strange outfit he wore, it was pretty clear that he was a pro hero. And he was ranked number 5 on the last pro hero ranking. Right behind Edgeshot. Mostly seen as a strange man, but one that used his quirk to efficiently capture and defeat villains. The door was kicked open, out walked a woman. She had an entire basket filled with different types of food and drinks. 6 inches. Oh, shut it, Raven, we still have like 10 minutes before they get introduced. And I needed my cheese melted on my nachos. Raven's wife Kai called back before joining him on the couch with the basket placed below her. Now let's see if these kids will have some spunk. Kai laughed as she stole the remote from Raven and turned the volume way up. Even ignoring Raven's request to tone it down a bit. With a bit of waiting, present Mike was finally heard giving the announcement that the UA Sports Festival was finally starting. 12 inches. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after a long and painful wait, your hopes and dreams will come through, as the UA Sports Festival for the first year is about to go down. And you better call the fire department because it's about to be lit. Present Mike screamed through the microphone, making the newer generation cringe a little, but they powered through it. Now, like New Year's, this will be a banger, but before we can let it loose and go crazy like a goose, we gotta introduce the competitors. So here they come. 2 inches. We started off with those that learn to manage everything. From shoe stores to hero agencies, we have the first year's Department of Management. UA had done something for Izuku. Instead of having the UA Hero Department first, they went backward. This class wasn't really much to look at. A total of 60 students didn't really look that well trained or willing to play alone, but they still walked on the field, hoping to be walking back as soon as possible. Now next up are the gadget makers, those that work on the stuff heroes used to work. We have the UA Department of Support. Out came a bunch of people that just didn't want to be there. Many outside of perhaps the next two groups didn't even want to be there, as it always felt like they were just there to make the hero students look good. But they still stepped outside. They however had briefcases and backpacks with them, filled with items they created themselves. Next up are the general education students. Much like the other classes, if they do well here they might make it into the hero course. Unlike the other two groups, these students wanted to be here. This was their chance. If they showed what they were made of, they could enter UA's hero course, a course they failed to get into before. They were not prepared for the exam, but now they were. Can they rise to the occasion, or will they sink and fall? Part of that is up to them, and part is up to the next group, the Department of Heroes. Unlike the groups before, this resulted in an explosion of cheers. Louder than before, more than before, all because of the fact these students were the next generation of heroes. 1 inch the ones with the flashiest of quirks, the strongest of strong, the next generation. The ones that will keep it all safe and sound. Let's make some noise for the UA Department of Heroes. Present Mike screamed, and out with the rest of the class, well at the same time, but in a different area. Covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Wearing his PE pants and a black shirt, his jacket still in hand. He jogged up the group. Part of them smiling as they saw their friend again, and part frowning that he was still in UA. 4 inches, you cut it a little close, don't you think? Hitoshi asked as Izuku breathed heavily with his palms on his knees. Isn't there like a fashionably late excuse? Izuku just got some laughs. Hope you got stronger, MidoRyuu, Nana said with Izuku just smirking as he stood up straight. Oh, way stronger, just wait and see, Izuku said as he found his wind again. Just in time as Present Mike got finished with his over-the-top introduction. Now a word from the first year with a score that set a new all-time record. Welcome Izuku, MidoRyuu, he announced as Izuku with a sigh walked up the steps right to the mic. It was a request by Nezu himself. Normally it was a question if they wanted to do it, but Nezu told him if he wanted to get the time off he had to. And he had to be honest about some stuff. Hi, I am Izuku, MidoRyuu. I took the highest score away from All Might. I blew it away. I did this, with a dragon quirk. Izuku popped out his draconic wings. It was the reason he didn't wear his PE jacket. He could see and hear the shock. Nobody cheered. They were scared. 5 inches, I am going to become the first ever pro hero with a dragon quirk. I am going to show you all that it's not a quirk that makes the person, but it's a person that makes the quirk. Izuku chose to spread his wings, much to the clear shock and fear of the spectators. The heroes in the stands quickly started yelling for Izuku to be arrested, for All Might to show up and deal with this. But All Might was already there. He sat in his deflated form in the teacher's area, looking at what was going on and wondering what Nezu had in mind. Nezu however put his second action into play as he noticed some pros starting to ready themselves to fight Izuku. Any action taken against MidoRyuu or any of the students here today will be seen as an act of aggression to Hero Society and will be met with the max possible punishment. This rang through the speakers. Nezu's tone serious but friendly, which made it sound oh so scary. The fact he sounded friendly as he delivered a threat that would ruin their lives completely. But after that Izuku spoke again. Just as serious and just friendly as Nezu sounded. 4 inches, even if everyone hates me, even if you all want to kill me, I will still aim to be the best hero I can possibly be. I will do everything in my might to save everyone. I will become an example of what society's worst can do. And sadly for my classmates and competitors, that means I will have to crush you, but please, come at me with everything you got. He was done, and the cheers were gone. Same for the death threats, they all just turned into boos. It was all aimed at Izuku, who was calmly walking down the steps. 4 inches, you really just had to, didn't you? You really had to fucking anger everyone. Rumi cussed at Izuku, who just laughed. He wasn't really able to do much more. It was the first time he truly noticed the women, as women. He noticed their curves, and oh boy did they have them. I didn't mean to, Izuku said before walking off quickly to move toward the middle. It was there that Present Mike began explaining how today would play out. Alright ladies and gentlemen, stop with the boos or you starting to sound like cows. 6. The students laughed because of it. To make today the best it can be, we have 2 people for you. You got me. WHO is giving the play-by-play, telling you what you are seeing. Then right next to me, it's my homeboy Eraserhead, one of the homeroom teachers of the hero course, and you guessed it, the second mentor will be on the field. making sure no funny business happens. He will also show us was the next event will be. Present Mike was more hyping of the students than the people in the arena. They were having none of it. 1 inch alright students, shut up and listen. Vlad pulled a board with him. There are multiple options for the 3 challenges given. After each challenge, some of you will drop off and fail. The others will go on and succeed in the next challenge. Then at the final round when there are 16 left, it will turn into 1 versus 1 battles. That will be chopped to 8, then to 4, then the final round will be 2 with 1 coming out on top. Now for those in the other classes, you don't have to win to get put in the hero course. 2 Vlad was fair and quick with it, he however didn't give room or time for anyone to argue or ask questions. Because that was the point, as heroes you might be pulled into weird stuff, and you can't ask the villains what is going on or go over the rules one more time. But as he grabbed the wheel, he gave them a look over before turning it with a lot of force. It spun around and around, for the students it seemed to go on for ages, until it stopped on their first challenge, obstacle race. Izuku smirked, obstacle race is nothing. He had wings, and he was going to blow through it, but Nezu had already calculated for it as Present Mike started talking. The obstacle race is one of my all-time favorites. You will all start at the starting line, shoulder to shoulder. When the signal is given you can run all you want, but it's not that easy. After a short 1-mile run, you will be met with the obstacle only to run a new mile for a new obstacle. This happens one more time before you have to run the final mile. 2 He yelled excitedly through the microphone, basically telling them they had to run 4 miles to pass. And to keep it fun for everyone, flight isn't allowed. Your feet gotta keep on the floor at least once every 30 seconds. This got Izuku to suck his teeth, but the group chuckled at him. Now they had more of a chance, at least they believed they did. What the obstacles will be is gonna be a surprise for you all. You all just make sure you're in the group that passes. He tried to be a hype man but just caused more nerves. 6 But that didn't stop them from moving toward the starting line. The hero class and general studies were at the forefront. They wanted to pass the most. That didn't stop some of the other classes from also pushing in. But Izuku took the understanding of the rules. He had to touch the floor every 30 seconds, so with his wings out, he stood in the back, planning to take an early lead. Now, little heroes, I am gonna give you all a countdown. I am gonna count down from 50. 3 Present Mike joked, much to the horror of the students, but as a loud bonk was heard he changed his tone. Aizawa had smacked him with a rolled-up newspaper. Fine. I was only joking. Remove that 0 and it is the real number. SOOO. 5. The students got in their own stance. Rumi pushed those around her away, trying to get as much room as possible so she could get a good takeoff. Many of the girls were trying to get their spots in the front, such as Nana, Ryuko, Kendo, and such. Bakugo himself was trying it as well. 87 He however was shoulder to shoulder with Shoto Todoroki and Kirishima, Tetsu, and the like. But Izuku on purpose stayed behind. And thanks to him being a dragon, he had more than enough space. None of the classes wanted to get close. 4. 3. 2. Each of the students stood ready, slightly leaning forward so that if they pushed off the floor they would shoot forward. 1. And GOOO. He yelled louder than he did before, giving a real start to everyone. Ryuko broke her arms open, pushing those around her off balance as she ran forward, taking first place right off the bat. But apart from her, a problem was seen. 3. There were too many students that wanted to take first place. So those in front were being held back by those behind them, causing them to not be able to go ahead and causing a massive clog that moved very slowly with dozens and dozens of students on top of each other. But then you had Rumi. Just like Ryuko, she had a plan. She sprang up and forward, her rabbit legs giving her a good boost, allowing her to get ahead and reach the wall, which she used as a springboard to jump forward again, and on her way to keep up with Ryuko. 2. But then Izuku made his move. With a jump and a flap of the wings, he shot through a long walkway like a rocket. He passed Ryuko and Rumi like it was nothing before his wings went back on his shoulders and he started sprinting. Rumi and Ryuko got close as he landed, giving us a chance. Big. She wasn't able to finish her cocky words before Izuku ran. And he was fast. He went full out. For those that knew what running really was, they could understand why Izuku was fast. 3. To run fast, you had to kick off the floor. It was why you often saw runners still do workouts in the gym. They had to have muscles to kick off the floor. And Izuku did just that, but he did it with so much force now, that he was causing an imprint on his feet. Each of his steps was imprinted into the ground. And while normally Izuku was fast, he seemed to be at least double that now, and he wasn't even transformed slightly. This was just his base speed. "Let me go, we can't get that fucker to win," Bakugo screamed as he tried to get lost. And for once, the group agreed. They let go and they were able to move. He could run, they could run, but that wasn't the plan, not according to Shoto. As he slammed one of his feet down on the floor, a cascade of ice shot out and froze the entire floor, capturing those around him, feet to knee covered in ice, freezing everyone but leaving Shoto free. "I must win," he whispered under his breath before he used the creation of his ice to fly and propel himself forward. "1 inch, I am going to absolutely ruin that fucker and I won't stop until he is a pile of warm and cold ash," Bakugo said as calmly as can be, while the veins in his forehead nearly exploded. He was beyond angry. He grabbed the ice before causing a large explosion, breaking apart the ice prison not just for him, but the explosion caused dozens around him to also be freed. But they didn't matter, they didn't exist. Bakugo placed his arms behind him before he caused a new set of explosions. Ones that were only blocked by Tetsu and Kirishima standing in the way of hurting others. 5, but they shot him forward, faster than he had ever gone before. He was a rocket in all senses of the word, and he was aimed right at Todoroki. But Todoroki was going forward. But before they even got close to each other, Izuku had already made it to the first obstacle. The robot inferno. There were an incredible amount of robots, at least a dozen 0-pointers, and more than that amount of 1, 2, and 3-pointers. Izuku was introduced by them when a 1-pointer tried to slam its large arms into him, but he caught it with one hand. 3 inches, that's your best try. Izuku's fingers were barely flexed. He wasn't even struggling against the machine. But he didn't care, grabbing the main body and using it to press it into the floor, crushing the metal like it was paper. Izuku threw away the remains as a second pointer shot a laser at him, hitting him in the chest and burning through the shirt. Weak, Izuku ran forward. There was nothing to gain here, but with his speed, he ran through the second pointer. He made it past the robots, but as one passed them, 2 came face to face. 12 Rumi and Ryuko reached the robots. They could face the smaller robots, but against the large 0-pointers they couldn't do much. Rumi didn't have anything to sprintboard off to get momentum and Ryuko lacked real firepower at the moment. And while before the 0-pointers didn't stand in place yet, they did right now. And there was no opening, until... Smash! Nana had used her own quirk of float to jump up, using its ability over and over again to sort of fly. But then as she was near one of the robots she covered her arm in the quirk she was given of All Might. 7 She covered her arm in OFA, it was all she could really do. Cover her forearm in One for All, enough of it to do monstrous damage, yet not enough to break her arm completely. But now because of excitement she did create some stress fractures in her arm, hurting her a lot, but giving a showing to everyone in the arena. As she fell down, due to the pain she could catch herself and thus she was caught by Ryuko. As they stood there twiddling their thumbs so to speak, Todoroki and Bakugo arrived as well. 3 inches you frozen Scarface MOTHERFUCKER, how dare you fucking freeze me. Bakugo went past the group just causing Todoroki to scoff. He was done looking like these average people, he was beyond that, he was a Todoroki, and he was the son of Endeavor. He slammed his leg down and raised his arm, sweeping it from the floor to the sky, and with the movement, ice was called forth. More ice than some even thought possible, as he covered the 0-pointers in a layer of ice. It was an absolute show of power for Endeavor's son. 4 inches irony aside, it's truly heating up in the first part of the obstacle course. But as they are fighting, it seems the dragon has awakened the second obstacle. Present Mike spoke, killing the entire excitement of the arena. But it did alert those that didn't even reach the first obstacle that Izuku was miles ahead of him, and those at the first obstacle he was a mile ahead of them. Damn it, that idiot really is giving it his all. Hitoshi said as he and a small group of friends stuck close to each other in order to make sure they all passed together. 9 Because unlike Izuku they didn't have enough power to dent a wall and move buildings. But it was a strategy many use. Hey Aizawa, how about our groups work together? Power in number, remember? Monoma asked as they arrived at the first obstacle together. Fine, but betray us, and I will make sure you pay. And like that, their group doubled in size and they moved faster than before, seeing they had clear numbers over the robots that came face to face with them. But Izuku didn't need that. 3 inches ropes to cross each pillar, how irritating. Izuku, instead of going around and playing tightrope, Izuku just extended his wings once more, but instead of flying with them, he caused them to boost him by jumping height, going up high, and landing right in the middle of one of the nearby pillars. And he continued this many times over until he reached the other side without any problems. It was nothing for him, all he so far really did was run and jump a bit. And it wasn't really able to show what he was capable of doing. It annoyed him, he had trained his ass off and so far it was just to show he was fast. 3 inches sorry but we gotta keep going. Ryuko dropped Nana to the floor, before she ran, following Todoroki who had started freezing up slightly, but under the skillful and harsh training his father gave him, he had learned what it took. Now using the other side of his body, Shoto used the flames he created. To shoot them out of his feet and move forward, he also fired them from his hand. Much so to create stability and to warm himself up, enough so he may face any other challenge before him. 7. As they tried running through the frozen robots, they quickly noticed that they were starting to crumble and collapse. Watch it. Monoma quickly called out before he tapped Tsuburaba on the shoulder. Both took a deep breath, before blowing as much air out as possible, creating a large layer of barely visible air. It blocked out most of them. But then the 2, newly nicknamed Hard Twins, were found out of the barrier, hardened completely and ready to break through as the multiple large frost-covered robots fell down upon the group. The teams had been made. Everyone had teamed up. Mostly it was teams of 4 because with a team of 4 you just had the best chance of winning. So in the end, only 2 teams of 3 remained. You had the team with the most point. Izuku, Mei, Nejire and Ochako. It was a good all-around team, that Izuku believed was more than capable to keep his own amount of points no matter who tried and take the points from him. They were the ones that most of everyone however wanted to see fail. 3. Then you have the team that wanted to make him fail, by all possible means. A team filled with Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and lastly Momo, each for a certain reason feeling like they were better than him. They were above him. For most, it was an idea that was burned in their brains from the time they could talk. So Izuku couldn't fully blame them, and he didn't. Then you had a team that wanted Izuku's points, but just to show that Izuku wasn't above them, just to show Izuku they were on his level. 8. Team Kyoka, Rumi, Ryuko, and Hitoshi. A team very close to Izuku, and because of that fact, they felt they could easily take his points. If that would be what they decide to do. But Shinso told Rumi it wasn't a smart idea, but the Battle Bunny wasn't willing to listen. But then you had the next team Mina who teamed up with Himiko, Kirishima, and Tetsu. They felt strong, but then again weren't sure that they could fight against a dragon. But then they didn't have to. A lot of other people had points to pass and that was all that was really needed. 4. Next up Team Kaibara, Awase, Tsuburaba, and Fukidashi. A team of boy buddies that formed quickly in their time at UA. Not at the top of their class, but also not at the bottom. So they felt confident to hold their own. Same for the team with Hononuki, Bondo, Rin, and Yanagi. They felt with Yanagi they had more of an edge than they would with someone else. Nana herself had teamed up with Monoma, Setsuna, and Kamakiri. Each of them was very capable and Nana had the best chance to take Izuku's points. Because he was her biggest threat. 2. She could fight anyone anytime and place, but the last time she tried to beat Izuku, he took it, he kept standing and he grabbed her. He could have turned his hand into a claw and ripped her throat out. Bye-bye Nana, but he didn't hurt her. And she didn't want to figure out what else he could do to her, at least not if she didn't have to. The next team was Asui, Tokiyami, Ojiro, and Shishida. After that Kaminari, Sato, Shiro, and Kuroiri teamed up, which left the final 2 teams that were made of 3 people each. Team Itsuka, Komori, and Kodai. And the last team Shiosaki, Pony, and Nomori. 2. They were waiting now for President Mike to finish his give it your all speech that he had been giving for 5 minutes, but to everyone listening it really just sounded like a 5-hour-long speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for the second event, now get on your horses, and get ready to kick ass. A couple of students had to chuckle at President Mike's joke about horses. Many rode on the back of students like they were horses. President Mike began counting down. 6. He went from 5 down. With each number, time felt slower and slower, and each of the students mentally prepared themselves for a fight. Flexing their muscles, activating their quirks, Each believed that while they had 15 minutes for the entire thing, it would be 10 times easier to just get the points early and wait everyone out by running away. And that was the exact plan of Team MidoRyuu as well. So right as Mike screamed go, the action started. Izuku, who was right up front, spread out his wings. Each team already rushed right for him, so this was the smartest move. 1. His wings flapped powerfully, pushing anything away from him, and forcing himself upward, as if they were lightweight because they were. Ochako, who was the rider, had made everyone weightless, all except her. Thanks to her home training, allowed to hold around 1,000 kg for around 30 minutes, not nearly enough to be the hero she wants to be, but a good start. Enough to carry 3 people though. They were kept in the sky because of Mei and Hatsume. Because of some sweet talking with Aizawa and using the fact she saved his son. She could use her self-created hover boots. That along with the Nijire's wave motion. They were able to stay above. This time, they forgot to give the rule to touch the floor. So they were gonna just keep afloat. Get down here, you fucking pussy. Get down here so I can push my fist down your throat and explode you like a balloon. Bakugo screamed as loud as he possibly could up toward the sky. He was sitting on top. And he was about ready to kill. Bakugo, we can deal with him later, let's just get some more points. While they had enough for number 2, they still wanted more to be sure. 6. What a bitch, flying away. I am close to jumping up there to crack his egg and scramble the yolk, Rumi growled, but she was the front horse, not really able to hop off. Leave him, let's just get these points. A frenzy happened, a student against students, all while Izuku stood afloat. This is so boring, Nijire whined. Maybe, but look at everyone looking. I am totally getting all these people interested in my babies. Mei laughed, leaving the group a bit weirded out by her term for the items she crafted. 3. Ride me in the middle of them, Kaminari ordered the guys below him. He had a plan to get 3 groups points worth. And they do. Ha! Indiscriminate shock. Kaminari, without real thought, just released too much electricity into everyone's body. His 3 teammates, and the 11 people around him. Long enough for Hitoshi's team to run through and steal the points of Kendo, Kaibara, and Rin, leaving them all with 0 points, and rocketing them, right up to the number 2 spot, with the other teams only having a normal amount. 6. Nana's team had decided to keep going for Izuku because unlike other teams they had range. Uraraka dodge now, Izuku called out as he saw the 2 female arms and the 1 male going right for her head, where the numbers were seated. Gonna try harder than that dragon boy. Setsuna laughed, sitting on top of the shoulders of Monoma and Kamakiri with Nana as the front horse. Monoma had copied Setsuna's quirk, and they were going right for his headband. It won't be that easy. Izuku flexed his wings weirdly. It hurt his back, but it gave Ochako full cover. 1. Fucking move, we need to get those fucking points. Bakugo screamed before getting a stung up his back. I would refrain from such foul words, behave and stuff like that doesn't have to happen. Momo had caused a pin up on his back that fell as quickly as she made it. But we must move, Shoto agreed. Slamming his foot down, causing a wave of office to cover the floor. Stopping the movement for most groups as they were captured in that ice. Damn it, Nimari screamed as her legs were covered. Same for Pony. 4. Use your horns quickly, use them, Nimari ordered. It was quick and might not work, but it was better than her gas or Shiosaki's hair. But it was too late. Todoroki's skill on the ice, Tamaki's blades, and movement, with Momo's creation, got them to move on ice in some sort of way. Allowing Bakugo to take each of their points, skyrocketing them just to second place, by only a few. And by the sound of the crowd, they were loving it. Get these pests away, Izuku growled as the hands were trying to wish his wings apart. Spread them, I am gonna blast them. 5. Izuku swung them close in front of him, only catching Monoma, but this allowed him with a single hand to grab Monoma's floating arm and keep at least 33% of the problem away. Setsuna, however, was still a big problem. Because she wasn't giving up. In her eyes, why settle for chump change when you could get the big boy bucks? It didn't matter if it took the entire 15 minutes. But as her hands regrouped in the sky, in her eyes the best location because of the sun, it caused her to lose in this case. 1. Nejire raised her arm, the one arm she had free. She raised it up high, aimed right at the two arms in the sky. 25% energy surge. Nejire called out her arm, a yellow energy shot fired out. It clashed with Setsuna's arms. It was too much for both to deal with. They weren't that strong or that durable. So both were flung well into the sky as Setsuna yelled out in pain. Come on ladies, only 8 more minutes, we are halfway done. Izuku assured them, it might be a clusterfuck, but they were able to deal with it so far. 1. But the fewer teams that had numbers, the more arguing that happened between the groups themselves, and the fewer problems Izuku would have to deal with. Set, call them back, let's just pass. Nana screamed as she used OFA to punch into the ground. It was a low amount of power, just enough to cough up some dust, which got them a veil to hide under as they attacked. Only Monoma was still at 50%, seeing he was lost his hand, and that was still in possession of Izuku, which sadly meant Monoma couldn't use a different quirk right now. 4. And he had no other hand to really use right about now. So he was sadly dead weight. Sorry about this guys. Don't worry, it was him that caused us problems. Monoma gave a sigh. Shimura, not to be rude, but your hateboner for Midoriya doesn't make sense. He is a great guy, and the fact he is a dragon doesn't really matter. I had a neighbor who nearly died in a bar fight but was saved by a dragon quirk user. It's idiotic to keep hold of those beliefs, especially in this day and age. Monoma told her as they started jogging toward their next target. 14. For a dragon user, he is very impressive. A ninja-looking pro-hero said from his very traditional Japanese-style house. He was kneeling on a small mat as he watched TV. He had a collection of special, handcrafted katana behind him. He was the 4th-ranked Japanese hero Edgeshot. Man, for such an evil quirk, that's quite a sexy man. Mount, Lady, the current hottest hero, was a mainstream hero, following trends and doing what was popular just so she could earn big and live sweetly. You are far too shallow. He might be a dragon quirk user, but each group has its outliers. 3. It seems he is really extremely fun. Just expected a lot more bite for someone of his caliber, but then again the fight hasn't really started, so let's keep watching so we know my investment hasn't been for naught. An unknown voice said in a dark room. Nothing about him could be seen. The screen only lit a slight bit of the desk, which showed a glass of red wine, and a piece of paper that had a single word written on it in handwriting. Kana. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop green hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.